After washing the ship, Ji Hang, slightly fatigued, realized it wasn't time to rest yet. He still had a lot of work to do. The Alliance was preparing for war. In fact, Kedoba's previous glimpse into the Alliance's situation had been an eye-opener, leading to a mentality shift from believing the Alliance had already done its best to thinking that the Alliance hadn't tried hard at all. These thoughts were not entirely accurate. At the very least, they were one-sided. The Alliance, of course, had not given its all. Otherwise, the land force troops on the front lines wouldn't be able to take turns resting and sending new troops to fight in the Tamir star system as circumstances allowed. The Alliance Supreme Command called this the Tamir rotational battle, which was essentially substituting training with actual combat, directly exposing soldiers to the battlefield atmosphere and engaging them in personal combat. This would naturally result in more casualties than using veteran soldiers, but it was an inevitable path. After the rotational battles, there was a clear increase in the combat effectiveness of the Alliance's various land armies. Even some newly formed troops, which had a relatively small proportion of soldiers trained by the soldier token system, saw a rapid increase in the ratio of T5 grade soldiers after being seasoned by combat on the battlefield. Another indication was exactly what Kedoba had thought. If the Alliance had truly mobilized for war to the fullest, it wouldn't be possible for people living on the peripheries of its power to still enjoy a decent life. Although, in many places within the border horse sector, the annual consumption per capita was only around 0.6 tax currency, which wasn't considered high. Compared to the Alliance core region, it really isn't much. But looking at the broader context of the entire empire, a citizen being able to spend 0.6 tax currency a year on energy, food, industrial goods, housing, all material goods combined, is already quite impressive. Within the empire, many worlds have lower-class citizens living in dire straits. The Alliance was still investing resources, undertaking basic investments and developments in various planets, seeking greater returns in the future. However, if the war situation truly became dire and the Alliance issued a second or even first-grade mobilization order, the standard of living for the populace would definitely be compromised. Yet at the same time, the Alliance under extreme duress would unleash a far more terrifying war potential than it currently had. The number of troops and the production capacity for military goods would increase exponentially. But the Alliance wasn't actually not trying at all. From certain perspectives, the Alliance was indeed doing its best. After all, a third-grade mobilization order was always active. The difference lay in the fact that under a third-grade mobilization order, the Alliance wasn't lacking in personnel or conventional resources. On the Eastern Front battlefields against the Iron Tooth clan, the Alliance even had a surplus. So what was the Alliance lacking? It was cutting-edge equipment, such as the land force's tanks, mecha, even the Titan, and warships. And these could not be obtained by squeezing civilians and workers. What was the Alliance's method for obtaining this high-end equipment? It was the black box. Of course, for each technology, aside from black boxes that directly produce finished products, components, there were master black boxes that could produce the production lines, key components necessary to make these products. But this also meant that if there was a technology the Alliance didn't fully understand, then without the master black box, the Alliance would not be able to expand the production capacity of that product. This was the case with many of the Empire's lost technologies. The capacity to produce them was fixed and could not be expanded. Of course, black boxes could not be lost. However, even when black boxes were available, the expansion of most high-end production lines could only rely on the incremental output from master black boxes. The Alliance couldn't build these production lines on its own. This meant that the rate at which the Alliance could expand its high-end equipment was limited by the output capacity of the master black box. Even if Ji Hang squeezed the civilians dry, it wouldn't help. The factories producing Titans and the Starship dockyards were already running at full efficiency and couldn't fit any more workers. New factories and dockyards had to wait for black box production, and having workers on hand wouldn't be of assistance. This was the most important reason Ji Hang didn't resort to squeezing. Extracting excessive labor from civilians could yield more troops, food, and basic industrial goods. But the advanced equipment that the Alliance needed most wouldn't increase at all. The Alliance didn't lack the former. It was the latter that was in short supply. It made more sense to use the resources for local planet construction and improving the standard of living of civilians. The former was an investment for higher future income. while the latter was necessary to stabilize local societies and gain broad public support. Of course, not every technology extracted from the system had this issue. Some technologies with low-tech content and foundational nature had already been mastered by the Alliance. Even if the black box vanished, it wouldn't affect production, and the Alliance could still proceed and expand capacity. For instance, the G-series rifle, the LR-series laser gun, the Strider combat vehicle, and even recently, technologies like the Lion tank, Windfalcon fighters, Sentry mecha, powered exoskeletons, and flying pig transport ships had been mastered by the Alliance. But with high-end technologies, the Alliance was somewhat lacking. Technologies like the Lion King tank, Knight mecha, Titan, and various warships were not yet fully understood. However, there were two sides to this as well. Mastering these high-grade technologies was very difficult and required a long time. After all, even though the black box granted the Alliance such technologies, it could not completely fill all the industrial foundations the Alliance needed. However, the good news was that with the black box and its products, the Alliance's research teams would eventually digest all these technologies. This was actually quite rare. The majority of worlds wouldn't even have this chance. During these 2 years, the Black Box factory located within the Storm God Kingdom worked day and night to set up production lines for various kinds of advanced equipment. With each production line assembled, the production capacity of that equipment increased. In the past 2 years, the Alliance had accumulated quite a significant foundation. Those starships, one after another, endless fearless Knight mechas, Lion King tanks. Even the Skyburn torpedoes had a production line set up by the Alliance in these 2 years. With the Skyburn torpedoes on Tamir 2, coupled with the stock produced earlier through the black boxes, now, the Alliance could execute more than 10 extinction orders. For worlds that had been completely ecologically transformed, exhibiting few or no signs of human activity and infested with green skins, the Skyburn torpedo was the best tool. Although it would incinerate the entire surface of the planet, collapsing the ecosystem and rendering it unsuitable for colonization, using Skyburn torpedoes was more cost-effective compared to endless manpower fighting for each inch of land against the green skins. After all, the cost of taking back a planet using Skyburn torpedoes in combination with planetary climate re-engineering, while substantial, would still be less than the cost of deploying land forces to take over these kinds of worlds. Moreover, during the state of war, the planet's inherent value was secondary. The rapid and direct weakening of the green skins' war potential was a much more important matter. The destroyed worlds weren't completely void of value, after all. It wasn't an Earth explosion star annihilation being used, so humans could still establish mining operations on those planets. Colonization might be infeasible, but the mineral resources certainly wouldn't be incinerated by the Skyburn torpedoes. Additionally, Gu Hang had spent all the grace points he had accumulated over these 2 years. No gambling, no spending on other miscellaneous things, but all invested in military expansion. Soldier token training, commissar training, interstellar warrior training, gene seed exchange. Averaging 39,000 grace points each month, plus an average of 8,000 points per month provided by vassals, totaling more than 1.1 million grace points, all spent in these areas. Accumulating a base, enhancing war potential, building up forces. There was no doubt that Gu Hang was preparing for a massive-scale war. In fact, without Casimir Ursu saying so, Gu Hang had already decided to deploy sufficient forces to win the Tamir campaign decisively. His current preparations were all for this goal. However, this war could not be a risky gamble, nor could it be a battle where the Alliance staked its fate. Gu Hang wouldn't face the green skin orcs with forces roughly equivalent to or only slightly better than theirs. If possible, Gu Hang would use 5 times, 10 times the force to crush the green skins in the Tamir star system, ensuring a quick defeat that would prevent the main green skin forces from posing any further threat to the Alliance. As for what to do next, Gu Hang would have 2 choices. Either charge into the green skins' lair, taking advantage of their vulnerability and engage in destruction. Without the last 2, as there was nothing worthy of plunder from the green skins. Alternatively, he could choose to move from the southwest, collaborating with the main forces of the human empire to pincer attack the principal green skin force led by Titus. That would depend on the situation at the time of the war. But as it stood, the Alliance's primary and most important war objective was just the Golden Pass star sector, right there in Tamir. But though Ji Hang had long been ready to fight this decisive battle, the Alliance had its own pace and certainly wouldn't rush into battle in 2 or 4 months as, Freeflame, Urso demanded. Dream on. Urso had already learned about what happened in the Tianma star sector. Indeed, Commandant Cordoba lacked the capacity to directly contact Jindy Star, and Urso couldn't contact Cordoba directly either. But Urso could contact Flying Wing Star. When he calculated it was about time, he had the chief think tank of his battle group, a psychic equivalent to a mortal grade A+, establish communication with Flying Wing Star. He inquired if Cordoba's team had arrived and whether the Alliance had launched a full-scale offensive as per his request and arrangements. The Alliance responded that indeed a group claiming to be from Freeflame battle group had arrived, but they could not verify these people's identities and were in the process of doing so. Urso was furious, demanding a direct conversation with Ji Hang. Ji Hang couldn't be bothered with him and sent Salahovic to feign cooperation with Urso. Sending my chief diplomat to communicate with you is already giving you enough respect. Of course, Urso wouldn't see it that way. He threatened several times to denounce the Alliance and Ji Hang as traitors. Salahovic just explained with a smile about the Alliance's difficulties, what support they needed, and slyly questioned whether Urso's commander-in-chief status had ever been recognized by the Alliance, the legitimacy of the Star Domain head's signed appointment. In short, with his reliable glibness, Salahovic talked around the bush a great deal, but in essence, he didn't say anything substantial. Urso was not easy to fool. After numerous exchanges, he naturally knew that although the lives of Cordoba and others were not in danger, their situation would likely not be good. He was also angered that the Alliance dared to truly ignore and delay his orders. However, the condition of the Alliance revealed through Salahovic's words secretly alarmed him. Despite his anger, he had to consider whether it was feasible to declare the Alliance as traitors. He wanted to do so, and it wasn't difficult. The Fury Flame battle group had been involved in the Eastern Cosmos domain for some time. Although the overall expansion of influence was not particularly strong, at least they had a good relationship with the Tribunal of the Eastern Cosmos domain. Moreover, the current administration of the Dragonhawk Star Domain's entire Star Domain government now relied entirely on the Fury Flame battle group's struggles. Almost everyone has become an administrative and logistical group, diligently scavenging resources from all controllable star sectors and planets to supply the war. The Star Domain head, Tan Jui, and his group could almost be said to be in the shape of Freeflame. However, the Mingyang sect from Jindy Star had a tougher backbone. They had the capital to be tough. Interstellar warriors, even if facing just a branch sect like the sect of mechanics, had to ensure a certain level of respect. Not to mention future considerations, during this war. Although the Mingyang sect lost their main fleet, their protection army and their Titan Legion remained a very important force. Sometimes Urso even had to beg these oilheads. Overall, if Urso wanted to, with his status as a battle group leader, appointed as the supreme commander by the Star Domain government and a good relationship with the Tribunal, coupled with the Star Domain government's fear to disobey, he could truly declare Ji Hang a traitor. But he also had concerns. First was the issue of effectiveness. This kind of declaration of treason issued by the Star Domain government, with a few mid-level judges involved, was somewhat dubious in force. But if it were only legally dubious, it would still be manageable. The key issue was that once declared, it could not be enforced. You accuse someone of traitreon, then what? Suppress the rebellion? Clearly, there was no strength for that. There was still a fight against the greenskins going on. Seek external assistance, like the Imperial Army from other star domains to suppress the rebellion? Then why not directly deploy them to the main battlefields? To fight against the legitimate enemies of the Empire, the greenskins, where clear merits could be earned, people still wanted to wait and see, conserve strength, or they couldn't come due to their own troubles. Moreover, why fight against the Alliance? For internal matters of your star domain that you can't even sort out, all messed up, why would the foreign army intervene without clear benefits? Besides the issue of efficacy, a bigger problem Urso worried about was that the Eastern Front battlefields were still holding on. If he tried any tricky maneuvers and collapsed the Eastern Front, that would truly be disastrous. Because of these considerations, during multiple communications with Salahovic, Urso could only continuously issue threats but never dared take any particularly clear actions. However, his patience was gradually wearing thin during this time. The war was not going well, and he was annoyed daily. That Mr. Gu truly had quite the influence. Until now, Urso had never heard a word directly from Gu Hang. When all these frustrations accumulated for various reasons and grew heavier, Urso eventually almost lost control of his own state. He once again brought out the idea of declaring the alliance treason, an idea he had previously suppressed with rationality. If Gu Hang continued to provoke him, he might actually do it. I consider the big picture, and you don't, right? Then don't blame me for not being polite. However, just when he was about to really lose his patience, a call from the Eastern Cosmic Domain capital Wuji Star awakened him. Cosmic Domain Chair Zuo Zhaofeng personally made the call to inquire about the situation in the Dragonhawk Star Domain. Chairman Zuo, after thanking the Fury Flame Battle Group for answering the call and admiring the accomplishments of the Fury Flame Battle Group in the Dragonhawk Star Domain, specifically mentioned the eastern front of the Dragonhawk Star Domain. He seemed quite knowledgeable about the situation on the eastern front, speaking with undisguised admiration. In his words, Gu Hang and his alliance, in their actions on the eastern front of the Dragonhawk Star Domain, were exemplary. Not only did they withstand battlefield pressures, but they also protected the flame of human civilization amid war, ensuring the peace and prosperity of the people and uniting society. These praises themselves were nothing special. However, the political implications revealed made Casimir Urso have to be sensitive. It was normal for Zuo Zhaofeng to show interest in the situation in the Dragonhawk Star Domain. This was not the first communication, after all, it was an important war happening within his jurisdiction. In fact, the Cosmic Domain government had also provided very important support, with 40% of the resources currently consumed on the battlefields of the Dragonhawk Star Domain coming from the support of the Cosmic Domain government. Moreover, the reinforcements Urso was waiting for, apart from those he had assembled from his own battle group, were coming from the Cosmic Domain government. However, specifically mentioning Gu Hang seemed to convey a certain message. Urso had to think deeper about what Gu Hang and the alliance really meant. After being irritated by Gu Hang, he had, of course, investigated some of Gu's background. He knew that Gu Hang seemed to have a very good relationship with the current Central Imperial Military Affairs Department Executive Minister and former Apostle of War, Bochoya Galaraldo. But in his original judgment, one was a high official of the Empire, and the other was the head of a Star Region-level faction. How good could their relationship really be? Moreover, the Iron Armor, Flame, and Bedrock Shield, three major battle groups, had their people within the Central Empire. This faction of theirs wasn't the same as that of Bochoya Galaraldo. If we're not in the same faction, why should I give you face? However, now it seemed he couldn't think that way anymore. Offending Galaraldo wasn't something Urso feared. The Emperor was far away, but Chairman Zuo was currently in charge. They originally intended to expand their influence in the Eastern Cosmos Domain, and Chairman Zuo, the head of this Cosmos Domain, was a key figure. Moreover, he also knew that Chairman Zuo was in cahoots with Galaraldo. When Chairman Zuo spoke up, firmly supporting Gu Hang, did that mean Gu Hang actually held a not-so-low position within Galaraldo's political faction? Urso had to reassess the impact of this situation. Besides, even if he stubbornly offended a whole bunch of people and insisted on going through with it, the power of a Cosmic Domain chair was clearly not to be underestimated. If Chairman Zuo backed it, this treason probably couldn't be stamped out. Casimir Urso felt he was almost suffocated. At this moment, it had been half a year since he sent people to the Tianma star sector. He had already decided out of sight, out of mind. He couldn't even be bothered to call the Eastern Front anymore. Return my people, Gu Hang, and I'll pretend that battlefield doesn't exist. Can't I just fight my own battles? But just at this time, he received a call from the Alliance army. The person he spoke with was no longer Salahovic but claimed to be Tadeusz, the Admiral and General Commissar of the Alliance Military and Political Department. The style of Tadeusz was completely different from that of Salahovic. With a very serious attitude, he informed Urso of something. By the authority vested in me as the Alliance General Commissar, I fulfill my duty to inform our allies of our military actions. The Alliance has resolved to launch our full forces 3 days from now, marching towards the Tamir star system, with General Gu Hang personally leading the charge to oversee the entire operation. These few words made Urso want to explode with anger all over again. Half a year ago, when you were supposed to attack full line, you didn't care. Now, just when I've given up on you, you're going to fight? Why didn't you say so earlier? Would it have come to this if you had? Could it be because of the timing of the combat operation plans? It's not something we can't discuss, let's talk about it. Casimir Urso's actual thoughts really never mattered to Ji Yuhang. When he let Salahovic handle it, he had already told the diplomat to deal with the affairs on his own, no need to come and tell him. He couldn't be bothered. And now, with Tadeusz conveying the news of his advancing, it was just as the literal meaning implied, merely fulfilling the duty of informing allies. He didn't need, nor did he expect Urso's cooperation. Of course, he didn't underestimate Urso's abilities. As long as the battle group leader was not foolish, he actually only had one choice: to cooperate and support the alliance's offensive. Whatever you decide, it's up to you. As for Ji Yuhang, his attention was entirely focused on the war at hand. Winning the battle was the key to everything. Ji Yuhang boarded the flagship of the Alliance Navy, the Firebath Nova. This Retribution-class battleship, after 2 years of full-scale repairs, renovation, and purification, had completely changed. From its original black infused with blood red, full of decay and madness, it was now painted in alternating shades of blue and white. It was reborn. According to the chief technical consultant of the Flying Wing Star shipyard, the dominant Bishop Wang Joran, the machine spirit of this warship was now calm and stable, ready to burst forth, prepared to once again fight for the Empire. Under the lead of the Firebath Nova, dozens of newly built warships, along with twice as many civilian ships serving as transport vessels, set out from the Flying Wing Star starport, arriving from the Rage Owl star system. This fleet, numbering over 100 new ships, majestically sailed forth from the Flying Wing Star system towards the battlefield. The war had begun. Or rather, the war had never actually ended. Report to the commander. The Star Observation Agency has detected the enemy's traces, they've appeared. They are on standby outside Tamir No. 5, in a similar state to before. Once we start providing large-scale fire support to the ground again, they will surely rush over and attack our rear. Please give your instructions, Commander, proceed as planned. Yes. After sending the deputy away, Yelicia stood on the bridge, gazing into the void in front of her. The quintet she was currently aboard had replaced the Opera cruiser and had become the flagship of the United Fleet. Over the past 2 years, she had been on the front lines of the Tamir battlefield, fighting the greenskin orcs. But to call it fighting was an exaggeration, the battles weren't fierce. She, too, knew a portion of Ji Yuhang's plans. It wasn't time for the final battle, and there was no need for her to engage in a bloody struggle with the green-skin fleet. Although by her own estimation, with the forces at her disposal, they actually had a 70% chance of victory should a battle occur. But there was no need. A 70% chance of victory wasn't enough. Moreover, how could mere victory be satisfactory? In Ji Yuhang's view, what they needed was a resounding victory with minimal cost. They not only had to annihilate the main force of the green-skin fleet but also do so without suffering any losses. To achieve this goal, the power Yelicia had at her disposal was insufficient. And the green-skin fleet was even less ambitious. The disparity in strength was significant, and naval battles couldn't be fought like land battles. Warships were extremely precious to the greenskins. Even with their disposition, they would not engage in reckless battle. For both parties, the mutual bottom line was to prevent the opponent from launching large-scale orbital cannon fire on Tamir No. 5. The battle on the ground was just as important. The beastmen had begun to emerge, born from the local ecosystem, amassing a total of 4 billion combatants, of which the regular green-skin orcs amounted to over 1 billion. The Alliance army had nearly 100 million troops engaged in combat here, and, through arming local forces, the Alliance's investment in Tamir No. 5 had been considerable, with the total forces of the Pact Army surpassing 1.5 billion. A rather high mobilization rate compared to their total population, reaching 20%. Their planet had a total population of only about 8 or 9 billion, a significant portion of which had been evacuated, and a significant amount of manpower had been consumed in the wars of the past few years. Maintaining a force of 1.5 billion was already the planet's limit. But this scale of force was clearly insufficient. The Alliance had conscripted around 800 million troops from various other planets to Tamir No. 5. The currently engaged human warriors numbered 2.4 billion, with over 6 billion civilians in the rear. With forces of this magnitude, neither side could endure a large-scale orbital bombardment, as the losses would be devastating. Due to multiple factors, the fleets of both sides were actually very cautious and no large-scale battles had broken out. The focus of contention centered around two things. First, was strangling the reinforcements sent by the opposition to support the ground forces on Tamir No. 5. Ambushing at jump points or even invading the opponent's rear area from a jump point to raid transport ships. Losing a transport ship was a painful blow. The value of the ship itself was one thing, but more importantly, the people and resources on board would be completely lost. Later, both sides began to strengthen protection for their own transport ships, not allowing single ships to travel alone. Instead, they amassed a larger convoy with the main fleet escorting for protection. With the understanding that there would be no decisive battle, the opposing side would generally give up on targeting such a large group. Second, was the attempt to secretly bombard the surface, striking quickly and retreating to avoid being caught by the opposition. The human fleet had the advantage in this regard. The United Fleet was slightly larger than that of the Greenskins, which meant they had the capacity to deploy a sufficient number of ships to face off against the Greenskins while simultaneously sending a few to bombard the planet's surface. When the Greenskins were hit hard, they showed signs of desperate resistance. At such times, the human side would wisely back off, no longer continuing the bombardment. But they wouldn't retreat far. As soon as the Greenskins indicated their intention to bombard the surface as well, the United Fleet would rush in, ready for a decisive battle if the Greenskins dared to bomb. At that point, the Greenskins would also have to withdraw. The main strategy for both sides was one of entanglement and tug-of-war. In such a situation, it was highly likely for skirmishes to escalate. Every conflict carried the risk of devolving into a fleet battle to the death. In fact, such incidents had happened several times, but each had been restrained in the end. It was foreseeable that if this situation continued for a long time, it was bound to result in a major crisis sooner or later. But fortunately, this situation had never occurred. However, this time was different. Yelisia had adopted an attitude that they would carry out a full-scale orbital bombardment of the ground. The Green Skin Fleet, which had always been somewhere within the star system, did indeed show up. It was as if the past 2 years of routine, every encounter seemed like a dangerous, close-quarters dance for two. But often, both parties would withdraw at the last, most dangerous moment with an understanding. The Green Skins had yet to realize, this time was different. They were going through the motions as if they were desperate, but this time, the human fleet did not retreat. Over a dozen warships were still carrying out the orbital bombardment. Saru, aboard the Green Skin flagship, now found himself in a catch-22 situation. Why aren't you playing by the rules anymore? Weren't the past 2 years of acting together quite satisfactory? Why the sudden change? What should I do now? Before Saru had time to think, requests for battle from the captains of various warships drifted onto his flagship like snowflakes. The wording differed from one to another, but what they had in common was high-course language content, packed with fervent wahs. The message was the same. Obliterate these puny human ships. In reality, the Greenskins had accumulated far too much anger in the push and pull of the past 2 years. No need to mention others, Saru was no exception. However, as the chieftain, he must maintain the bare minimum of rationality, and he suppressed the aggression in his beastman bloodline. But to this point today, it became impossible to hold back any longer. Moreover, even from a rational standpoint, would continuing to appease be a good choice? Could he, leading the fleet, stand by idly as 4 billion green skins on Tamir No. 5 were left completely exposed to the human warship's artillery? Impossible. Then, no more hesitations. A fierce light thickened in Saru's eyes. He grabbed the communicator and bellowed. Shrimps have no principles, lads, charge with me. Wipe out these shrimps. Wog. Following that came the communications. Ghastly screams and howls. Wahs erupting from all quarters. The Greenskins no longer had to suppress the warmongering fire in their hearts. The entire fleet began swarming forward, assailing the human fleet with all their might. This scene aroused a surge of bravado in Saru's heart. Damn it, I've had enough. However, as the Green Skin Fleet charged, the first shell fired from the human fleet instantly cooled Saru's rage. Instead, it raised a suspicion. That shell, it hit nothing, passing through empty space, but its brilliance and the overwhelming power it displayed in the visual field made Saru recall. Could the shrimp's biggest ships before fire such a shell? The power of that shell, it could even rival the main cannon of Chieftain Titus' flagship, right? Am I facing the same opponents as before, sneaky shrimps? A blast from the heavy cannon, though it missed, still made the Beastman leader Saru feel a great danger. However, since it didn't hit, he could only gauge the might of this cannon through observation. Perhaps things weren't as they seemed. Moreover, after the green skin fleet charged, the human fleet did the same. The distance between the two fleets quickly closed to a perilously close range. At that distance, the accuracy and power of the heavy cannons from both sides were enough to annihilate each other. The arrow had been shot, there was no turning back. To think of turning tail and running now would mean sitting ducks for a few more volleys. Even if some ships managed to escape, the losses would be colossal. Not a total annihilation, but at least half, or maybe even more, would be lost. And it would be a pointless loss. The only option was to keep charging. Saru hoped that he had misjudged the situation, however, that hope was quickly dashed. Because with the next shot, a clear and direct hit struck one of the Beastman ships. That ship, on par with a human escort ship, had energy shields and armor that were no laughing matter. It could even withstand several hits from a human cruiser's L-grade cannons. But under the barrage of this cannon, it was utterly annihilated. Shield and ship, completely obliterated. Saru's initial assessment based on that missed shot was spot on, absolutely correct. So, what to do now? Saru had no choice left. No matter the trepidation in his heart, no matter how slim the chances of victory he observed, he had to lead his troops into battle. Charge! Charge! All ships, be ready to board. Once we're within range, jump over, and with our great cleavers, axes, and spears, board their ships and blow those shrimps to bits. In a situation with no alternatives, this was the only method Saru could conceive of that might lead to victory. The ship-to-ship combat intensified. The total number of warships involved in the battle approached nearly 500. Such a large number of warships duked it out just outside Tamir No. 5's orbit. And without a doubt, the ones at an absolute disadvantage were the green-skinned orcs. Their ships were blown up one after another under the barrage of an unknown colossal cannon used by the humans. Even Saru's flagship, belonging to the green-skinned orcs, took a hit from a heavy cannon. A kinetic cannon shell, traveling at sub-light speed, struck solidly. His ship, equivalent to a human cruiser in size, didn't shatter like an escort ship would with a single shot. However, this hit directly overloaded the energy shields of his large ship, and if hit again, an explosion was inevitable. In fact, now that the energy shields were overloaded, even a more ordinary cannon could pose a deadly threat to his flagship. And it was at this moment that Saru finally got a clear look at the most deadly thing of all. It was a very large, very imposing warship. It appeared to be of a similar scale to the so-called hulking belly transport ship of the shrimps. But a closer look revealed a stark difference. This warship wasn't bloated at all. Its appearance was formidable and sleek, with even the ram installed on the top being quite in line with the orcish sense of aesthetics. It was even larger than Chieftain Titus's flagship, only slightly smaller than a battle moon. But how had it gotten there? The space of the green-skinned orcs was also often active within the Tamir star system. Although their methods differed, the orcs also had roles akin to stargazers, capable of monitoring almost the entire state of the star system. A formidable warship of such size could not go unnoticed. Saru suddenly remembered something. Not long ago, the human fleet initiated an operation involving multiple large-grade ships entering the Tamir star system. The main force of the human fleet escorted these ships from the jump point all the way to the orbit of Tamir No. 5. This had actually become quite a common occurrence over the past 2 years. Those massive ships were known to the greenskins by name, colossal carriers. They were gigantic but slow, with no combat capability. The greenskins had captured one during past raids, causing the shrimp significant losses. After that, the shrimp learned their lesson, always gathering several carriers and escorting them with the main fleet. Saru had assumed it was the same situation this time, but it seemed not. Among those several large targets, a battleship was hidden. Unless one got up close for observation, all that the tribe's shaman could see were several equally large ships, tightly protected in the middle. Indeed, the shrimp were very cunning, but he still had one last resort. Bail out. And now, it was a situation where if he didn't bail out soon, there'd be no chance left. His flagship's energy shield had been breached, and he could even see many of the shrimp's cruisers aiming their guns at him. To not bail out would mean waiting to be buried with his ship. He grabbed the communicator and roared to all the green-skinned ships, boarding torpedo assault. Target, the shrimp's biggest ship. I'll lead the charge. Follow me, everyone. Wog. Dropping the communicator, he and his personal guard quickly boarded the boarding torpedo. The greenskins' boarding torpedoes were nothing like the humans. They didn't even resemble a ship but were more like a gigantic, hollowed-out rock or hill. Inside, there was some awe-inspiring green skin technology. Placed on the launch frame, bunches of green skin warriors were stuffed inside, and once full, this big rock would be catapulted towards the target by the launch system. Of course, that was the treatment for ordinary green skin warriors. As the Beastman boss, Saru still had the luxury of a spacecraft for his boarding torpedo. Overall, the success rate for such boarding was surprisingly high. The solid rock structure was sufficiently thick and not easily destroyed. The primitive-looking green skin technology inside was magically capable of guiding the rock with precision, and upon landing, the structure would break apart to absorb the impact, protecting the green skins inside from being smashed to death. But today, the risk of bailing out was too great. The primary reason was the distance between the fleets, which was far too great. This meant that the boarding torpedoes and ships had to travel a long and unprotected distance under heavy fire. However, Saru still had no regrets about his decision. Because as soon as he stepped onto the boarding ship, and alongside a multitude of boarding torpedoes, was launched from his flagship, he witnessed his own flagship being hit by multiple shrimp colossal cannons, light spears, and missiles, exploding into space debris. If he hadn't left, he too would have died on that ship. As for now, although it was still incredibly dangerous, at least he had a chance to fight for his life. His crimson gaze no longer looked back but was instead fixedly staring ahead. All he could see now was the blue and white human battleship getting closer and closer. One by one, the boarding torpedoes that had been launched with him were destroyed, but he paid them no heed. His focus was solely on that human battleship as it approached ever nearer. May the gods bless him. After a long flight, he managed to slow down and pass through the void shield, smashing into the interior of the warship. He had actually succeeded in boarding. As soon as the hatch opened, he couldn't wait to charge out, bellowing, "Wog!" But what greeted him was a bomb, silencing his roar. Lifting his head, he saw dozens of shrimp clad in red armor standing before him. These armored shrimp each stood as tall as a Beastman chieftain, unlike the ordinary ones. Although he had never personally dealt with them, Saru knew these canned shrimps were formidable. He still had some knowledge of the main battlefield. He knew that 2 years ago, a group of orange canned shrimps had showed up and caused great trouble for the big chieftain. He had previously been thankful that the canned shrimps hadn't appeared in front of them. Of course, the cunning Saru in front of his subordinates cursed, saying it was a pity not to have encountered such enemies, because if they had, they would have slaughtered them and sent them to the big chieftain, making him happy. However, he hadn't expected that these canned shrimps would appear at such a critical time, on such a critical target. Boarding and destroying the battleship from the inside was the only victory scenario Saru could think of. Resulting from the blessings of Mr. Mao, he had managed to board, but now he was faced with enemies that even the big chieftain found troublesome. Yet, orcs did not fear strong enemies, and Saru was no different. He took a hit from a bomb, and even had to endure a barrage from a bombardment gun, yet he still let out a thunderous roar and charged forward furiously. Bombs rained on his massive body, mixed with blasts of plasma and heat rays. Yet, he withstood all these attacks. His entire body was wrapped in the heavy armor of an orc, even taller than 3 meters high, surpassing some of the bigger canned shrimps. The armor covering him had been personally crafted by the master of the Iron-Tooth clan. Every piece was thick, and it was all made of super metal personally refined by the master, granting Saru incredibly formidable and terrifying defensive capabilities. Ordinary bombs couldn't penetrate his defenses, and even heavy bombs weren't damaging enough. Only heat rays and plasma were truly lethal, but they wouldn't easily get through his energy shield. Furthermore, on his back, he carried a shield. The shield, painted with an image of Mr. Mao by the great orc shaman, along with the energy shield built into his armor, emitted a greasy green glow around him. The god-blessed energy shield had extraordinary power. It was no easy feat for an energy shield to withstand the firepower of half a squad of interstellar warriors at close range. Although it wouldn't fail immediately, the shield would drain quickly and eventually break. The clever part about this shield was that it didn't just passively take hits. Bombs and heavy bombs that didn't break through allowed some damage to slip by. A few plasma shots could also sneak through, as they were not easily penetrating, or if they did, Saru's incredibly strong body could fully withstand the damage. The most dangerous heat rays were blocked with full force. Besides these passive defenses, Saru's counterattacks were also extremely fierce. He wielded a huge revolving pistol in his hands, with a somewhat worrying hit rate. During his charge, he fired 8 shots, 5 missed, but the 3 that hit took the lives of 3 phoenixes. What was crucial was that under Saru's cover, many green skins charged forward. By his side were his black orc guards. Each was strong enough to be the chief of a tribe. They were also outfitted in heavy gear, not as luxurious as Saru's, but definitely not weak. Bombardment guns could injure them, but were not lethal in one hit. The weapons of the Navy Marine Corps soldiers with the Phoenixes were even less effective against them. These chiefs trusted aides shot as they charged, causing certain casualties among the Phoenixes. They ran at incredible speed, and under Saru's leadership, they violently clashed with the Phoenixes. Of course, the interstellar warriors didn't fear close combat, but this was also what the orcs were best at. In the skirmish, the humans quickly fell into a disadvantage. The Phoenixes were fierce, but their numbers were too few compared to Saru's trusted aides. And the allies by their side, hundreds from the 10th Brigade in feedback-type power armor and Marine Corps elites in exoskeletons, appeared particularly frail against Saru's trusted aides. What was most terrifying was Saru himself, the orc warlord, rampaging through the ranks. Once in hand-to-hand combat, his energy shield could no longer function, but his bravery, combat skills, and terrible brute strength were even more savagely displayed. Almost no phoenix could match him in a single round, as his battle axe shattered the chest plate and torso of an interstellar warrior before swiftly decapitating another phoenix. Only Terminator warriors, similar in size to the orc warlord, could manage slight resistance in small groups of 3. However, the interstellar warriors did not have the numerical advantage. After they barely stopped Saru, they were suddenly shot in the back or slashed by another of Saru's trusted aides. This instantly gave Saru an opening. He charged in, ignoring the other 2 Phoenix Terminators continuously striking his back, and in a blink, his ferocious battle axe chopped down 7 or 8 times, shattering the enemies before him. Again turning his head, the remaining 2 Terminators had already moved quite a distance away. Not only them, but everyone else as well. The Phoenixes were retreating. King Saru roared and charged forward, leading his personal guard in a pursuit. This forced the interstellar warriors to leave some behind to cover their retreat. After devouring the rearguard and killing another Terminator, no other enemies were visible. The heat of battle having somewhat subsided in Saru, he didn't continue his fierce charge. He reorganized his troops, expanded the landing zone, and after receiving another full wave of green skin youths via landing torpedoes, he again led his men deeper into the ships. Saru's earlier assessment had been mostly correct. Jiyu Hang had indeed camouflaged Firebath Nova as a colossal bellied transport ship, and amid the multi-layer protection of the main fleet, had slipped secretly into the Tamir star system. The other ships from the Tianma star sector that he brought were left near the jump point at Steelwing Star, to prevent scaring off the greenskins by bringing in too many warships at once. Now that the battle had already started, those ships left at the jump point in the Steelwing star system no longer needed to hide. They had received the message and had begun the jump, though crossing a jump point was not something that could be done in a moment. Even in the best case, it would take more than 2 days. This battle could hardly count on them anymore, but they might still be able to catch up for a chase to expand the victory after the battle had ended. But it didn't matter, victory in the war didn't need them. The participation of a Retribution-class battleship in the battle, along with Jiyu Hang's own strength, was enough to change the situation. Indeed, that was the case. When the Greenskins had failed to realize there was a battleship among the human fleet before the battle and launched a fleet charge, the outcome of this maritime battle was basically sealed. However, war is something that does not tolerate even a little negligence. Did the Greenskins really have no way left to turn defeat into victory? That might not necessarily be so. When all else fails, resort to boarding tactics. If an orc warlord with elite troops could cause a huge commotion inside the battleship, even causing irreversible damage, It might indeed be possible to capsize in the gutter. Yu Hang had plans and preparations for this. The interception fire network of each ship was fully activated to catch the greenskins boarding torpedoes and destroy them in the void before they could complete their boarding. Moreover, every main ship was staffed with Phoenix interstellar warriors. Yu Hang had brought almost the entire battle group. With the development over the past 2 years and after investing quite a few grace points, the total number of Phoenixes had reached a scale of 800. Among them, 300 Phoenix warriors, led by Maddens the battle group leader, were stationed on Firebath Nova. The other 11 cruisers each had nearly 50 Phoenixes. The elite special forces of the 10th Brigade were also almost fully deployed. Even though they did not have the combat power of interstellar warriors, the elite in feedback-type powered armor, along with sentry mecha aboard the ships and the elite of the Navy Marine Corps, still possessed formidable strength. Ordinary green-skinned troops would be overwhelmingly crushed by them. The troops were prepared for a rigorous defense, guarding each ship's safety. Most of the greenskins' attempts to board were foiled. A large number of boarding ships and boarding torpedoes were destroyed by the dense interception fire network. The few who succeeded in boarding were eliminated under the protection of elite troops within the ships. Of course, Firebath Nova was the main target for the enemy. Not only Saru himself and those on his ship jumped onto this human flagship, but many others from various green-skinned ships as well. Most were intercepted, but due to the sheer number, quite a few still managed to board. Most of the boarders, green-skinned beastmen, were strongly suppressed by the Phoenixes with elite special forces. They often couldn't even move away from their landing points, let alone cause any damage to Firebath Nova. Only at the location where Saru personally participated in battle was there an oversight. But this wasn't really an oversight, more something that had been anticipated. The enemy adopting boarding tactics as a last resort was within Yu Hang's expectations. Their presence included individuals of formidable strength. Chilling memories of the maritime battle planned in the Rage Owl star system remained, and he dared not underestimate them. But this was also an opportunity. Beheading the leader of the Greenskins was always the most hassle-free way to defeat them. And now, this leader had delivered himself right to their doorstep, hadn't he? The Phoenix squad that initially encountered Saru face to face received the order to retreat. It was normal for a potent orc warlord to show such strength. Although sacrificing 2 Terminators and more than 20 interstellar warriors was costly, at least the rest were alive and had withdrawn. Not retreating would have meant getting slaughtered by Saru without effort. Phoenixes weren't lacking in the courage to fight to the death, but it was unnecessary. Maddens, as the commander of the anti-boarding battle, decided to confront him personally. An ordinary Phoenix combating such a powerful orcish warlord wasn't enough to win, and the losses would be immense, a pain the heart of the battle group leader couldn't bear. Such a formidable individual indeed warranted being dealt with by a champion such as Maddens, the battle group leader. They quickly encountered each other. At this time, King Saru had already been active on the Firebath Nova for over half an hour. That might seem like a lengthy period, but in reality, Saru hadn't managed to accomplish anything particularly important. The Firebath Nova was simply too large. Finding and destroying certain core, vital areas was not so easy. A lot of time could be spent just searching. So far, the damage that Saru had caused was still within manageable limits. It had some impact on the Firebath Nova's combat capabilities, but overall, the damage was repairable. Of course, if no one dealt with him, he would eventually cause some real trouble. The moment the two sides met, there was no wasted chatter, the battle began immediately. Aside from Maddens himself, over 100 Phoenix warriors were involved in the battle, including the Terminator squads from the 1st and 2nd companies, totaling over 20. Maddens' task wasn't just to tackle Saru alone. The entire trusted aid squad led by that fellow, all elite among green skins, needed to be wiped out. As soon as they engaged, both Maddens and Saru realized they had met formidable foes. Neither could gain an advantage over the other. In terms of equipment, King Saru had the better end, but Maddens wasn't far behind. His Iron Cavalry Terminator-powered armor, direct output from the black box, was seamless and flawless, an example of fine work. Although he didn't have the opportunity to get a sage from the sect of mechanics to fit him with too many personalized fittings, the quality wasn't low either. When it came to combat skills, to be honest, Saru was slightly stronger. Although Maddens had already reached the strength equivalent to a battlegroup champion, He was still a bit behind a top-tier warlord like Saru. There wasn't a huge gap in class, but it had to be admitted that there was a slight difference. However, within Maddens's movements, there was a trace of thunderous power, something Saru didn't possess. Ji Hang had already expanded the domain of the Storm God Kingdom, and although the primary work wasn't about buffing the interstellar warriors, it was still not much effort to help out incidentally. Saru also had Mr. Mao's blessing on him, but that was hardly comparable to Ji Hang's specialized training. The two fought evenly. Even if Maddens was at a slight disadvantage, there was no chance of defeat for the moment. His objective was quite clear, just to tie up the orc warlord. The rest of the human forces were rapidly decimating Saru's trusted aides. With 20 Terminators when not faced with Saru personally slaughtering them one by one, and only dealing with the ordinary Beastman trusted aides, they still held a significant advantage. Moreover, the Phoenix warriors had strong tactical coordination. 80 ordinary interstellar warriors fought alongside the Terminators, providing support to compensate for the Terminators' lack of flexibility. Not to mention, over 1,000 elite special forces were fighting together. Though these feedback-type powered armor human warriors had slightly less individual combat capability than the Beastman trusted aides, their numbers were overwhelming. With their coordinated tactics, Saru's elite trusted aides were being steadily reduced. One after another, the formidable Beastman warriors fell, all witnessed by Saru. He was both agitated and angry, roaring and launching wave after wave of tempestuous attacks on Maddens. He wanted to quickly kill this canned shrimp in front of him, and then he would have a chance to help his men turn defeat into victory. However, Maddens fought calmly and steadily, like a firm rock withstanding the immense pressure Saru exerted on him, clinging to him desperately so that he couldn't break free. And when Saru became overly impatient, attempting to abandon him to seek out others, Maddens would often bare his fangs and fiercely bite him. A strike from a fine-worked dynamo sword, driven by powerful force, could genuinely threaten Saru's life. The battle situation gradually clarified. Desperate, King Saru savagely swung his axe at Maddens. With that blow, he threw caution to the wind, ready to risk being slain by Maddens if it meant taking this canned shrimp down with him. But at that moment, he suddenly felt an odd force collide with him. He wasn't knocked away but slightly staggered. Maddens seized the opportunity to thrust his sword, which Saru blocked with his battle axe. He was just about to curse the treacherous shrimp for ruining a glorious duel, but then, he suddenly felt a chill at his back. Another Terminator warrior had appeared behind him. It was the company commander of the Phoenix First Company, Kaldus. He was quite powerful, and while he would certainly be defeated in a one-on-one with Saru, with the think tank of the Phoenix freeing their hands to help with interference and control, and with Maddens wrestling with Saru in front, Kaldus taking the opportunity to slip behind him and deliver a righteous backstab was not an issue. Even if the backstab failed, and Saru reacted, with Kaldus's skills, he likely wouldn't be killed in retaliation. No such situation occurred. His sneak attack was successful. Saru, stabbed in the back, suddenly felt his hands weaken. Maddens didn't miss this opportunity. He surged up and, with a swift movement of the fine-worked dynamo sword, chopped off Saru's axe-wielding arm, and then with a flourish of his sword, he decapitated Saru. Witnessing the death of their warlord, the remaining Beastman trusted aides fell into disarray. Already at an absolute disadvantage in battle, they were no longer able to withstand the joint assault of the interstellar warriors and the elite special forces, and they were quickly annihilated. The Beastman leader was beheaded. The one who helped Commander Maddens kill King Saru, besides the backstabbing Kaldus, was none other than the battle group's chief think tank, Henrik Larsson. At first, he led several psychics that had been deployed, engaging in spiritual power confrontations with multiple orc shamans, successfully suppressing these orc shamans and preventing them from interfering with the human troops. Then, Kaldus personally made a move, striking these few orc shamans and eliminating them, thereby liberating his own psychics. This set the stage for the joint attack on Saru later on. After the orc warlord was killed, the situation aboard the Firebath Nova was practically decided. At this point, the overall state of the naval battle was also quite clear. Ji Hang was on board the Firebath Nova himself, but he wasn't concerned with the boarding orcs at all. On one hand, he trusted that Maddens and his Phoenix squad could handle the situation well. On the other hand, Ji Hang was preoccupied with another matter. He was assisting with the naval battle. From Saru's successful boarding to his death, there was a span of just about 40 to 50 minutes. Not to say that Saru had any chance of success. Even if he had managed to destroy the Firebath Nova from the inside, it wouldn't have reversed the situation in the battle. During these 40 to 50 minutes of naval combat, the Green Skin Fleet had already suffered heavy losses. The target of the Firebath Nova, in fact, didn't need much of Ji Hang's attention. When the Green Skins, in a bid to grasp a thread of victory, opted for a close-range bombardment with boarding torpedoes and shuttles, engaging the human fleet in close-quarter barrages, the Firebath Nova, a Retribution-class battleship, naturally found its best performance stage. It wasn't fast enough, nor agile, but it boasted ferocious firepower, strong shields, and thick armor. It was a born core of firepower, a king of battleship artillery duels. Any green-skinned warship in the crosshairs of its main guns at that distance didn't stand a chance. With 4 main cannons, including 1 Divine Punishment light spear array of X-grade and 3 X-grade colossal cannons, destruction verdict. A hit would typically spell doom for most green-skinned warships, shields and all. Even those equivalent to human cruisers would see their shields shattered by a single shot. Once the shield was broken, the ship, although still protected by armor, would suffer hull damage with every hit. If, by chance, it struck a weak spot or pierced through and damaged critical parts of the ship, it could cause devastating damage. Not to mention, the Retribution class wasn't limited to these 4 main guns. With 20 L-grade heavy cannons, almost equivalent to 4 cruisers, it often followed up an X-grade cannon shot with 5 L-grade ones targeting the same enemy. As long as the first hit landed, breaking the shield, the following shots could pose a serious threat. It was in this way that multiple green-skinned main warships were destroyed. Let alone the occasional small ship caught in the crossfire. The human side also had 11 cruisers, more in number than the green-skinned main ships, and they were formidable as well. Since Ji Hang didn't need to provide support for the battleship, he aided the 11 cruisers instead. His coordination with Yelisia, the fleet commander, was also quite good. Yelisia, within the command channel, adjusted the formation of the entire fleet, directed the fire of the fleet, and managed dispersal and encirclement. And whenever there was a chance to eliminate one of the enemy ships, Ji Hang used his psychic power, boosted to alpha level by the blessings of the Storm God Kingdom, to rip apart the enemy ship's energy shield. Once the cannons fired, it often led to the destruction of an enemy vessel. Their cooperation could be considered perfectly in sync. Thus, the human fleet had 2 rapid methods to destroy a green-skin main ship in this battle. And how many main ships did the green skins have that were capable of fighting? The green skin fleet, despite heavy losses, engaged in a futile exchange of fire with the human fleet, waiting for those who boarded, especially their boss, King Saru, to destroy the enemy flagship. If he had accomplished this feat, undoubtedly, the green skin fleet's morale would have soared. However, as the moment failed to arrive, the orcs couldn't help but question, what has become of King Saru? It was natural for them to think this way. From their perspective, after King Saru called for an all-out attack, his flagship was destroyed. Who knew if the shuttle King Saru boarded had successfully landed? Was it destroyed in the void? Even if the boarding was successful, had he already been taken out by those on the ship? Otherwise, why, after so long, was that mightiest and most formidable ship among the shrimp still firing one after another, turning our warships into space junk? With the flagship destroyed, the long-awaited boarding that brought no news, and the rapid elimination of their warships, the morale of the green skin fleet inevitably began to plummet. And at that moment, an even worse situation emerged. With the chief, Saru, out of contact, the green skin fleet command system completely collapsed. Even though they were still unaware of Saru's death, under such pressure, without anyone prestigious enough to take command, the captains of the green skin ships began to have their own ideas. Some wanted to retreat. It was obvious that the battle was lost. Saving each warship that could escape meant preserving lives for future battles. Dying now meant no chance to fight later. Some, blinded by battle rage, insisted on fighting to the end, resolutely carrying out Saru's final command to keep jumping and fight, hoping to turn defeat into victory. In the communication channel, the chiefs of the green skins argued fiercely. It was normal to have disagreements on battle plans and strategies, but the real problem was arguing while the war continued, especially when under immense pressure. Even worse was when no one could persuade anyone else, leading to everyone acting independently and throwing the entire army into utter chaos. The Green Skin fleet had effectively collapsed. Those who wanted to continue fighting deployed more troops to jump, but most of these jump torpedoes were blown up midair, and the few that successfully landed inside enemy ships were annihilated. The Green Skin ships deploying troops were also destroyed one by one in battle. Those ships that fled were also chased down by the part of the human fleet assigned to pursue them. In the following hours and even days, they were relentlessly pursued and destroyed one by one. In any case, whether choosing to fight to the death or to flee, the outcome was the same. Jiyu Hang had spent a lot of effort and 2.5 years preparing for this decisive battle at Tamir, with the aim of completely crushing the eastern line of the Green Skin army in this one battle. The Green Skin fleet was his primary target, and if possible, Jiyu Hang would not let any enemy ships escape. Tamir's star system served as a hub of space routes, with 5 jump points leading to 5 different star realm tunnels, respectively going to Golden Pass I, Golden Pass II in the Golden Pass star sector, Shui Wuheng star system, and Copper Barrier II in the Copper Barrier star district, as well as Steel Wing star in the Eagle Horse star sector. After the naval combat outside Tamir No. 5's orbit, dozens of Green Skin ships still managed to scatter and flee. A part of the United Fleet's warships pursued these Green Skins in space for days, even weeks. Meanwhile, at the 5 jump points of Tamir No. 5, the human fleet had already arrived to guard them. As soon as the Green Skin fleet appeared, they and the pursuers encircled and likely annihilated them. Furthermore, the human fleet had positioned many warships, especially the Firebath Nova, which was not adept at chase battles, to support land combat from orbit above Tamir No. 5. This was indeed a real degrading strike, and this time, the Green Skins couldn't wait for their ships to arrive in space to drive the human fleet away. With the Firebath Nova leading, accompanied by 3 cruisers, a total of 100 warships participated in the orbital support for ground combat, boasting a terrifying firepower. This force was sufficient to execute an extinction order. The most rustic but also most frequently used method of extinction order was simple orbital bombardment by warships. The fleet would meticulously bombard every inch of the planet's surface, carpet bombing without missing any spot, which was the simplest form of extinction order. The expense wouldn't be small, as ship cannons are costly. Bombarding every inch of a planet could potentially cost more than deploying a single Skyburn torpedo. And it might not be as effective as the Skyburn torpedo. What's even more crucial is that this method of executing an extinction order required a whole fleet to stay in orbit around the planet for a long time. The cost-effectiveness was poor. But the reason why this method was most common was that the Skyburn torpedo and other higher-grade extinction order weapons were exceedingly rare, weren't they? These weapons are difficult to manufacture, take a long time to produce, and are quite scarce on the market. If not, who would choose a less effective method of glassing the land with ship cannons when more functional and thorough extinction order weapons are available? Even the Alliance, with the capability to produce Skyburn torpedoes, had only accumulated slightly more than 10 so far. If used recklessly later, they might run out. Of course, at this moment on Tamir No. 5, there was no need for an extinction order as they were not aiming to annihilate the entire planet. Just providing fire support to the ground, the existing arsenal was indeed sufficient. And the effect of their orbital support fire was also quite formidable. In the first half-month, the Green Skin population on the ground had sharply declined by 2 billion. The primary target of the human fleet was the various major trash cities where Green Skins mass gathered. These trash cities, typically established around the periphery of the Green Skins' ecological circles, once destroyed, not only eliminated the large populations of Green Skins congregated within, but also prevented the Green Skins from regenerating on a large scale. Moreover, these trash cities were also war factories responsible for producing weapons, equipment, and ammunition for the Green Skin army, and their destruction inevitably meant these functions could no longer be carried out. However, this was a strike against the Green Skins' war capabilities. The extent of population damage was actually quite manageable. The greatest casualty effect was not entirely due to fleet bombings but also required the coordination of ground troops. The ground troops launched an unrestrained full-scale attack, and wherever the Green Skins showed signs of resistance, it was as good as having their congregation detected by the human forces, and then fleet bombings were promptly called in. This led to massive casualties. Furthermore, Supreme Commander Perbov, in charge of the ground campaign, intentionally directed his troops to approach, encircle, and intercept the green skins from various angles and routes, pushing them toward one area. His battle plan achieved unprecedented success. It could not possibly fail. The green skins couldn't resist or retaliate. If they dispersed their forces, they would be intercepted and driven until confined in an area, unable to move, and then came the fleet bombardment. Every inch of the ground within the encirclement would be bombed, followed immediately by ground troops sweeping over the battlefield, simply needed to kill off any survivors. And if the green skins amassed forces to resist, they would be directly bombed, killed, and dispersed. Then the previous steps would be repeated. These scenes continuously played out across the entire planet. The human military, totaling over 2 billion, was divided into over 100 army groups, carrying out similar plans on battlefields all over the planet. Meanwhile, over 100 warships, including battleships, hovered in orbit, ready to be called upon. This was why, within half a month, the greenskins had lost 2 billion lives. There were still 2 billion greenskins remaining on Tamir No. 5, but their defeat was already sealed. Realistically, the number of potent green-skin orcs was probably less than 100 million. During the battles, these orc troops were the main combat forces and were the primary targets of attacks. The remaining approximately 1.9 billion were basically weaklings, whose combat abilities were very poor. Moreover, the Beastman overlord on the ground had also perished. After his location was discovered, he and his trusted aid army were annihilated by a destruction verdict fired from a battleship. Further, after the destruction of the trash cities and various ecological zones, the greenskins essentially lost their potential for war. In a normal war situation, they might have been able to pick up trash directly from the battlefield, allowing those weaklings to produce equipment, ammunition, and supplies on site, but under the present circumstances, they clearly had no such opportunity. If the war continued, the greenskins would likely only be able to go into battle armed with machetes. Proper green-skin orcs holding machetes might still pose some threat, given their significant biological strength. But if those weaklings could only wield machetes, they, originally fodder troops, were now less than fodder, nearly devoid of any combat capability. Main forces wiped out, leader killed, war potential exhausted. What chances did the green-skins still have? Thus, the Battle of Tamir came to an end, and from any perspective, it could be called a great victory. This point, even the system acknowledged. The victory of the Tamir campaign was certainly a major triumph. Whether one looked at the scale of the war, the exchange ratio between the two sides, or the influence the war wielded, describing it as major was no overstatement. In terms of scale, the battle had actually lasted for more than 3 years, with over 6 billion troops from both the greenskins and humans engaging in combat, using an entire planet as the battlefield. At sea, the combined fleets had totaled more than 600 warships. In terms of influence, the outcome of the Tamir campaign would directly affect the situation along the entire Eastern Star Domain's frontline and indirectly the entire Star Domain's war. And the exchange ratio was even more exaggerated. Combining the 3 years, more than 700 million human soldiers perished on the surface of Tamir No. 5, primarily composed of packed army, but the Alliance army had also spilled blood here, a non-negligible 60 million. But the greenskins' losses were more terrifying. They had accumulated a loss of 50 billion in living forces, and the remaining 20 billion had no way out either. Those that emerged from the local ecosystem were, after all, in the minority. Most reinforcements were transported from other planets. It is true that greenskins could grow from the ground and at a rapid pace, but a loss of over 7 billion in one go was unquestionably a severe blow in the short term. Yet, these were not the greatest losses the greenskins had suffered. The greatest losses were their ships. During the naval battle just beyond the orbit of Tamir No. 5, the Green-Skin Fleet saw 193 of its ships destroyed by the human fleet, a tally meticulously recorded by the Navy. Furthermore, of the more than 100 warships that fled, 84 were gradually taken out during the pursuit. Roughly 30 warships were left, but they didn't manage to escape either. The humans had sealed all 5 jump points of the Tamir star system, forcing the green-skins into a blind flight via conventional sailing methods, fleeing outside the star system. They had run too far, almost leaving the star system, beyond the normal range covered by star language towers and stargazing towers. The human fleet couldn't chase beyond the bounds of the star system. That was simply too far, and without communication from the star speech towers or navigation from the stargazing towers, there was a risk of getting lost in space, with a chance of not returning. But the green-skin fleet chased into the unknown cosmos would encounter the same problems. They too navigated the star sea with the aid of star realm tunnels. Without star realm tunnels, they too would become lost in the cold, dark expanse of space. By the time they made their way back, or if luck carried them to another star system, who knows how many years would have passed. Those green-skinned ships that plunged into the dark cosmos were basically no longer capable of posing a threat. From this perspective, the greenskins' 300 ships were as good as entirely destroyed. And the cost to humankind was merely about 20 ships, mostly small ones at that. The sea battle portion was an even more exaggerated victory than the ground combat that had raged for 3 years, achieving an exchange ratio of 1:10. With that in mind, it was only natural for the Tamir campaign to be rated as an epic triumph by the system. Tamir campaign summary. Resounding victory, awarded 8,784,990 grace points. Seeing the information on the campaign summary screen, Ji Hang couldn't control the expression on his face, beaming with joy. Not in vain had he spent so much time, a full 2.5 years, fighting this battle. The Tamir campaign had lasted for so long, accumulating countless grace points in the pool, which he had swept up with absolute strength, achieving a resounding victory at a relatively small cost, and cashed them out in one fell swoop at a very high coefficient. Just over a satisfying victory, shouldn't there be a higher appraisal? Perhaps it should be called epic victory. But to achieve that level of appraisal, it's probably very difficult. I imagine the hard requirements include having one's own strength be about equal or even less than the enemy's, and still winning the battle with a small ratio of casualties, all the while the war's influence must be significant. Only then can one obtain the highest coefficient of appraisal. The influence and casualty ratio of the Tamir battle surely met the conditions. However, being smaller in size than the enemy, that was not satisfied at all. But Ji Hang didn't care. Real warfare isn't playing games, and there's no option for Ji Hang to reload and retry. He wouldn't risk deploying a small number of troops for a big win just to get a high appraisal, to get more appraisal points. If possible, he would rather every war hereafter be won with a superior number of troops overwhelming the enemy. A lower score doesn't matter. What's crucial is ensuring victory, keeping our own troop losses to a minimum. Besides, 8.8 million grace points made Ji Hang very satisfied, the equivalent to 8 times the earnings of the Steel Wing Star campaign. It's quite normal to have so much. In total over 3 years, this naval battle's achievements were 3 times that of the Steel Wing Star campaign. The ground battle results were dozens of times greater. Even if the majority of greenskins eliminated on the ground were of the lesser kind, the quantity is still evident. It's quite normal for the grace points to be high. With these 8.8 million grace points, many of Ji Hang's subsequent plans could go much smoother. After the Tamir battle concluded with absolute superiority, the benefits for Ji Hang weren't just the income from grace points. The destruction of 300 green-skinned warships and 7 billion green skins meant that the Dragonhawk star domain's eastern part was wide open to the Alliance. Moving forward with strategy, whether pushing north to pierce through the greenskins' 4 major star sectors or southwest to pincer the main force led by the Beastman chieftain, there was one unavoidable target, and that was the Golden Pass star sector itself. While pursuing the green skin fleet, the Firebath Nova, accompanied by 100 warships, also bombarded Tamir No. 5. These 2 tasks continued for over half a month until the system's settlement appeared, heralding a final conclusion. Then Ji Hang ordered the main forces to advance into the depths of the Golden Pass star sector. Leaving behind 30 ships to continue supporting the remaining battles on Tamir No. 5, the Firebath Nova and 10 cruisers, carrying over 200 million Alliance Army troops and almost 1 billion Pact Army troops brought over from the Alliance rear, formed the total military force for the mission across the entire Golden Pass star sector. 1.2 billion wasn't the limit of the Alliance's forces, but it was the limit for the Alliance to transport troops across star sectors simultaneously. For this, the Alliance mobilized more than 30 colossal belly transport ships. Each colossal belly could carry a group army of 20 million, accounting for 600 million. The remaining 600 million were crammed into the various warships and armed merchant ships. This was the utmost limit of the transport capacity. Any larger, and the fleet would have to drop off people, equipment, and supplies before making another trip. Counting the time for loading and unloading, it would take at least several months, close to half a year. From this, one can see the value of transport ships. But for now, with a total military force of 1.2 billion, plus 250 human warships, there was an absolute advantage over the remaining green skin forces in the entire Golden Pass Star Sector. Golden Pass Star Sector is an important location, not just speaking of the war with the Alliance, but also the main green skins forces led by Titus. Half of the reinforcements and supplies obtained from their homelands also passed through the Golden Pass Star Sector. The other half took the route through the Jiaoshu Star District on the western side of Golden Pass Star Sector. The most significant world in the Golden Pass Star Sector is Light Blessing Star. In fact, 4 years prior, it was from Light Blessing Star that Titus led the main green skins forces to Curse Bone Star District, then to Snow Eagle Star Sector, blazing a trail of war all the way to the heartland of the star domain. After Gu Hang had won the Tamir campaign, advancing with the entire army into the Golden Pass Star Sector, Light Blessing Star became a crucial strategic position and was the first to be seized by the Alliance. Here, the Alliance even intercepted a green skin transport fleet. The green skins actually didn't have entirely civilian transport ships as, according to their temperament, every ship had to be equipped with some cannons. However, for the green skins, ships needed to be manufactured, and the concept of cost did exist. After all, manufacturing required materials and human resource investment. Combat ships were made more sophisticated, and weapons were as advanced as possible. Transport ships prioritized internal space, necessarily simplifying it, reducing their combat effectiveness. The few forcefully mounted cannons were more an obsession. In any case, when they came across the Alliance fleet, even if the numbers on both sides were similar, the outcome of the battle was almost utterly one-sided. Those few cannons, more decorative than practical, only caused a slight nuisance to the Alliance fleet. Just a nuisance indeed. 30 green skins transport ships were turned into space junk, making it impossible to count exactly how many green skins or how much war material they contained. But considering the size of these 30 green skins transport ships, one could tell this was a severe wave. If they were all fully loaded, hundreds of millions of green skins and substantial materials were definitely involved. The loss of these 30 ships significantly reduced the green skins' operational efficiency and their ability to deploy troops and resources. Moreover, after the Alliance fleet blockaded Light Blessing Star, it was basically impossible for green skins ships to leave from there. With this route locked down, all green skins transport had to go through the Jiaoshu Star District. Of course, the Beastmen could still transport resources and personnel from the Jiaoshu Star District. They would have to detour slightly through Silver Pass Sector for supplies, which didn't significantly affect the resource flow for the Greenskins sectors home to Zhongmeiyu, Iron Pass, and Kuala. However, frighteningly, from Light Blessing Star westward, a single jump could take you into the Jiaoshu Star District. If the Jiaoshu Star District were also blockaded, then the Greenskins resources would have to take a much bigger detour from the very northwest corner of the Dragonhawk Star domain forward to the front line. This would fatally affect the efficiency of material transfer. What was initially a journey of 2 to 3 months, could be extended to about half a year. And attacking the Jiaoshu Star District was already part of Gu Hang's strategic plan. His overall strategy's first step was to win a key battle in the Tamir star system and annihilate a large amount of active force, which had already been completed quite spectacularly. The second phase of the strategy was to encompass the Golden Pass Star Sector, Copper Barrier Star District, and Jiaoshu Star District. Golden Pass Star Sector had 7 star systems comprising 12 worlds. Copper Barrier Star District had 6 star systems, 11 worlds. Jiaoshu Star District had 9 star systems, 15 worlds. Adding them all up, there were 38 worlds. In Gu Hang's plan, his goal was to take all these worlds. The method of taking them was already clearly demonstrated on Tamir number 4 and Tamir number 5. In fact, the situations on these 30-plus planets targeted by Gu Hang within these 3-star sectors were basically similar to the situations encountered in the 3 worlds of the Tamir star system. In some places, like Tamir 2, they were developed and invaded by the Greenskins as key planets, and their own defense issues were also significant, basically beyond salvation.
In others, like on Temir number 4, a considerable population survived due to terrain and reliable defenses, importantly because the green skins didn't value them much, so the human conditions were still relatively good. Some places were like Temir no 5, hanging by a thread.
Since the green tide emerged and the war started, it had been 4 years now. Golden Pass, Copper Barrier, and Jiaoshu, these 3-star sectors with 38 worlds, were the first places to fall. Even before the green tide erupted, these 3-star sectors were already the human front lines against the beastmen. They were either battlegrounds enduring continuous green skins invasion or supply bases providing resources to the battlegrounds. The economic condition in these 30-plus worlds wasn't good in any of them. And post-subjugation, that was even more so. These 30-plus worlds had been subjugated for 4 years, but it must be emphasized again, humans are a tenacious race. No matter the harsh conditions, there will always be those who can find a way to survive, even producing both small and significant heroes. From leading dozens of people in a hard fight for survival, to leading an entire world to form resistance organizations across city ruins, countrysides, tunnels, and various environments, they continued to struggle against the green skins. Of course, these are human factors, subjective factors. The real key reason they could persist for 4 years without being exterminated by the green skins was actually due to the green skins' strategy not being directed that way. Green-skinned orcs, of course, had no need to rule over humans. They indeed captured prisoners and enslaved humans, but these were sporadic cases. Most of the time, they chose to slaughter. However, the forces that green skins deployed on various planets were actually insufficient. 4 years ago, Titus, leading the Green Tide, in just a few short months, had spread the flames of war across hundreds of worlds in the Dragonhawk star domain. His method was certainly not to conquer each planet one by one. How slow would that be? In any case, at that time, the human fleet had been defeated by him and was only concerned with fleeing. The vast star domain was all exposed, so naturally, he took his fleet and chased them down relentlessly. The many star systems they passed through were casually populated with tens of thousands, millions, tens of millions of youngsters, and about whether would ever amount depending on the value of the planet. Some key locations, like the Light Blessing star, might now have an active green skin population of over 1.5 billion. Although a considerable portion of that had grown on the planet itself over the past few years. The fact that it could grow so quickly and so much was definitely related to the substantial number of greenskins that were initially deployed there. In some places, like the Shui Wuheng star system next to the Tamir star system, there are 2 ocean worlds, the natural environment mainly consisting of scattered islands and floating continents, mainly surviving on fisheries and underwater resource harvesting. This star system is not on the main route, and the natural environment is not suitable for growth of greenskins. Actually, it's not that suitable for human survival either. The original population scale of the 2 planets was also around 2 to 300 million. The Beastman invasion only deployed a scale of several tens of thousands, and even after establishing an ecosystem on some islands, their expansion was severely limited due to the large maritime environment being hard to expand, frequent ocean storms, and the presence of powerful sea monsters within the Great Ocean. Now, 4 years after the greenskins invaded the Shui Wuheng star system, the situation hasn't deteriorated too severely. After the human fleet arrived, they bombarded the green skin-occupied islands from orbit, then deployed about 1 million troops from the Pact Army, along with a substantial amount of weapons and equipment, arming the local planetary defense forces to reclaim the islands. With this step, the issues on Shui Wuheng number 3 and number 7, 2 human colonization planets, were essentially resolved. Of course, they also signed the Seven-Horse Covenant, becoming part of this framework. The 2 planets could even contribute 50 million tax currency and imperial tax revenues per year. Jiu Hang adopted similar measures and promoted them in the Golden Pass, Copper Barrier, and Jiaoshu Star District. The overall approach and means were as follows. The fleet arrives, destroying the main enemy strongholds, deploying a portion of the Alliance Army and Pact Army as the main force to hold the ground, providing supplies, relief, and resettlement for local civilians, arming local forces, and inducting them into the Pact Army ranks to clear the local greenskins. The fleet's arrival was a symptomatic treatment, a crude sweep, and suppression. The Alliance Army provided confidence to the local planets. The last move was to integrate the planet and eradicate the problem for good. Of course, for worlds that could still be saved, they would be treated this way. For some hopeless worlds, like the Light Blessing Star, a crucial transit hub in the Greenskins campaign, human activity was scarce, and Greenskins had invested a large number of troops from the beginning, slaughtering almost the entire planet. But the Alliance didn't bother dropping a Skyburn torpedo on Light Blessing Star. There was no need. Locking down the star system and bombarding the surface a few times was sufficient. Anyway, after bombing the important green-skinned trash cities on Light Blessing Star, not to mention the heavy casualties among the Greenskins, their main production capacity was also lost. They didn't have the capability to build starships to leave the surface, at least not temporarily. Then, the Alliance started to continuously deploy troops to the surface. Even if there was no hope for it, its importance as a transportation hub remained. The human forces deployed would establish some strongholds or repair some of the existing fortresses on the planet, and place some of the transferred orbital cannons on this planet. Gu Hang, of course, still had to guard against the main green skin reinforcements. However, the Alliance's military strength and its transport capabilities were ultimately limited and could not employ a retaking strategy for every planet. Matters needed to be prioritized, and although Light Blessing Star was beyond saving, its high value as a traffic hub meant that the Alliance had to commit forces to attempt its recapture. The core objective was to establish enough fortresses and anti-orbit cannons on the planet to prepare for any potential wars that might follow. But there were some planets that were both beyond saving and of little value. For instance, planets like Liangfeng Star in the Jiaoshu Star District, Tarula 3, the Brass Star System, and the Natuo Star System all fit this description. They were similar to Tamir 2, with a high activity of green skins and hardly any human presence. Yet, unlike Light Blessing Star, they were not located in strategically contested areas. The approach to such star systems had to be situation-specific. If the number of green skins on a planet was relatively low, say, around 10 or 20 billion, then the tactic would be to bomb them in one go, destroy the larger trash cities, and then perform regular patrols to make sure that no significantly sized green skin factories capable of constructing starships would emerge. However, if the surface of a planet was teeming with green skins, as was the case with Golden Pass 3, where estimates suggested there were over 50 billion of them gathered, one could assume that these were reserve forces Saru had placed there in preparation for the Tamir campaign. The only reason they hadn't all been transported to Tamir No. 5 was due to the limits of transport capabilities. Yet, even on this planet, those billions of green skins weren't idle. Humans had even spotted an open-air green skin factory from orbit, appearing to assemble something resembling starships. For such planets, there would be no discussion, just send down a Skyburn torpedo directly. 50 billion green skins gone in flames. Yet, by doing so, the planet itself would be virtually condemned to waste. Even the thought of landing to build fortresses faced difficulties, since the planetary geology had to stabilize over several years first. As for recolonizing and utilizing the planet, that would require climate reconstruction technology, which the Alliance still lacked. Beyond the retaking and cleansing operations in the three major star sectors, the Alliance Army had two tasks of equal importance. First, establishing an orbital defense system on Thumb Star and Capital Star in the Jiaoshu Star District as well as in the Light Blessing Star System. This was to transform these three planets into fortress worlds that could serve as reliable strongholds in case the green skins should counterattack. This task actually consumed a significant chunk of the Alliance's efforts. Out of the 12 billion strong main expeditionary force, half had been allocated to these destinations. Additionally, more military personnel and workers were continuously being sent there to bolster these key locations. Should these three planets, especially Light Blessing Star, be properly fortified, the Alliance would have a barrier to the west and the strategic chokehold at the green skin's throat. The other task was to invade the green skin homelands. This mission seemed perilous, but when Gu Hang, aboard the Firebath Nova, along with one-third of the Alliance fleet, arrived in the interior of the Silver Pass sector, he found that it was not difficult at all. Each planet here might have fallen decades ago, with hardly any humans left. However, the number of greenskins was not as high as one might expect. The reason was simple. A substantial number of greenskins had been conscripted by Titus. His expedition was indeed an all-out effort by the Iron Tooth clan. Titus had unified the Iron Tooth clan and sparked a monumental WOG. For the greenskins, joining such a vast expedition was the dream of every Iron Teeth greenskin. What was the point of staying in their own dens? They had gotten tired of the internal fighting among the greenskins. Wasn't it more interesting to go out and fight the shrimp? Most of the greenskins felt this way. If it were not for the fact that Titus's fleet couldn't hold everyone, the greenskins in the Iron-Tooth lair would have loved to follow along. Here, it's necessary to explain what the ecosystem of the greenskins was like on these planets, which had almost been completely taken over by them. The core environment of the Greenskin Society was made up of trash cities of various sizes and the ecosystems that surrounded them. Trash cities served as their camps and their factories, while the surrounding ecosystems were the birthplaces of the greenskins. The greenskins did not have distinct sexes. Their bodies contained a kind of spore. When the concentration of the spores reached a certain level, the host's consciousness would become muddled, and it would wander away from its tribe to roam alone in the wilderness. At this point, the spores would be released from the body and take root in the soil. Afterward, the greenskins would return to their clan, often without any recollection of what had happened. Apart from natural reproduction, greenskins could also proliferate under another circumstance. When a greenskin was forced to release the spores inside its body, through injury or death, the spores carried in their blood and flesh would scatter into the air, drift with the wind to certain lands, and then take root and sprout. Because the greenskins directly continued their lineage upon the host's death, this innate biological trait caused only two thoughts to remain in their minds: hitting others and being hit. This trait also explains why green-skinned tribes were so keen on brawling. The spores that were scattered about were incredibly tenacious. If the conditions were unsuitable, they could lie dormant for decades, until the wind or other creatures carried the spores to a suitable place for growth, where they would then begin to grow. The spores in the soil would slowly germinate and spread beneath the surface, forming countless plant ovaries. This process took roughly a year. Once there was sufficient nourishment and water, the first generation of green-skinned creatures would begin to be cultivated inside the plant ovaries, skug beasts. With just 3 to 6 months of growth, skug beasts would be born en masse. Of course, the skug beasts at this stage were not giant creatures. They were at most the size of wolves or large dogs. They served as food, beasts of burden for the greenskins, and sometimes played a role in warfare, such as being released into battle to bite the enemy or outfitted with explosive packs for suicide attacks. Their primary use was still as food. Greenskins didn't need to eat, but having food was clearly better, as it significantly increased their stamina and allowed them to grow further. The entire ecosystem required no external nutrients to sustain the beastmen, ensuring they never lacked manpower or food resources no matter where they marched. By the second year, plant ovaries could start producing larger skug beasts. By the third year, snotlings began to be cultivated, which also took about 6 months to develop. Starting in the fourth year, they could cultivate proper green-skinned orcs. Overall, however, the number of green-skinned orcs cultivated was much less than the previous two species, the skug beasts and snotlings. Moreover, the development of the orc younglings in the ovaries took 3 to 5 years, depending on whether the environment was suitable. 3 to 5 years may seem lengthy, but it was an incredibly fast pace. Greenskins were born at an adult stage, no less than 1.80 meters to 1.90 meters in height, which were considered short and weak. These individuals were those bullied among the groups of orc younglings. Normally, they were well over 2 meters tall, with sturdy, robust bodies. Compared to humans who required both sexes to reproduce, occupied a mother for 10 months of pregnancy, and took more than a decade to reach adulthood, with only half being female, not necessarily the most suitable source for soldiers. As for the greenskins, without a distinction of sexes, a scattering resulted in vast swaths of land covered with green skin plants, birthed at an adult state, with a 3 to 5 year development period, emerging much stronger than an average human. In terms of the war potential brought by racial characteristics, green-skinned orcs utterly trounced humans. In the 4 major star sectors long dominated by the greenskins, they had developed a population of hundreds of billions in just a few decades. For humans, this would be unimaginable.
Moreover, green-skin technology was astonishing. The master technologists among them could even produce starships with just their hands and the brilliant ideas in their minds, which was utterly preposterous.
This was a race born for war. However, they also faced problems. Their belligerent blood made it impossible to contain the infighting among them. When a whole region was filled with green skin ecosystems and there was nothing else to fight, they would fight among themselves. They fought with brutal and bloody ferocity. Without a leader, tribes would engage in fierce fights with each other. Even when they were united under the banner of a leader, it would at best contain large-scale infighting, prompting the greenskins to strive towards the same war objective. But individual skirmishes could not be stopped. Greenskins did not live long and had no process of birth, aging, sickness, and death. They simply fought amongst themselves, each striving to emerge as a squad leader. Squad leaders would brawl with other squad leaders, producing platoon leaders, and so on. A green-skin youngster could either climb higher in this endless battle or die somewhere along the way. This also led to a situation where once an area became completely green-skin, their numbers would actually reach a certain limit. The carrying capacity of the land and nutrition, as well as internal strife among the greenskins, would curb their numbers, achieving a dynamic equilibrium. According to scholars in the star domain who studied greenskins, an alien species, the total number of greenskin life forms within the 4 star sectors, only counting the youngsters and pests, not the skug beasts, is estimated to be around 150 billion. Based on the usual ratio of 1 beastman to 10 pests, the number of proper beastmen could reach 15 billion. Before the Third Iron Teeth War, this number might have been only 300 or 400 billion. In 26 years, their numbers had surged 4 or 5 times, and they had all become warriors. After Titus rose to power, the expeditions that unfolded led to a fierce craze among the Iron Tooth orcs. In the wars, green-skin transport ships were constantly moving greenskins away from the 4 major star sectors without a moment's rest. The green-skin orcs were also scattered across various worlds along with the expedition. In this process, the total number of greenskins moved out of the 4 major star sectors might have already exceeded 70 billion. The total population of the Iron Tooth clan had definitely increased during the last 4 years of warfare, even as they were constantly involved in war and continuously losing people in the brutal battles. In the Eastern War Zone alone, Gu Hang was wiping them out by the billions. The greenskins' losses on other battlefields, especially the main frontal ones, were estimated to be immense. However, with vast living spaces freed up within their homelands in the 4 major star sectors, their population began to explode. After taking root on various planets, their populations also started to grow. Of course, the latter's contribution to growth was actually not that significant after only 4 years, but in their homelands, where ecosystems had long been established, the numbers of greenskins were rising fiercely. Yet in this process, due to overextension of their battle lines and the continuous transport ship movements without pause, the population of the green-skin homelands within the 4 star sectors was in a downtrend. But even more so, the emptiest area within the Iron Teeth Empire was its navy warships. Titus also faced immense pressures at the front lines. There was a high demand for ground troops and likewise, navy ships. The ships produced from the massive trash city within their homeland were almost immediately filled with greenskins and sent off to battlefields as soon as they were completed. Now, within the 4 star sectors, there were hardly any green-skinned ships to be seen. And this was indeed the case. When Gu Hang led a third of the Alliance fleet with a very cautious attitude into the Silver Pass star sector, the intense opposition he had expected did not occur. Hardly any green-skinned ships were sighted. There was even an unexpected gain, as they destroyed several green-skin transport ships. Moreover, on White Fog Star, they received information from the ground. There were still survivors from the expeditionary force of 4 years ago. Initially, when the Star Domain government mobilized forces to deal with the problem of the Iron Tooth clan, they conscripted 3 major fleets from within the Star Domain and numerous Star Realm armies, as well as a lot of personnel levied from across the Star Domain. A portion of the population conscripted through these levies was deployed to various worlds in the Golden Pass star sector to replenish lost wartime population and to serve as laborers. A considerable part was sent alongside the military to the then reclaimed human-controlled planets such as White Fog Star, Water Fog Star, Silver Pass 2, and Silver Pass 3. They established many ground fortresses and strongholds. The original plan of the Star Domain government was for these 4 planets to serve as bridgeheads for the offensive into green-skin territory. However, the Green Tide instigated by Titus demolished the Star Domain government's plan. Nonetheless, the fortresses and strongholds, along with the personnel and Star Realm army deployed on the ground, were solid investments. The war truly defied all expectations. The Northern Fleet was destroyed, and all personnel deployed to the 4 planets were lost contact with. The only choice was to hold their ground locally without space reinforcements or external supplies. This resistance lasted 4 years. During these 4 years, they were unable to receive any external messages. On the same planet, they could only hear daily about one fortress being breached, another settlement being massacred. The number of losses grew, as did the casualties. The green-skinned orcs were so eager to rush out to war that they didn't deploy many troops to these 4 planets. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for anyone to survive. Now, on these 4 planets, the smaller ones have an army of 1 to 2 million, and a population of 35 to 50 million. The most populated, White Fog star, has a population of 200 million and over 10 million human troops. It's worth mentioning that among these populations, a significant proportion are Corellia people. Before the Alliance took over, Corellia had to contribute 400 million people every 2 years as an alien population tax, many of whom naturally ended up here. Gu Heng gladly accepted these legacies left behind by the Star Domain government for the expeditionary force. He sent a proxy governor to each of the 4 planets and, as the supreme commander, took command of all the populations and armies there, integrating them into the Eastern War Zone. Following the template of the Treaty of 7 Horses, he carried out orbital bombings to destroy the Greenskins' core trash cities and ecosystems, then deployed Alliance troops to reinforce the fortresses and ramparts, and proactively started to clear out the Greenskins in large swaths. Taking about a week to tidy up these 4 planets a bit, Gu Heng continued to lead his fleet forward. Deeper in, there were truly no traces of human presence. But that also meant that Gu Heng could be more unrestrained. He didn't plan to deploy a single soldier to these planets completely occupied by greenskins. There was no need. These planets were completely hopeless for occupation, each with at least 2 billion greenskins, often many tens of billions or even over 100 billion. How could they be occupied? Even with the Alliance's power, or even the entire power of the Treaty of 7 Horses thrown onto the ground, they couldn't outlast the greenskins. What Gu Heng needed to do was to destroy the greenskins' war potential to the greatest extent possible. Population, industry, and resources. He would bomb every green-skin planet he came across. He didn't have time to have his fleet baptize an entire planet, and even if there was time, there weren't enough shells, all costing money. But he could find the largest trash city and ecosystem on the planet and then bomb them specifically. With the greenskins' ability to turn waste into treasure, a trash city wouldn't take long to rebuild after being bombed. And once those ecosystems were destroyed, the spores would spread and soon grow again. However, these all required time. The developing green skin plant ovules would take at least 3 to 5 years before they could start producing beastman offspring. And those massive trash cities, even capable of constructing starships, would take years to rebuild to their original size after being destroyed. For the green skins, these were all major losses. On top of this, the Alliance deployed 4 Skyburn torpedoes. These 4 Extinction Order weapons were deployed in places such as the Silver Pass Star Sector's 1000 Yuan Star and Silver Pass I, as well as the Iron Pass Star Sector's Xn 5 and Iron Pass V. Choosing these 4 planets because their environmental conditions are quite suitable for green skin growth, and it is estimated that there are indeed nearly 100 billion green skins on them. 4 Skyburn torpedoes later, the Iron Teeth greenskins lost over 3 billion of their population. Even on Xn 5, the Alliance observed the largest trash city on the planet, which contained a green skin ship nearing completion, similar in scale to a human battleship cruiser. This was a significant surprise and definitely needed to be eliminated. Gu Heng led a third of the Alliance fleet and caused mayhem for 3 months within the 4 major star sectors occupied by the green skin orcs. 4 Skyburn torpedoes destroyed the 4 most prosperous worlds of the green skins, killing over 30 billion of them, and annihilated one of their most important industrial core trash cities. For the green skins, this was an utterly heart-wrenching blow. And undoubtedly, Gu Heng's actions had a profoundly significant impact on the entire battlefield. The Golden Pass Star Sector and Jiaoshu Star District were controlled, which severed the green skins' direct southbound channels for troop and resource transportation. They were forced to take a long detour from the northernmost part of the star domain, extending the time by 2 to 3 times. Not to mention, during the human fleet's advance, many of the greenskins' transport ships were blasted apart. This pressure was immediately felt in the main war efforts on the front line. Originally, alongside the Fury Flame battle group, spanning several star sectors, a remarkable counterattack was fought on Eagle Cry star within the Snow Eagle star sector. The flames of war had been reignited on Upper Plateau star, and an unimaginable amount of resources were being fiercely contested to the death. Now, with their lair pillaged and rear support cut off, the frontline battlefields faced immense problems. On the main battlefield of the Snow Eagle star sector, the battles had become incredibly intense. The total forces committed by both sides exceeded 100 billion, with over 2,000 warships of various kinds chasing, pulling, and occasionally engaging in decisive skirmishes across several star systems. In such intense battlefields, ingenious and fanciful tactical maneuvers, or even what seemed to be a gloriously decisive victory or significant defeat, had little impact on the overall war situation. Last week, a great defeat incurred the loss of 70 million troops, but this week they could receive a reinforcement of 50 to 60 million and mount another large-scale campaign. Winning against the enemy also meant heavy losses. Both sides were competing in their endurance, seeing who couldn't bear the attrition, whose losses couldn't be replenished. All tactical objectives served this purpose. Unless they managed to annihilate both sides' flagships, kill the leaders of the war, or destroy over 1 billion enemy forces in one fell swoop, the outcome of a single battle certainly mattered, but not as significantly. And now, the reinforcements for the Greenskins suddenly stopped. Several campaigns in a row faced retreats due to the tardiness of reinforcements and supplies. Titus was of course aware of Saru's defeat and that his lair had been swept clean. To be honest, this was an outcome he had completely not foreseen. When he launched this earth-shattering WOG, his target was directly aimed at the most central and prosperous places within this star domain, the Yunluo sector and Steel Fire Dragonstar sector. These were his goals, and he never expected that the Eastern Front battlefields, which he had never taken seriously from the start, would cause such a big problem. He assumed that places like the Tianma star sector would be similar to the other regions of the Dragonhawk star domain. As long as he sent fleet ships everywhere, scattering green-skinned children would solve the issue. At first, things did unfold as he predicted. The Eagle Horse star sector, Mist Horse star district, like all the other invaded star sectors, put up little resistance and were turned upside down. Then, the so-called alliance struck him a heavy blow. His invasion-ready fleet was eradicated in one battle. During the Steel Wing star campaign, his top general, the Lone Tooth Ghost, died along with billions of green-skinned youngsters across various places on the Eastern Front. By then, he realized a powerful adversary had emerged on the Eastern Front. And he did not underestimate it. He sent his general, King Saru, giving him a fleet, troops, and a high level of authority. Saru even enjoyed a share of the resources levied from the green-skin lair. He made it clear to Saru that he didn't expect him to achieve any results on the Eastern Front but to just hold it and maintain a stalemate against the so-called alliance, Shrimp. Saru heeded his command and indeed met his goals. Even though Saru had bothered him frequently in recent years, cutting away many reinforcements, he tolerated it all as long as the Eastern Front remained stable. Saru held for 2.5 years, and the Eastern Front was safe and sound. Titus had already let his guard down, but unexpectedly, Saru made a move that turned the world upside down. Following the devastating defeat in the Tamir campaign, the Alliance army locked down the paths south from the Iron Tooth lair, forcing them to detour northward, which was already unbearable for Titus as all supplies slowed down. Then, when the Alliance broke into his lair, even that slow supply was gone. As one green-skin core world after another was destroyed, how was he to continue? Titus realized the overall situation had gone seriously awry. Without the need for the annoying canned shrimp to attack, he was already actively contracting his battle lines. But those canned shrimp seemed to have received some news, launching a full-scale offensive. One side intended to retreat defensively, the other seized the chance to pursue and expand their victory. Naturally, the result was the green-skin orcs' defense lines collapsing 1,000 miles at a time. In a state of emergency, Titus had no choice but to act. With no way to muster troops from his stronghold, he could only call upon forces from other planets that had been invaded over the past 4 years. It was definitely not a good choice. Most of those planets had not been fully occupied by the Greenskins and could not provide adequate support of all kinds. However, he had no other option. He must first safeguard the main force on the main battleground. Casimir Urso, of course, also learned about what was happening on the Eastern Front battlefields. In fact, after the victory at Tamir, Gu Hang changed his style of the past few years of limited contact with the Western Front, sending news of the victory immediately. 6 months ago, I sent an envoy to urge you to take the offensive, and you ignored me, even citing the Eastern Cosmos Domain Chair, Zhuo Zhaofeng, to pressure me. Now, you've launched a full offensive without even a signal? What exactly does the Alliance want to do? Urso, indignant, doubted the battle reports sent by the Alliance in truth. When hearing about the annihilation of 300 warships and several billion green skins, Urso could hardly believe it. Such a scale, if it occurred on their Western Front main battleground, would be a severe blow to the greenskins and would allow him to push the battle line far forward. The Eastern Front can achieve this? You have battleships? Then there's no problem? After the Battle of Tamir, Gu Hang continued to maintain this full communication with him. In fact, saying it's comprehensive is only in comparison to the previous 2 years. Gu Hang essentially only sent one-sided messages and had no intention of consulting with Urso, the Supreme Commander, about how to conduct the war. The Alliance would simply clarify to these allies what we have done, what we are doing, and what we're going to do. As for whether you coordinate with us, that's up to you to decide. The attitude of the Alliance actually irritated Urso. But he couldn't just let it out. Gu Hang ignored him, and after weighing his options, he realized he seemed to have no other choice. Besides seizing this opportunity to pursue the enemy actively, what else could he do? He privately harbored a thought. Let the Greenskins' main force retreat, follow behind them, and then watch the Alliance engage in a fierce battle with the Greenskins' main force, eager to see what Gu Hang's expression would look like then. But that was just wishful thinking. The Greenskins' former flagship had already been destroyed by the Fury Flame battle group. What remained was a beggar's version of a combat moon, whose real combat effectiveness was about the same as a battleship. The main force of the Greenskins' ground troops might be around several billion. If they retreated and fought with the Alliance might not necessarily lose. Especially since he received a notice from the Alliance, on Capital Star and Light Blessing Star, the inevitable paths of the Greenskins' retreat. The Alliance was fully committed to building a defense system, vigorously fortifying the planets. Those places, in later battles, would likely not be the Greenskins' home field. If the Alliance won or even fought to a draw, what would he do then? He had been ostentatiously aiding the Dragonhawk Star Domain, serving as the main force for 2.5 years, losing ships one by one, watching squads of brothers die, and the Iron-Tooth clan would end up being defeated by the Alliance? All glory attributed to the Alliance? Thinking of such a scenario, Urso just couldn't accept it. Now, no one could erase the Alliance's role in this war. Objectively, they did, indeed, make enormous contributions on the overall battlefield level. But in front of Urso, there still remained the greatest trophy of the entire Iron Teeth War. Titus himself. The Beastman chieftain leading the Greenskins' main force could not be allowed to escape. Capturing them and eliminating this chieftain would mean that the Iron-Tooth clan would become another medal in the history of the Fury Flame battle group. The value of this medal was high. After all, the annihilation of a large green skin nation, which had troubled a star domain for decades and possessed a combat moon, even a beggar's version, along with hundreds of billions in total number, by the Fury Flame battle group would count among the most boast-worthy achievements in the battle group's long history. Although the Alliance played a significant role in this war, at best, they were of secondary status, merely a small episode in the story behind their medal. From this perspective, he had to thank the Alliance. Without the immense advantage created by the Alliance on the Eastern Front, the Fury Flame battle group wouldn't know how long it would be entangled with the Iron-Tooth orcs in the Dragonhawk Star domain, nor how many sacrifices would have to be made. Now, they possessed an overwhelming advantage and could win in one decisive battle. And if they won, killing Titus, it would not only inscribe a glorious page in the history of the battle group but also fulfill their primary objective for participating in the Iron Teeth War: to expand the battle group's influence in the Eastern Cosmos domain through battle merits. Of course, all this was predicated on Titus's death becoming his crowning achievement. If the Alliance took that crown, then the Fury Flame battle group would be utterly foolish. Fortunately, the Alliance didn't seem to have any intentions in this regard. The Alliance's fleet had merely held their southernmost position at strategic points like Capital Star and Light Blessing Star, merely blocking the Greenskins' northern escape route with no desire to move south to join the main battlefield. Although Ji Hang didn't spell it out, his meaning was clear enough. If you want it, go get it yourself. I've already given you the greatest help I can. Urso decided to set aside some of his complaints about Ji Hang and focus on the battlefield. The relentless pursuit by the Fury Flame battle group indeed had a significant effect. After suffering several defeats, Titus dared not continue the fight and fled. Moreover, he couldn't dare to escape directly from the Snow Eagle sector to the Jiaoshu Star District. The Alliance fleet, guarding the capital star, would have blocked him. Though his main force was much larger than the Alliance's defending army in scale, he was not confident he could swiftly crush the capital star, which the Alliance had been fortifying for months. If he became mired in a protracted battle with the Alliance there and the Fury Flame battle group caught up to him, it would spell his doom. At the Eagle Cry Star, where the Snow Eagle, Jiaoshu, and Thunder Dragon sectors intersected, Titus only hesitated briefly before making a decision. He fled towards the Thunder Dragon sector. Here, the human armies hadn't yet made a large-scale incursion. The main force of the sect of mechanics, countering from the Steelfire Dragon Star sector, had just conquered the Dragon Biter sector and had not had the chance to block his northern escape route. Using the Thunder Dragon sector as a stepping stone, with just 2 jumps, he could reach the Thunder Element sector. There, he once again faced a choice. He could head southeast through the Five Fingers Star to slip into the Jiaoshu Star District and then further flee north into the Kuala sector, which would bring him back to his lair. But that was risky. Although Five Fingers Star wasn't fortified by the Alliance like Capital Star, it was still closer to the main Alliance forces. The Alliance had ample time to deploy forces and assemble troops to cut him off before he could return to the Kuala sector. His pursuers at his heels were no longer just the Fury Flame battle group. The Mingyang sect's protection army had also caught up. The mechanical arc of the oil heads had been destroyed by the Green Skins, and Foundry World's Jindy Star had faced invasion by the Green Skins. They harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Iron-Tooth Beastmen. Another option was to continue fleeing north from the Thunder Element sector to the Barbarian Dance sector. From there, he could directly enter the Zhongmeiyu sector. The Barbarian Dance sector had not yet seen human conflict, and of the 4 main sectors of the Iron Tooth clan, the Zhongmeiyu sector was the only one the Alliance had not yet swept through. Both the training of troops and the Green Skins industry were well maintained there. There, he had the best chance of making a comeback. 2 plans. One high risk but a fast return, the other a safe but long diversion. What to choose? Before he could decide, something that should have been anticipated, but that he absolutely did not want to see, happened. Rebellion. 4K. Additionally, I need to explain that I hadn't originally planned to write the setting in the previous chapter, but some comrades mentioned earlier that they wanted to know the specifics of the Green Skins' ecology and growth and expressed confusion about the scale and potential of the Iron Tooth. So I thought of adding some detail, and yet I continue to be criticized. I'll try to write less about settings in the future, and when the plot necessarily relates to such details, I'll keep it as concise as possible. Titus encountered his first deadly problem, and it was not human pursuit but an internal rebellion. Actually, calling it a rebellion isn't quite accurate. In Green Skin culture, there isn't much concept of betrayal. They have always abided by the notion that the strong rule over the weak, and the weak must step down. Titus was no different. For the Iron Tooth clan, he was certainly a heaven-sent warrior. With a gun, a hand cannon, and a battle axe, he killed his original leader, then the warlord who ruled over them, and took over as leader. He then unified his own planet, later boarded a starship, and unified the entire Iron Tooth clan. He was also one of the few rationalists among the Green Skins. After unification, he managed to suppress unrest and farmed quietly in his old lair for several years, making the brutal infighting somewhat milder, amassing elite trusted aides. Those heavily armored, Kan-to-Kan fighting chiefs guards. Moreover, he accumulated many Greenskins mechas, even titans that could rival those of Yunluo's shrimps. Not to mention the fleet. His original plan was to keep accumulating for a few more years, but the humans' proactive attack 4 years ago still troubled his plans. Green Skin Society is like a powder keg, sitting on which he managed to suppress the inherent brutality with great difficulty, something many Beastman leaders could not achieve. But the human strike lit the powder keg. Unable to suppress it any longer, there was no need to keep suppressing. He led his troops to counterattack the human offensive and launched a full-scale assault. Victory, victory, victory! A grand wog ignited the passion of the entire Iron Tooth clan, pushing his prestige to its peak. However, the prestige gained from the war could also be lost due to the war. Green-skinned thinkers are quite straightforward. They do not entertain notions of loyalty or betrayal. You say you're strong, you show it by overthrowing the current leader, then you'll be the leader. And if you can lead us in a fight and win, then you are a good leader, and we will follow you. But if you start losing, don't blame the greenskins for having second thoughts. In the past 2 or 3 years, after the arrival of the Fury Flame battle group, this was the situation. The aggressive momentum of victory was halted. Of course, during that phase, it was still manageable. Although the front lines couldn't advance further, the declared target of the Wog by the Grand Chieftain was in sight. Jindi's star and Yunluo's star, where they fought, were not too far either. Moreover, there was always intense, interesting combats to be had with those shrimps, with wins and losses going back and forth. However, in recent months, the situation took a drastic downturn. Losing a battle, retreating, then losing another battle, retreating again. Losing 1, 2, 3 battles. Okay, no problem, as Mr. Mao taught us, to be both ruthless and cunning. Temporary defeat can be seen as a strategic necessity, a cunning ploy to lure the enemy into a trap for a greater victory. But continuous losses are unacceptable. Moreover, Titus was not only losing, but also constantly retreating. This is the most despised behavior in the nature of green-skinned orcs. No matter how much broad and deep vision you have, how much patience you must exhibit for the greater good, if you keep retreating and fail to deliver timely victories to prove these are cunning rather than cowardly acts, then don't blame the plummeting prestige. As prestige fell, other issues naturally followed. The first was the challenger. Hoisting the warhammer, Titus looked emotionlessly at the subordinate in front of him, battered and tattered. This was the third challenger he had killed in the past 2 days. Each was an important lieutenant he had relied on, holding titles of general or great king. In the past 2 days, they had all stepped forward to challenge him one by one. Titus granted them this honor and personally bestowed death upon them. However, the matter did not end there. 3 challengers can still be said to have followed the rules by engaging Titus in public duels. But how could the power struggles among the greenskins all follow the rules? As he killed the second challenger and faced the third, a rebellion erupted on the battle moon where he was stationed. 2 chiefs, along with their trusted aides, incited quite a large number of youngsters to attack the area where Titus was located. The number of incited Beastman youngsters accounted for about half of the entire battle moon. The trusted aides loyal to Titus engaged in a fight to the death with these rebels, or rather, power contenders. Titus too joined the battle personally. He felt weakened. 3 consecutive challenges, and those daring to directly challenge him were, of course, the 3 most formidable chiefs in the Iron Tooth clan besides himself. Although he won every fight, that did not mean it came without a cost. He was injured and had expended a great deal of energy. While this battle to suppress the rebellion was still unresolved, everyone suddenly felt the battle moon where they were violently shaking. It was the green-skinned overlords and kings outside starting their challenges, in their own manner. To kill Titus in a one-on-one duel was to usurp his position. To lead an army to kill Titus was also to usurp his position. To bring a fleet to destroy Titus's chariot, that is, this combat moon, would also allow for usurpation of his place. In such moments, the infighting of the Iron Tooth clan erupted in the most disorderly fashion. And in the end, Titus did not die, but it was impossible for him to continue sitting in the position of a great chieftain. Under his leadership, 1/3 of the entire Iron Tooth clan's main battle group and fleet were destroyed in this battle, and his combat moon was ruined as well. The internal rebellion combined with external bombardments had turned this supreme war machine into junk. Titus, too, had boarded a spaceship at the last moment to flee to another vessel that remained loyal to him, narrowly escaping burial with the combat moon. 1/3, under the leadership of a renowned orc warlord, headed south for a decisive battle to the death with the pursuing Fury Flame battle group. This King Muru now claimed to be the new chieftain of the Iron Tooth clan, and he garnered massive support because he vowed to lead the greenskins no longer to flee. He declared that he had Mr. Mao's blessing, and that they were fated to triumph in this battle. Of course, this was impossible. Titus knew that Muru's pandering to the Greenskins' belligerent and bloodthirsty nature would only lead this elite force of the Iron Tooth clan to extinction. They could not possibly triumph without supplies or reinforcements. But this was for the best. In fact, Muru's actions served as the role of his rearguard. No matter how inept or lacking in combat prowess, they were still one-third of the Green-Skin main force. With such strength, they could definitely hold back the Fury Flame battle group and the oilheads of the sect of mechanics for a considerable time. And he could take this opportunity to escape back to the Zhongmeiyu sector. He still commanded one-third of the Greenskins' main force. Of the 4-star sectors that comprised the Iron Tooth's home base, the Zhongmeiyu remained untouched and unscathed. Upon returning there, he would properly manage the entire star sector, suppressing internal unrest on the one hand and fortifying every planet on the other. He anticipated that once humanity had claimed victories on all fronts and was free to focus, they would surely press their advantage and seek to exterminate them. By that time, he would be in Zhongmeiyu, taking full advantage of home territory, to drag those shrimps into the mire of war, and seek development amidst the conflict. He still had the chance for a comeback. The first half of the story progressed just as he had envisioned. The one-third Green-Skin main force, their morale boosted by King Muru, engaged in fierce battle with the human army in the Leilong and Thunder Element sectors. The intensity of the battle was exceptional. Though their forces were smaller, Muru's stance was to attack on all fronts, leaving no room for retreat. The combat power that erupted from them was quite terrifying. The human pursuit forces were caught off guard, and the 2 squads of the Fury Flame battle group that were in hottest pursuit were even wiped out. Urso, the battle group leader of Fury Flame, was quite enraged. Being bitten back by a duck that was thought to be cooked was surely aggravating. He embarked on the battle group fleet's flagship, a combat shuttle equivalent to a battleship class, to personally join the battle. The normal intensity of the battle was high, but it ended quickly. King Muru suffered defeat at sea, his fleet nearly eradicated. The planet where he resided was also subjected to an invasion by the Fury Flame battle group led by Casimir Urso himself. In this ground-decisive battle, the numerous and well-equipped Green-Skins were mercilessly annihilated, having entirely lost orbital control. Muru himself was also beheaded by Urso, but Urso still was not happy. He wanted the head of Titus, not Muru. This fellow claimed to be a great chieftain, but the state of the Green-Skin leaders had been largely figured out by humans over the past few years. Urso knew that although this fellow's status was not low, he was actually just a warlord, a king. He originally thought that the Green-Skins turning to fight desperately against him was a last stand by the great chieftain Titus, but it turned out not to be the case. Combining the received information about the internal strife within the Green-Skins, Jiyu Hang had almost confirmed Titus had fled. Furthermore, even with the speed at which Urso had been annihilating this group of Green-Skins, due to King Muru's obstruction, it still took 2 months. During these 2 months, the distance between the 2 sides had suddenly widened significantly. Perhaps Titus had already retreated to his lair. This speculation was very likely true, which only infuriated Urso even more. The Iron Tooth chieftain fleeing back to the Iron Tooth nest, this bunch of Green-Skins still having a part of their fleet remaining, with the full control of the planetary ground orbits for support, and possibly billions of Green-Skin armies on those planets. No longer in an expedition status, the Green-Skins would no longer be restricted by supply and reinforcement, allowing their war potential to be fully unleashed. Conversely, it was the humans that had become the expeditionary force. Though the main battlefield of the entire star domain had been won, the Green-Skin invasion on over 100 planets was yet to end. The number of Green-Skins on these planets varied, but given their nature, they were like incurable diseases on the planets, like ringworm, and only through prolonged combat and management could they be completely rid of the Green-Skin threat. As a result, the newly reclaimed planets could provide very limited support to the human expeditionary force. Even worse, in some places, Urso might even have to invest troops to help them resolve issues. Under these circumstances, Urso could imagine that hunting down the Iron Tooth clan one planet at a time and capturing the chieftain, Titus, to execute him would become incredibly difficult. Not that it couldn't be done, but it would take a very long time, cost a hefty price, and require a lot of blood and money to achieve the goal. But could he just not do it? After the Fury Flame battle group had already shed so much blood, was he supposed to release his grip now? Then, all the costs previously incurred would truly become sunk costs. Annoying. Infuriating. That was Urso's mood now. Having missed the best opportunity to annihilate Titus during the chase, he was infuriated. Endless troubles afterward made his scalp tingle. However, at this time, a communication request from Gu Hang came through. This was normal. Since the end of the Tamir campaign, the Alliance had changed its previous style and began communicating frequently with him. Although still not obedient, there was some unspoken understanding. The best example was that the Alliance had diligently blocked the Greenskins' southward reinforcements from reaching their nest and set fierce fires in the Greenskin lair, destroying their war potential and leading to their full retreat. This allowed Urso and the sect of mechanics to expand their victorious results through a rout, achieving a decisive victory on the front. Secondly, during the Fury Flame battle group's pursuit of the Greenskins, the Alliance also blocked multiple northern escape routes of the Greenskins, forcing the Greenskin legions to escape along the Thunder Dragon, through the Thunder Element sector, creating a major detour and providing ample chasing space for the Fury Flame battle group and Mingyang sect. Because of this, in recent exchanges, Urso had been a bit more polite. Just a bit. He still complained about the Alliance every time, demanding they release the detained Fury Flame battle group contingent and threatened the Alliance, accusing them of disloyalty. At best, he was just a little gentler in word choice. But today was a bit different. The one making this call wasn't the diplomat who had been communicating with Urso all this time but the Alliance's highest leader, Gu Hang. Not being able to talk directly to Gu Hang had always been an annoyance to Urso. On top of that, with the war going unfavorably and Titus having escaped, Urso was in a very bad mood. Today he wouldn't give any face. "Mr. Governor, is that you? You coward. Have you decided not to hide and suckle milk today and dare to speak to me directly?" Faced with this direct and malicious comment, Gu Hang showed no intention of stooping to his level. Instead, he revealed a smile and delivered a piece of news to Urso. "We have already killed Titus. Would you like to see his corpse?" The atmosphere between Urso and Gu Hang suddenly fell silent after this statement. After a few seconds, or perhaps a few minutes, Urso spoke up. "What did you say?" After he spoke, he felt that his question was rather lame. No one would joke about such matters or spread false information. And indeed, it was highly possible. The main forces of the Alliance were already stirring troubles in the Greenskins' den. It was understandable that Titus headed toward the Iron Tooth lair and got blocked by the Alliance. Yet, he couldn't help but seek confirmation. At the same time, he felt a great sense of absurdity rising within him. If Titus had died at the hands of the Alliance, then what were the gains of the Fury Flame battle group's years of struggle? Previously, no matter how much noise the Alliance made on the Eastern Front, it was still a side battle. The main battlefield was here, with the Beastman leader, the great chieftain Titus, right before him. According to the centuries-old history of the Empire's battles against the Greenskins, everyone knew that the leader of the Beastmen was the crucial element in a war against them. Only by eliminating the supreme leader of the Beastmen could a war be declared victorious. As long as Fury Flame killed Titus, the major credit for the Iron Teeth War would undoubtedly belong to them. Any other contributions would at best be secondary, merely aiding the main battlefield without overshadowing it. But now, this great achievement had been snatched away by the Alliance. The narrative would immediately change. The Alliance would no longer be just a supporting role. Overall, it was the Fury Flame battle group that held back the main forces of the Greenskins at the front, while the Alliance struck directly from the side, significantly destroying the war potential of the Iron Tooth clan, forced Titus to retreat, causing internal chaos among the Greenskins, and during the encirclement, annihilated a significant part of the Greenskins' main forces and killed the Beastman chieftain Titus, achieving victory in the war. In this version of the story, the Alliance was clearly not a side character. On the contrary, the Fury Flame battle group was the supporting role. Their role was to distract the Greenskins at the front, creating an opportunity for the true heroes, the main characters, to strike directly at the target and intercept the Beastman leader. Yes, golden leaves to the golden medal, the perfect supporting role. But that wasn't acceptable to Urso. The Fury Flame battle group was not an ordinary battle group. The logic of normal interstellar warrior battle groups fighting wars was actually quite simple. They possessed their own mother planet, whose outputs all belonged to them. In return, the Empire would receive the interstellar warriors' compliance with Imperial conscription. However, direct orders from the Empire were rare, and interstellar warriors could even refuse to act, though they usually didn't. More often, battle groups responded to distress signals from a planet, deploying a company or sometimes less than a company, depending on the trouble encountered on the planet. They could also ignore these distress signals. From these perspectives, the independence of interstellar warriors was very strong. Of course, most interstellar warriors would not ignore a distress call or refuse an imperial order. Such was their honor. The Fury Flame battle group came to fight in the Dragonhawk star domain following this protocol. But the difference lay in that ordinary battle groups, upon achieving honor, were content. From this perspective, being a supporting character, though regrettable, was usually not a deal-breaker for ordinary battle groups. But not for the Fury Flame battle group. What they valued more was the real significance behind the honor. If it were only as simple as being a supporting character, but the key point was, they paid such a high price to spread their fame through victory in the war, thereby indirectly exerting influence over the Dragonhawk star domain, and developing this star domain as part of the outskirts of the Iron Fury Stone sphere of influence. Now, after they had already paid a heavy price, the gain they sought was intercepted by Ji Hang. Even Urso, with his hundreds of years of life experience as a battle group leader, struggled to remain composed. He tried to breathe deeply, but still couldn't suppress the annoyance in his heart. Fine, very well, Mr. Gu has done a great job. However, the war isn't over yet and our Fury Flame battle group will remain in the Dragonhawk star domain for a while. There will be time to come. With that, Urso ended the communication. The last statement from Urso was clearly a threat. But Ji Hang wasn't concerned. The death of Titus by his hand was not something he actively sought. However, he similarly realized that he couldn't allow Titus to escape alive back to the green skin lair, or else the subsequent extermination operations would become extremely challenging. The rallying power of a Beastman chieftain was formidable. If he returned alive, it meant that during the Alliance's operation to wipe out the 4 major green skin star sectors, they would face a unified and coordinated green skin realm. Then, even if the Alliance could complete the extermination operation, the cost would be significantly different. Thus, after learning about the internal chaos among the green skins, Ji Hang immediately deduced that the Iron Tooth chieftain's intention was to detour back to the Zhongmeiyu sector. He led the main part of the fleet in advance to that sector, catching Titus' returning fleet squarely. The returning Titus, with 1/3 of the Greenskins' main force, was still no small scale. However, under the sudden assault, Ji Hang let all other fleets go, but he wouldn't let go of the green-skinned flagship that Titus himself was on. Titus, realizing he couldn't escape the pursuit and had no chance of winning in the star battle, wanted to land on the surface of the nearest planet and make one last stand. But even this plan was seen through by Ji Hang. His warship, with its void shield torn apart by psychic power, became the target of the Firebath Nova and several human cruisers, which fired upon it together. Titus' current ride was no longer the green-skinned battleship it once was. That one had been blasted apart by the Fury Flame battle group. Nor was it the Fighting Moon, which was destroyed in the green-skinned civil war. What he now rode was merely a regular green-skinned cruiser, utterly incapable of withstanding such an attack. After his warship was destroyed, Ji Hang made sure of his death by sending people to search his ship's shattered remnants for his body. This was quite a stroke of luck. Even with a Beastman chieftain's strong physique, surviving the destruction of his ship was impossible. Whether there was a whole body left depended entirely on the specifics of the situation. But Ji Hang was fortunate. The Phoenixes, combing through the many pieces of wreckage drifting in space, actually found his body. He was critically injured by an exploding steel beam that had pierced through his chest. There were signs that he struggled to break and pull out the steel beam to survive. There was even evidence of wound healing in his pierced chest due to his strong physique. However, because the life support system was destroyed, the extreme cold of space meant his damaged war armor could not sustain his life. But even with the severe injuries and direct exposure to space, he managed to survive for at least 39 hours. When the Phoenixes found him, he was still alive and moving. Such a dangerous individual, after consulting Ji Hang, was executed immediately to prevent any future threats, with only the body to be brought back. With the assistance of a warband apothecary, Titus' body was made into a specimen. Then came Ji Hang's interstellar call with Urso. At first, Jiyu Hang had considered whether to completely fall out with Urso and the Fury Flame battle group. He even thought about whether he could use Titus' body to negotiate some benefits. But Urso's initial attitude was a bit too much. Jiyu Hang was mature, but when it was time to settle a score, he wouldn't shrink back. Besides, would selling Titus' body really ease the relationship between the two parties? After careful analysis of the big picture, Jiyu Hang believed it was impossible. Any easing would be only temporary. There existed fundamental, irreconcilable differences between the two sides. Would Jiyu Hang, after the end of the Iron Teeth War, retreat back to the Tianma star sector with full honors, content with the current 9-planet structure of the alliance, and abandon the political framework brought by the Seven-Horse Treaty, abolishing it? Clearly not. The alliance had already demonstrated its strength, and it would be impossible for him to quietly make a fortune going forward. He must expand the alliance's base, from the Tianma star sector to at least the Seven-Horse territory. At the same time, he had to adopt political unions for shared defense and economic alliances as strategies to bring many star systems into the alliance's fold. Only then would he live up to this opportunity. To acquire so much territory, a number of conditions were required. Military and economic strength were the basics. Jiyu Hang must have the capacity to stabilize these planets and restore their economies. At the same time, great prestige and political legitimacy were absolutely essential. Relying solely on the so-called interstellar political body, that is, the license of the alliance, would definitely not be adequate for such a vast area. Although there was no limit to the number of governors that could join his alliance, in reality, if he added hundreds of worlds all at once, it would certainly cause a massive upheaval. The impact of this would be monumental, not just regionally, but also drawing the attention of the Central Empire's political arena. Galaraldo couldn't cope with that. Jiyu Hang had to gain this legitimacy from other areas. The most direct route was to seek the position of the Dragonhawk Star Domain leader. With the identity of the first leader of the Star Domain government, the alliance's strength could be turned into legitimate political influence, securing his position more than anyone else's. At the same time, the identity of the Star Domain head would also shelter the alliance from the elements, allowing the alliance to develop with ease across the entire Star Domain. A secondary plan, if he could not become the Star Domain leader, was to make the Star Domain leader one of his own. That could achieve a similar effect, though there would be some hidden dangers and problems. Even worse, if the Star Domain leader stood against Jiyu Hang, then his only option would be to resort to standard interstellar trade, military exchange, and political alliances. That wasn't necessarily bad. Who says a few planets can't help each other out? But once the scale of operations increased without a legitimate political title, it was very easy to trip over and run into trouble. Jiyu Hang did not want to end up in the third situation. He could only strive for the first two. This brought an irreconcilable contradiction with the Fury Flame battle group. The so-called Iron Fury Stone referred to the political entity led by the Iron Armor battle group, along with two staunch allies, the Fury Flame battle group and the Bedrock Shield warband, radiating from the Princess Star Domain to several surrounding star domains. They could almost be considered a separatist force within the Empire, much more so than Jiyu Hang's alliance. Although the three battle groups had made some disguises, it was clear to the discerning eye that their numbers and grade were far beyond the stipulations of the Star Warrior Codex. Generally speaking, it was normal for a battle group to exceed the limits slightly, or to behave differently than the regulations. After all, they held special identities, and each had a different cultural and historical heritage. As long as they were loyal to the Empire would typically turn a blind eye. But when you multiply the scale by 10 or 20 times, what do you still call a battle group? You might as well just return to the era of legions. Moreover, it wasn't just the interstellar warriors who were breaking the rules. The imperial tax in the Princess Star Domain was now pretty much whatever they felt like paying. Paying a bit of imperial tax was giving face. When not giving face, the void insect species had been invading fiercely recently, spending a lot, so come and pay me back, Empire. Not approved? Then the star domains next door felt sorry for us and donated. Please exempt them from the imperial tax, Empire. Not possible. I'd like to see who comes to collect it. This was the current attitude of the husband of the princesses, the tyrant of the web, the steadfast shield of the Void's Eye, Iron Legion Commander Li Guoxi. It was much more overbearing than the alliance, which had never fallen behind on imperial tax to date. Every account of imperial tax collected recently, how much money was collected, where it was spent, what battles were won, it was all clear and transparent. Later on, after the war, Gu Hang also had no intention of refusing to pay imperial tax, at most. Just pay it flexibly. In Gu Hang's view, not just his, but many high-ranking officials in the Central Empire, Iron Fury Stone had become a de facto separatist regime and was brazen about it. Galleraldo had once discussed this matter with Gu Hang. From this perspective, the Fury Flame battlegroup's arrival in the Dragonhawk star domain meant they were on a mission to expand territory. What should Gu Hang do? Bow down and submit, from now on, be Iron Fury Stone's lapdog like many of the Imperial forces in the Princess Star Domain and the surrounding star domains? Of course not. Political conflict was inevitable. Gu Hang thus abandoned any hope of appeasement. Relying on this war achievement, the strength of the alliance, and upper echelon relationships, Gu Hang had the chance to fight for what he wanted. Moreover, Gu Hang planned to find shared interests for supporting the alliance with certain people in the Central Empire's upper echelons. If Iron Fury Stone wanted to take over the Dragonhawk star domain, they would first have to contend with me, Gu Hang. After the brief conversation between Gu Hang and Urso had ended, the two largest military and political forces within the Dragonhawk star domain had ceased any high-level communication. This was a dangerous situation. It was such an obvious situation that anyone in the Dragonhawk star domain who was even slightly in the know could sense an unusual scent in the air, causing countless people to worry and even tremble with fear. The Iron Tooth clan had just been defeated on a grand scale, and countless worlds were still engulfed in the flames of war. The war had not yet ended. And now, the two greatest war heroes were turning against each other, ready to draw their swords? How could this not make people shiver with fear? However, although there were irreconcilable core contradictions between the Alliance and the Fury Flame battle group, and their relationship was poor, they actually had no intention of fighting each other directly, at least not imminently. Both parties, after all, were part of the Empire. No matter how much they despised each other, wishing death upon the other, employing ruthless underground tactics, and sparing no insult in their words, they could not truly face each other with knives and guns on the battlefield. If it came to that, there was a very clear term for it: civil war. And once a civil war broke out, the nature of the conflict would immediately become exceedingly foul, something the central government of the Empire absolutely could not tolerate. It was beyond the bottom line. The likelihood of the two sides going to war directly wasn't actually that high. Gu Hang had no intention of firing the first shot. The high political risk forced him to proceed with caution. Urso, on the other side, likely felt roughly the same way. However, no one could completely guarantee that accidents wouldn't happen. The crux of the issue was that the probability of the armies from both sides encountering each other was still quite high. Titus had been killed, and the main force of the Greenskins had been almost entirely annihilated, according to the latest report provided to Gu Hang by the Intelligence Department of the Alliance. They believed that there were still around 20 billion Greenskins within the entire Dragonhawk star domain, apart from the 4 star sectors completely occupied by the Greenskins. This was an estimated data, the specifics of which no one could currently clarify. But the Alliance's Intelligence Department believed this data to be quite reliable, without orders of magnitude deviation from the actual situation. These Greenskins, scattered across various worlds throughout the star domain, were more numerous in some places and less so in others. Yet, most of these worlds invaded by the Greenskins had not fully escaped their influence. On some poorer planets, the human population might total just a few hundred million, with underdeveloped productivity, not to mention wealth or power. On such planets, a few million Greenskins posed a problem beyond their capability to resolve. And on some more powerful worlds, facing hundreds of millions, or even billions of Greenskins also caused significant headaches. These planets, relying solely on their own strength, found it hard to resist the crisis brought by these Greenskins. At this time, external assistance was needed. There were 3 factions currently capable of addressing this in the entire star domain: the Alliance, the Fury Flame Battle Group, and the Mingyang sect of the Sect of Mechanics. The Mingyang sect could be set aside for now. Among the 3, the Mingyang sect was the weakest. Their core territories were damaged in the war, and their losses were substantial throughout the conflict. Also, the sect of mechanics generally chose not to get involved in such matters and were not keen on expanding their territory. These oilheads, sticking to their small portion of land on the foundry world, engaged in scientific research, faith, and production. The manpower and resources they needed could always be acquired from the outside world through trade. No one would refuse or reject the foundry world as a partner. Their involvement in this massacre against the Greenskins was purely because the Greenskins threatened their existence, coupled with hatred. In actual operations, the Mingyang sect focused mainly on cleaning up in the Steel Fire Dragon Star sector where Jindi Star was located, as well as in the Tamer sector and Dragon Pass sector, which hosted several important resource sites for the Mingyang sect. In other places, they lacked the strength and interest to compete. Of course, no one would provoke them either. The protection army of the Mingyang sect had once briefly been part of the Allied forces, under the command of the Flame Battalion Commander Urso. But after the war had ended, the sages of the Mingyang sect took back military command and went their separate ways. As far as Urso was concerned, although he would have liked to attach the Mingyang sect to his chariot, an important part. This was certainly a war waged against external forces, and in fact, the dispersion of 20 billion green skins across various planets into dozens of battlefields meant that both parties had to dedicate troops to multiple fronts. For either side, this was a considerable pressure. Dividing troops so widely was not guaranteed to be foolproof. In the midst of battle, a surge from the Greenskins could result in significant losses, a fact that had occurred in the operations of both sides. However, overall, those Greenskins, now virtually unable to traverse the cosmos and isolated on their respective planets, were no longer a major concern. It was the Alliance and the Flame battle group that posed significant trouble to each other. Both parties' actions were reminiscent of a rush to claim territory after the war. And during this process, it was inevitable that they would encounter each other. Ships from both sides arriving simultaneously in a star system, both commencing troop deployments to a world. Such scenarios were quite common. Under a mutual, tense attitude, coupled with direct competition, it wouldn't be impossible for an accidental discharge to occur. Jiu Hang had no desire to fire the first shot, let alone provoke a civil war with Flame. Winning wasn't the issue, but should a war break out, then his sector would become the Empire's headline news. Jiu Hang did not wish for things to escalate to that level. He estimated that the Flame battle group were likely in a similar boat. Did the Iron Fury Stone not realize that their independent rule in the Princess Star domain was a thorn in the side of the Central Empire? Unless they had prepared for some indiscernible contingency, they too would not want to stir up major news within the Dragonhawk Star domain. But Jiu Hang never placed his safety on the rationality of others. What if Casimir Urso went mad? What if the troops below acted independently? He always retained a flexible force at hand so that, in the event of a worst-case scenario, he could respond swiftly. His spread-out forces for claiming territory would not prevent him from assembling enough strength to avoid being defeated piece by piece. Fortunately, an accidental firing hadn't truly occurred. Generally, when either the Alliance or the Flame battle group entered a star system and discovered the other side well established, after an assessment, they would withdraw. There was no point in assisting the enemy by complementing their efforts. And if the enemy's establishment was subpar, the other side would immediately intervene, deploying ground forces to thrash the Greenskins anyway and vying to gain the support of the local planetary government. In that sense, it almost seemed like friendly competition. But in reality, underhanded sabotage was not in short supply. If they couldn't be direct rivals, why not fire from the shadows? That would stop short of erroneous bombings, for if they started, the enemy might just bomb back, escalating to a deadly exchange. It was a slippery slope that couldn't be fallen into. But what could be said about using the Greenskins to one's advantage? It was perfectly fine to stand back during an ally's hardships like an immovable mountain, or to lead the Greenskins on a chase and then suddenly withdraw. To willingly cede a flank on the battlefield, allowing the Greenskins an opportunity to ambush the enemy's rear. Similar strategies were endless. In this way, both parties engaged in countless cunning competitions across many star sectors and worlds. In this matter, both sides had their strengths and weaknesses. The Flame battle group's advantage lay in their control over the star domain government. This was the source of the greatest political legitimacy. The star sector governments listened to the star domain government, and in turn, The planetary governments listened to the star sector governments. Wasn't that how it should be? But the disadvantage was also here. The Flame battle group's control over the star domain government was not absolute. For Tan Jui and those from the Dragonhawk star domain government, being under the Flame battle group's control was a reluctant predicament with no alternative. What they hoped for, of course, was that the Flame battle group would act like any typical interstellar warrior battle group. Come to help fight, and after the battle's end, depart with honors. In such cases, local governments were usually generous in awarding honors to these assisting Emperor Angels. Medals were freely given, and praises to the Empire were profusely sung. Even if tangible benefits were sought, that was also acceptable. After helping us fight, recruiting soldiers within the star domain, requesting supplies, or desiring various types of materials could all be amply satisfied. But the Flame battle group's apparent intention not to leave indeed caused displeasure. And moreover, they had even directly intervened in the affairs of the star domain.
Could the Dragonhawk government be pleased with this?
Clearly, they could not, but they were powerless to act. The military power lay with the Flame battle group, with their command system forming a faction of its own, leaving no room for others to intervene. They could only dutifully serve as logistics officers, and even then, they were under the supervision of the Flame battle group. Inefficient work was penalized, and several high-ranking officials of the star domain had already been made examples of. Furthermore, there was another matter that greatly worried the star domain government. From this perspective, the introduction of the Flame battle group was an unavoidable measure. What would happen if the Flame battle group truly decided to withdraw immediately? Compared to the present alliance, and the star domain government that had already exhausted all its force, who would eventually call the shots in the Dragonhawk star domain? Of course, on this matter, the internal factions within the Dragonhawk government were also divided. Some believed that matters within the star domain should be resolved internally, and that the Flame battle group and their Iron Fury Stone were not to be trifled with. Others believed that no matter what, the interstellar warriors from the Flame battle group, who had no roots in Dragonhawk, would eventually leave one day. However, the alliance was here to stay, unchallenged, and thus the power of the Flame battle group was essential. Both factions were vocal, and neither was insignificant. Tan Jui, as the leader of the star domain government, seemed to be leaning toward the latter. Casimir Urso had visited him more than once, and perhaps they had reached some confidential agreements in private. This was why, for the most part, the star domain government was cooperating with the Flame battle group's operations, providing a veneer of legitimacy to many of the group's actions, which made overcoming certain obstacles much easier. However, those within the government who were dragging their feet were making the Flame battle group's operations less smooth. On the other hand, the situation was largely the opposite for the Alliance. The Alliance's military operations were more swift. Both sides had interstellar warriors, but the Alliance's mortal troops were clearly more elite and battle-hardened compared to those under the Flame battle group's control. Interstellar warriors were ultimately limited, and many battlefronts relied on mortal troops. In military performance, the Flame battle group indeed fell short compared to the Alliance. The Alliance was more efficient at pummeling the green skins than Flame. Moreover, the Alliance consistently produced quite attractive economic cooperation plans, something the Flame battle group simply couldn't match. The star domain government had been practically bled dry by the war and couldn't sustain such support. Jindistar, which had been once relied upon by the star domain government, was still licking its wounds. And the oilheads, preferring neutrality, provided very little support. They could not afford the price offered by the Alliance. If it weren't for the rulers of many planets harboring doubts about the Alliance's system, worried about their own authority being undermined, perhaps more planets would have already sided with the Alliance. But the Alliance was making some changes too. Did anyone think it was easy to join the Alliance? Not everyone wishing to join had the opportunity. At best, these planets could be developed into peripheral forces, and economic aid required something in exchange. Ports, resources, manpower, orders, markets. Nothing was given for free. This was a process of mutual benefit. The Alliance didn't seek domination. These strategies alleviated some of the planet's suspicions, and coupled with the Alliance's military strength, and the driving away of Flame's influence, they ultimately chose to side with the Alliance. Overall, both parties were staking their claims, each with its own gains and losses. A series of strategic and cunning battles were still ongoing. And Ji Hang, aside from focusing on these larger issues, was also troubled by another matter. He now had tens of millions of grace points at hand. What should he do with them? Securing new territories was a matter of general direction for Ji Hang, but he did not meddle too much with the specific strategies and execution. Spread across dozens of planets as battlefields, the situation was changing every day, and it was impossible for him to handle it all by himself. His powerful spiritual energy granted him the ability to multitask, but there was no need for him to oversee everything. He placed full trust in the Alliance's military command system and left it to them. Meanwhile, Ji Hang started to ponder how to use the millions of grace points at his disposal. This was the real foundation of the Alliance's future development. The largest two windfalls came from the great victory at Tamir and the interception of Titus. The former brought him upwards of 8.78 million grace points. The latter, although the war was brief, was still not small in scale. When Ji Hang blocked Titus in the Zhongmeiyu sector, that guy still had about a third of the Greenskins' main force with him, most of which were annihilated at sea by Ji Hang. A small portion piloted their ships toward the planet's surface, preferring to crash land and disintegrate rather than be destroyed in space by human warships. Only a very few managed to flee. It was impossible to tally the total number of greenskins that died, but Ji Hang could see from the battle reports. There were 700 million greenskins, plus over 200 greenskin warships. These battle achievements provided Ji Hang with roughly 4 million grace points in total. Additionally, in these recent days, the Alliance had been bombarding the 4 major greenskin sectors, yielding an additional 2 million plus grace points. Altogether, this made up 15.22 million grace points. With so many grace points, Ji Hang did not plan to hoard them. He was definitely going to spend them. He roughly divided these grace points into 3 areas of spending. The first was for civil economic development, with the core goal of increasing productivity, which took approximately 5 million of Ji Hang's grace points. He enlightened talents in various fields such as engineers, teachers, civil servants, and so on. A significant number of heroic individuals at production positions enhanced the potential of the Alliance's productivity. Here, Ji Hang spent 2 million, and tens of thousands of people suddenly felt their talents had been further augmented in their areas of expertise, becoming heroes within their domains. These individuals would also subsequently be listed in the Alliance Development Department's talent reserve. After a period of evaluation, these people would be promoted quickly within the Alliance system and more likely positioned in key roles to have a greater impact. Then, Ji Hang spent another 3 million on exchanges for civilian structures like factories, academies, and churches. This resulted in tens of thousands of factories receiving system blessings and thousands of schools and churches being established across various worlds. Half of these expenditures were spent on the Tianma Star sector, while the other half was spent on worlds that had signed the Economic Community Act. The initial 10 worlds that had signed the Economic Community Act had reached vassal level 55-5, and upon consideration, Ji Hang decided to merge these worlds into the Alliance to expand the core territories and enhance the Alliance's developmental potential. This meant that the Alliance directly dispatched officials to govern these planets. Since the economic community already involved a large number of Alliance officials integrating into the governments, it was now establishing direct Alliance planetary governments. The amalgamation of these LV5 planets did not cause any particular upheaval on the planets themselves. On the contrary, both the native inhabitants and the ruling classes, after 2 years of being nurtured by Alliance policies, were eager to formally join the Alliance. However, this development did have a certain impact on other worlds that either had a lower vassal level or had not yet signed the Economic Community Act. The ruling classes on those planets were apprehensive, worried that the Alliance's absorption could come for them in a few years. The Alliance's propaganda and diplomatic departments are working together, striving to minimize the negative impacts brought by world integration and Alliance expansion. The main methods are twofold. First, propagandize to the public about the benefits of signing the Economic Community Act and joining the Alliance, which will solve unemployment and survival problems, and ensure a better prospective future. Second, propagate to the ruling class that joining the Alliance will not result in purges, citing examples of worlds that have joined the Alliance. Whether they wish to lie back and enjoy wealth, the Alliance provides, or if they wish to progress, Under the Alliance's large system, there are more opportunities. After all, they have broken out of being confined to a single planet and now have dozens of planetary stages. Their work has indeed achieved some results, with much of the resistance dissipating due to the propaganda. The elevation of the civilian economy will make the Alliance wealthier and more developed in the future. Additionally, Ji Yuhang expended 6 million grace points on military construction. The largest expenditure was on the training of personnel for the Alliance land forces and navy. There were also tens of thousands of enlightened officers and generals. Moreover, 400 million soldiers, most of whom were land forces, with a few being naval sailors, received training through the Army badge system. The Alliance has developed a land forces army with a total strength of 500 million, which previously seemed ample, but now seems entirely insufficient. Moreover, the effectiveness that the Alliance land forces can demonstrate is completely incomparable to the Pact Army. In some key battles, even 10 or 20 times the number of Pact Army troops is futile. In a trench, after all, only so many people can crouch, and the Alliance land forces can hold out there for a month while the Pact Army, having arrived today, would collapse by tomorrow. Not that the Pact Army is too weak. They all have at least 1 year of military training. But the level of the Alliance land forces is too high, having reached the standard of the Star Realm Army, with a qualitative difference between them. Conveniently, after merging 10 new worlds, the core population of the Alliance also increased by about 15 billion, greatly expanding the manpower pool. Subsequently, Ji Yuhang planned to expand the number of Alliance land forces to over 1 billion and ensure at least an 80% ratio of Tier 5 soldiers. This means that later on, Ji Yuhang had to use the soldier tag system to train 400 million soldiers. That's an investment of 4 million grace points. Another investment was in interstellar warriors. Ji Yuhang planned to fill the last 500 vacancies of the Phoenix battle group all at once, which cost about 500,000 grace points. Thus, Phoenix now possessed a 1,000-person scale, reaching the standard battle group numbers. But actually, that's not enough. It seems the Alliance will inevitably have to deal with Tai Nu Shi in the future. Just the Fury Flame battle group. Rumor has it they've overbred to around 3,000 in scale. Not to mention the Iron Armor battle group, which may truly reach tens of thousands in number. By the Empire's standards, Phoenix is definitely revitalized. But looking at the need to confront Tai Nu Shi, Phoenix is still not able to compete. What to do? Directly increasing numbers is not a problem. If Ji Yuhang wished, he could save a bit from various other areas, keep 10 million grace points aside, and instantly raise Phoenix's numbers to a 10,000-person scale. But overbreeding can't withstand scrutiny. Iron Armor has no shame, clearly carving out their own territory. Should Ji Yuhang do the same? Interstellar Warriors, Superbirth, was something Ji Yuhang considered, but he still didn't dare to do it blatantly. Just take it slow for now. However, it wouldn't hurt to make some preparations in advance. In this regard, Ji Yuhang had two strategies, quality and quantity. Of course, these two weren't in conflict and could be used simultaneously. Ji Yuhang was already implementing the quality plan. Whether it was the new Phoenix recruits trained by Ji Yuhang or the veterans, not all were fresh soldiers. The cost of cultivating a phoenix, from the gene seed to training the individual, was 100 for the seed, 100 for training, with an additional 200 to 300 for the elimination process, not to mention a roughly 10% chance of surgical failure. The full cost of nurturing a phoenix new blood ran to about 400 to 500 grace points. Add in the urgency for superhuman organ growth acceleration, and that's another 100 grace points. Then came training everyone to at least the level of a seasoned veteran, costing an average of 200 per person. But Ji Yuhang didn't stop there. He would spend another 300 to get each to the sergeant grade. At this grade, every interstellar warrior was practically a veteran among veterans. Compared to the 7 who first arrived at Rajowl Star after a century of penitential expedition, they were only slightly lacking. Cultivating an interstellar warrior like this, 1,000 grace points was the starting point, not to mention if you added a think tank team of about 30 people to scout for those new bloods with spiritual energy talents, the point consumption would be far greater. If Ji Yuhang wanted to train the phoenixes to the level of an company champion, that was feasible too. Each would cost an additional 400 points, totaling 400,000 to attain that level. That was equivalent to having undergone a penitential expedition, just one grade below Madden's, who possessed the strength of an interstellar warrior company commander. If that weren't enough, Ji Hang could even use the Heroes panel to enlighten them, boosting their hero potential one by one and directly upgrading them with grace points as soon as they were eligible, instead of waiting for them to grow. However, to take this step, the cost in grace points per person would run wild like an unbridled stallion, completely out of control. That was a bit too shocking and extravagant, and also the point expenditure was too high. Ji Hang was somewhat reluctant. Yet if the number issue of interstellar warriors couldn't be solved and 1,000 was the limit, when Ji Hang had plenty of grace points at his disposal and really needed to use the interstellar warriors to confront a crisis, he wouldn't care about the cost. To pull each one up to the level of a company champion, and give a little push with the hero enlightenment. They might not reach the level of a battlegroup champion, but if every veteran could take on 5 or even 10 opponents, that was feasible too. There was a solution for quality, actually, there was one for quantity as well. Ji Hang thought about expanding another battlegroup, but after careful consideration, it didn't seem feasible. Battlegroups were numbered, and each was officially documented with corresponding paperwork by the Empire. Starting one, naming it, designing its livery, creating a group on his own, that was definitely illegal, and if discovered, it would be a major crime. It was also difficult to hide. It would be better to rely on Phoenix Superbirth if discovered. Nevertheless, Ji Hang could use the reserve force, under the guise of new soldier training, to create a shadow battle group outside of the Phoenix. The gene seeds of the Phoenix would still be used, as those were the only seeds Ji Hang could exchange for now. But once the interstellar warriors were trained, he would hide them away and not use them. Their most common use was to seamlessly replenish the Phoenix in case of personnel losses. The Empire wouldn't have anything to say about this approach. They weren't formal interstellar warriors, just a reserve force. What was there to say? It just happened that this reserve force was particularly strong. But with this reasoning, Ji Hang could at most maintain an additional 1 or 200 in size. Anything more wouldn't be tolerated by the Empire. Another use was more borderline. When necessary, these reservists from the Shadow Battle Group could have their powered armor painted to resemble the Phoenixes and pretend to be them in operations. However, if the number of Phoenix operative at the same time grew too large, it would end up similar to what happened with the Iron Armor Battle Group. Though it was an idea, no matter how, the notion of absurdly expanding the number of interstellar warriors seemed very difficult currently. First, the cost was exorbitant. Aside from an immense amount of grace points, equipping so many powered armors and a complete set of expensive single-soldier equipment would require a lot of money. Secondly, the political risk was too high. If exposed, it would be indefensible and a serious taboo. His and the Phoenix's reputation would plummet to the level of iron armor. If iron armor was considered a hypothetical enemy, Ji Hang could not let his reputation fall to that level. If the central government of the Empire thought the conflict between the Alliance and Iron Fury Stone was a matter of warlords biting each other, that would be very bad indeed. Firstly, Ji Hang didn't see himself as a separatist power. Secondly, he couldn't let others think he was. At the very least, even if others did think so, they couldn't have concrete evidence against him. The consequences of these 3 degrees of perception were vastly different. Most directly, if Ji Hang got into a real dispute with the Fury Flame Battle Group, would the official Empire support him or simply watch from the sidelines? After much thought, Ji Hang decided to also put the idea of expanding numbers on hold as an alternative. Ji Hang had about 1,500,000 grace points remaining for military construction. He reserved 500,000 for emergencies, to ensure that when necessary, he could instantly bring all the Phoenix to the level of champions. With the remaining 1 million grace points, Ji Hang focused on commissar training. 10,000 commissars were recruited for active duty. They would be distributed among units at the battalion level and above, and a smaller number at the company level as well. There simply weren't enough grace points to provide the same support at the platoon level. Within the organizational structure of the Star Realm Army, the role of commissars could not be neglected. Discipline, morale, and ideology were core factors determining the combat effectiveness of troops. Sometimes these were even more important than the level of training and the hardware quality of equipment. In reality, the commissar system of the Alliance began with instructors at the platoon level and education officers at the battalion level. However, The commissars trained by Ji Hang couldn't possibly be deployed to that extent. The numbers needed were just too great. A single commissar cost 10 grace points. Ji Hang simply couldn't afford that. The Alliance army was expected to grow to a scale of 1 billion personnel. He could only take care of units at the battalion level and above. Not to mention the Pact army, which was several times the size of the Alliance army and possibly had already reached over 4 billion in total. To ensure these Pact forces stood with the Alliance and fulfilled its unified objectives, a substantial number of commissars were needed, at least down to the divisional and corps levels, where they had to be paired up with Alliance commissars. Honestly, calculating it this way, even 100,000 commissars might not be enough. When Ji Hang first obtained 15 million grace points, he felt unsure of how to spend such a large sum, but once he started spending, he realized that no matter how many points he had, given the scale of hundreds of millions, it was still not enough. But Ji Hang could no longer afford to toss more grace points into these bottomless pits. The remaining 4 million had to be allocated entirely to the lottery. He had lost interest in the 10,000 tier rewards, having almost drained that prize pool. But the 100,000 tier had only recently been unlocked, and the rewards there were still rich. And he could go for a whopping 40 consecutive draws. He decided to draw 30 first, and with the remaining million grace points, he would decide whether or not to go for the million tier based on the situation. The probability of getting epic technology on the 100,000 tier was 50%. Previously, Ji Hang had 7 draws at this tier and acquired 3 epic technologies. Now the probability had dropped to 35%. Every successful draw decreased the odds by 5%. Nevertheless, a 35% chance was still fairly high. He got 5 epic technologies from 30 consecutive draws, in addition to 18 normal, advanced, and elite level technologies with 7 blanks. Overall, it was in line with expectations. Though they weren't epic, some of the other technologies were a pleasant surprise. While mostly upgrades or variants of existing Alliance technologies and nothing new, some of them could still be effective. For example, there was more efficient servo skull manufacturing technology, and 2 types of interstellar warrior-powered armors, one of which was a feedback-type powered armor. The first 2 were Mk.5 and Mk.8, of which Ji Hang didn't plan to put Mk.5 into production at all. This type of powered armor wasn't fashionable among current interstellar warriors, and there wasn't anything particularly outstanding in its performance. It was, in fact, the most numerous among the Chaos Starfield warriors, due to historical factors. The latter could indeed be manufactured. Although its performance is not as good as the most commonly used Mk.4 Majestic powered armor by Phoenix, its production is relatively simple and costs half as much. If Ji Hang decides to substantially increase the number of interstellar warriors in the future, but the production of the Mk.4 Majestic type is quite low, the saved-up Mk.8 Sky Eagle powered armors could be put to use. If all else fails, they could also be used for foreign trade. As for the feedback-type power armor, named Commander, it differs significantly from the Servant God model, which the Alliance currently has. The latter was actually developed for the battle nuns, and some theological steps are involved in its manufacturing process. In the hands of the battle nuns, these steps can produce some metaphysical effects, making the nuns luckier and even allowing them to perform miracles as if they were favored by the emperor in special circumstances. However, when worn by ordinary mortals, these effects are not present, and due to these special manufacturing steps, the production cost is higher. In contrast, the Commander type is different, being a battle armor developed for the Star Realm army. Although it has a significant gap in individual performance compared to Servant God, its production cost is dramatically reduced, and it integrates many command communication systems. Commanders donning it wouldn't need command vehicles. Also, a whole team of soldiers in Commander armors could better coordinate in battle. Ji Hang plans to significantly increase the production of this kind of power armor. During the training of the new Phoenix bloodlines, those who were weeded out in the selection process were only slightly inadequate for interstellar warriors. But looking at the entire human population, they have considerable talent and, with the training bonuses from the soldier token system, are rare elite soldiers. In the recent training of 500 Phoenix Newbloods, more than 9,000 T2 level soldiers and nearly 30,000 T3 level soldiers were also produced. T4 levels weren't worth mentioning since there were relatively few. Some of these T2 and T3 soldiers would be sent to the Special Warfare Brigades and Skeleton Divisions established within various frontline units of the Alliance land forces. Others would be gathered to form an elite force named Glory Guard Legion. Their predecessor was the 10th Special Combat Brigade of the Alliance Army. Jiyu Heng's vision for the Glory Guard aligned them with the elite forces among the famous Star Realm armies of the Empire, similar to the Kashirgen, Kachang, and the like. The Alliance didn't have the environment to create such supermen, but the Alliance had money to invest in training and equipment. In Jiyu Heng's plan, the Glory Guard Legion would be able to face interstellar warriors in direct combat when necessary. Even if it meant high casualty rates, they would still be capable of resisting rather than being quickly annihilated. This also served as a supplement to the issue of insufficient numbers of interstellar warriors. The Glory Guard would at least be equipped with exoskeleton plus carapace armor, and the aim was to outfit them with feedback-type power armor as much as possible. Their numbers are many times greater than the interstellar warriors, hence the need for a much larger quantity of powered armor. The Servant God was too expensive to produce and in too small quantities, so the cheaper, commander type, would be a good supplement. Other technological draws were somewhat similar, such as the Walrus-class transport ship, which is a bit smaller but faster than the Whale class, and also has the potential to be converted into an armed merchant ship. However, its cost is even higher. Having these technologies is definitely better than not having them. But for the Alliance, they are more like icing on the cake. They don't solve the problem of creating something from nothing and don't lead to a qualitative change. For a qualitative change, one must look at the 5 pieces of epic technology that have been acquired. Doom, L-type missile weapon, Scorching East Wind, L-type howitzer, Wrath of Loyalty, Predator-class Titan, Dreadnought mech, Strike Cruiser. The first 2 technologies directly fulfilled the Alliance's need for various L-type weapons. Before this, the Alliance only had the capability to produce Doom light spear arrays, which led to the Alliance's newly built 4 Moon-class cruisers having only light spears as their main gun. This was a passive situation. Before this, the cruisers built on Flying Wing Star with Musician-class main guns had their heavy cannons imported from Jindy Star and then assembled onto the ships, because Flying Wing Star itself didn't have the capability to produce these L-class heavy cannons. Now, these problems no longer exist. The Predator-class Titan is a proper medium-class Titan, much larger than the Warhound-class Tala known as Dog Titan, and in the ranks of the famous Titan legions, the Predator is considered a pillar of strength. Following this addition, the Alliance National Knights, transitioning towards a Titan Legion could finally be considered to have properly arrived. As for the last 2, Dreadnought Mech and Strike Cruiser, they fall under interstellar warrior technology. Dreadnought Mech and Strike Cruiser are both part of Star Warrior technology. The reason for this is that these 2 technologies are essentially only seen within the starfighter battlegroups. Let's start with the Dreadnought Mech. It's a type of mecha exclusive to interstellar warriors, but not everyone can use it. Interstellar warriors are incredibly strong, but they are not immune to injury or death. When a comrade is so severely injured that no amount of conventional medical treatment can restore their combat abilities, a typical battle group has 2 options. Donate their gene seed and receive the peace bestowed by the Emperor, or enter a stone sarcophagus with a life support system, fusing their nerves with machinery to become a Dreadnought Mech. Entering a Dreadnought Mech means never coming out again, merging as one with the mecha. At the same time, the life support system inside the mecha can make its operator virtually immortal. Therefore, a Dreadnought Mech is not only an extremely powerful combat unit but also a veteran filled with rich experience. The one Jiyu Heng drew was an Iron Rampart Invincible Mech, which could almost be considered the most common type of dreadnought. This thing's combat power is fierce, and its size is huge, only slightly smaller than a typical knight mecha that one might see. But this slight difference in size allows it to engage in operations such as combat inside a warship. It is practically the limit in size for fighting within a ship. However, although a Dreadnought Mech is a bit smaller than a Ranger-class Knight Mech, if put into confrontation, the former can generally win steadily against the latter. Even facing a larger Dominator-class Knight Mecha still offers a considerable chance of victory.
This is mainly because a Dreadnought Mech, having merged with an interstellar warrior and connected spiritually, means that many control systems are unnecessary. Their iron coffin is their body, offering greater flexibility in operation than a knight mecha, and the warrior's strength itself surpasses that of the knight. With the control system saved, the vast space inside a dreadnought mech can be used for loading weapons, thickening armor.
The biggest problem with using dreadnought mechs, however, lies in the scarcity of soldiers. It has to be a dying interstellar warrior. A normal, living interstellar warrior could be put into a dreadnought mech, and it wouldn't be impossible, but such a procedure is too inhumane. At least Jiu Hang had never heard of any battle group operating this way, and of course, he wouldn't either. In the wars of these years, the Phoenix battle group also had about 300 casualties. In particular, during the Tamir campaign's landing operations, the Phoenix clashed hard with the elite trusted aides of the Green Skins, resulting in significant losses. In the subsequent ground combat operations on multiple planets, the Phoenix also served as the main offensive force in each location, accompanying the operations. A considerable part of particularly dangerous battlefields was ventured into by the interstellar warriors themselves for assaults. About 100 out of these 300 casualties were truly killed in action. Nearly 200 more were seriously injured and could no longer hold on, hence they were evacuated back. Among them, 100 or so people, even with the Alliance's fairly advanced medical measures now available, drawn from various civil technologies, including those related to medical care, could have their lives saved. Even after a period of recovery, and at most fitting some mechanical prosthetics, they would be able to return to the battlefield. Only a few dozen people were truly unable to heal from severe injuries, either dying in the rear or simply retiring with disabilities. After consulting with Mattins, these phoenixes who could return to the battlefield were also retired. This could definitely not be considered excess survival. Interstellar warriors retiring due to injuries, and not counting them when we recruit new personnel is reasonable, right? Not afraid to check. Those few dozen who were severely injured and unable to return to the battlefield became the candidates for dreadnought mechs. Of course, this still had to adhere to the principle of voluntariness. They had already sacrificed a lot for the Alliance, for the battle group, and if they did not wish to continue fighting, both the Alliance and the battle group would respect the wishes of these heroes. However, in reality, a considerable proportion of injured warriors signed up to become dreadnought. Being unable to return to the battlefield was something they were very reluctant to come to terms with, and now that there was an opportunity, naturally, they would seize it. Even if the cost was never again being able to leave the fearless iron coffin and even enduring prolonged agony inside. The experience of being stuffed into a dreadnought was definitely uncomfortable. But these injured soldiers were unhesitating. With several dozen backups, the Alliance might not have enough dreadnought manufactured on the spot through the black box system, and produced through the production lines just for a while. They might have to wait for a year and a half, or even several years to get in. Regardless, with the addition of dreadnought mechs, the Phoenix battle group once again possessed powerful weapons and could preserve the lives of some veterans who had survived harsh battles, which was definitely a significant enhancement to the entire group's strength. As for the strike cruiser, this too was a piece of interstellar warrior technology. The Empire commissioned the sect of mechanics to create a warship specifically tailored for the needs of the Starfighter battle group. The requirements were to be rapidly deployable, facilitate the deployment of elite forces, and possess strong independent operational capabilities, without any weaknesses. Thus, the sect of mechanics came up with something called a strike cruiser. In terms of performance, the strike cruiser surpasses standard cruisers and supports interstellar warriors directly connecting to the ship's command and control system via the black interface, just like operating powered armor, although it is much more complex. It was slightly smaller than the Moon-class cruiser, but in terms of firepower, defense, speed, its performance exceeded that of a conventional cruiser in every aspect. The construction cost of a Moon-class cruiser was 8.5 billion tax currency, while the cost of the strike cruiser reached 12 billion, almost 1.5 times that of the Moon-class. However, constructing it should not conflict with the Moon-class. Its dockyard would also need to be custom-made. At the shipyards of Flying Wing Star and Rage Owl Star, there were currently 2 Musician-class dockyards, 2 Moon-class dockyards, and the 3rd Moon-class dockyard was under construction. Now, 1 more strike cruiser dockyard could be commenced. In the future, over a 4-year cycle, the Alliance could burst out 6 cruiser-grade main warships. Moreover, the Alliance's dockyard construction was ongoing. The output of starships was said to continuously rise. According to the productivity of Flying Wing Star and Rage Owl Star, it was estimated that producing 10 cruisers every 4 years was about reaching the limit. This limit was determined by the size of the starports, labor costs, and production capacity. Anymore, and it would require expanding the starports, increasing the scale of various production lines supporting the Starship manufacturing on the ground, and the addition of more labor. But if this was done, the production of other resources and products would be significantly impacted. It was quite the squeeze, but the Alliance had other tricks up its sleeve. On the one hand, Rage Owl Star was continually absorbing population. When the population of Rage Owl reached about 5 to 6 billion, the approximate carrying capacity of this planet, it would be possible to further expand the dockyards. Additionally, Gu Hang planned to construct large dockyards on Fatches No. 1, Corellia, and on Baishuo Star in the Purple Horse sector. The starports on Fatches No. 1 and Corellia Starport were quite large and suitable for expanding dockyards. Baishuo Star, the capital planet in the Purple Horse sector, inherently possessed shipbuilding capabilities, albeit only small warships, but having a foundation was better than starting from scratch. This planet had signed the Economic Community Act in the second batch and was now even incorporated into the Alliance. The conditions were already ripe for massive investment and construction. Once the large dockyards were established on these 3 planets, Gu Heng's planned naval construction program could reach about 20 warships every 4 years. Just these 20 cruisers in shipbuilding industry represented an annual mega industry worth 500 billion. For comparison, the total annual output of the more than 80 worlds across the 6 star sectors excluding the Tianma star sector in the 7 horse territory amounted to about 1.2 trillion. The shipbuilding industry would not only provide a large number of powerful warships for the Alliance in the future but would also become a massive economic development engine. It would catalyze the development of a series of supporting industries in multiple planets and star sectors, and all kinds of heavy industries related to shipbuilding would burst with vigorous vitality. Of course, such a large-scale expansion plan for the shipbuilding industry definitely couldn't be achieved overnight. It would occupy a significant chapter in one after another of the Alliance's 4-year plans, being pushed forward as a core focus. Given a bit more time to develop, the future of the Alliance's fleet was promising. After drawing the 30 shots of technology at the 100,000 grade, Gu Heng still had 1 million grace points left. The epic grade draw rate of the 100,000 tier had been pushed down to a mere 5%. This was already a less than ideal number. Although the prize pool was not considered drained, the cost-performance ratio was not particularly high. Gu Heng turned his gaze to the million tier. This was virgin territory he had never touched before, with maxed-out odds. Not to mention the 50% epic grade draw rate, more importantly, there was an even higher tier of apocalypse-level technology. Previously, looking at what was obtained from the epic tier, Gu Heng faintly felt that the technology of battleships, the top tier, was probably not as simple as just being epic grade. He thought so because the items from the epic tier clearly did not reach the level of battleships. Later, this was indeed proven to be the case. This time, Gu Heng's 1 million lottery was quite fortunate. Despite the 20% odds, he managed to draw an apocalypse-level technology. Grade 10 Giant Macro Cannon, Destruction Verdict. This was the main cannon of the Retribution-class battleship. It was a bit regrettable that it was not the battleship technology that the Alliance most urgently needed, but it was basically confirmed that battleship technology definitely resided within the Apocalypse class. The significance of Destruction Verdict was certainly there. In fact, without the production capability for the Grade 10 cannon, drawing a battleship without a cannon was of no use. It was a necessary technological reserve. Additionally, in terms of current practical significance, the produced Destruction Verdict could also be installed on star fortresses. When outfitted on some vital core positions, a starport equipped with Destruction Verdict would be akin to an immovable battleship. Moreover, since the defense system of a star fortress was not limited by a ship's structure, its combat capability as a fixed-fire platform might even be stronger than a battleship. The same principle applied when deployed on the ground. In short, with Destruction Verdict, the Alliance, when fortifying a planet, would truly make that planet difficult to conquer. Right now, Gu Heng had several worlds that needed such fortification. Light Blessing Star and Capital Star were prominently on the list. The Alliance was currently engaged in a battle of wits with the Fury Flame battle group on the front lines. Who knew if it would eventually escalate into a civil war? These two worlds were essential paths for the Fury Flame battle group to strike into the heartland of the Alliance, making it imperative to strengthen defenses. Jiyu Hang was still very much looking forward to having a few more draws in million-point ranges. For the current Alliance, accumulating 1 million grace points was not a particularly difficult task. First came the fixed monthly grace points that had increased significantly, mainly sourced from the growing number of vassals. Not to mention the Iron-Tooth Greenskin Lair's 4-star sectors, which were almost devoid of humans and thus inconsequential. However, the regions previously acting as buffer zones between humans and greenskins, known as the Iron-Tooth Defense Line, had always been under human control. Indeed, to ensure the stability of the Iron-Tooth Defense Line, the Star Domain government had relocated countless people to these areas over the past few decades to bolster local defenses. Although 4 to 5 years under the Greenskin onslaught had severely damaged these worlds, the sheer number of them still stood. Golden Pass, Copper Barrier, and 3 other major star sectors were now largely under the control of the Alliance. Combined, these 5-star sectors comprised 59 worlds, with an estimated total population exceeding 76 billion. This number was stark, as pre-war estimates had placed the population of these 5-star sectors at over 110 billion. In just 4 to 5 years, the Greenskins' comprehensive erosion had resulted in a 30% loss of the population, amounting to hundreds of billions of deaths. Terrifying indeed. But at least 76 billion people were left. These worlds were all incorporated into the Alliance's 7-horse framework. In fact, many of the original planetary governments had collapsed and ceased to exist. After taking over, the Alliance simply established cooperative governments on site, directly incorporating them into the Economic Community Act, which brought them even closer to the Alliance than the 7-horse framework. Moreover, as the savior, the Alliance had garnered substantial support from the local populations, ensuring that none of these worlds were vassalized below LV3. They collectively contributed over 3,000 grace points to the Alliance's monthly income. Adding to this the 8,000 from the 7-horse territory, the total exceeded 10,000. Moreover, the domestic grace points income of the Alliance had skyrocketed from 39,000 to 58,000. This substantial increase was partly due to the continuous improvement in the Alliance's productivity. On the other hand, over 10 worlds had been integrated into the Alliance's homeland. The worlds developing well under the Economic Community Act, which already provided substantial grace points, naturally yielded a significant boost when the vassal limits were removed and they were counted as part of the homeland. Now, Jiyu Hang received about 70,000 grace points a month. Relying solely on a fixed income, he could accumulate over 800,000 in a year, nearly enough for a million-point draw. The Alliance also had another major source of grace points income: war. Although the Tamir War had ended, and the war that aimed at assassinating Chieftain Titus had also concluded, there appeared to be no large-scale combat operations forthcoming against the Greenskins. However, the threat of Greenskins still persisted on many worlds currently controlled by the Alliance and those it was disputing with the Fury Flame battle group. These isolated wars on various planetary surfaces provided Jiyu Hang with considerable grace points income for every victory. The exact amount depended on the scale of warfare on each planet. Regardless, a war staged on a planet that resulted in a landmark victory would allow for settlements. Even if the cleanup of remaining enemies didn't yield many grace points, there were still some to be garnered. For example, on Tamir number 5, the tens of billions of surviving greenskins were essentially like pigs waiting to be slaughtered, with a very low proportion of beastman youngsters, most being mere riffraffs. The land forces left there by the Alliance weren't numerous, primarily relying on the packed army formed locally and supported by war supplies sent by the Alliance, to carry out the extermination of the remaining greenskins. According to reports from the Alliance War Committee to Jiyu Hang, Tamir number 5 no longer needed much additional input from the Alliance. They were expected to clear the greenskin threat from the planet within 3 to 5 years. The subsequent land purification and long-term control measures against the greenskins would continue for decades, perhaps even centuries. But at least for now, the ongoing extermination operations could bring Jiyu Hang several thousand grace points each month. In similar ways, all these worlds were clearing out greenskins, and Ji Hang was currently receiving about 150,000 grace points a month from this aspect. An even larger revenue source came from clearing out the greenskin strongholds. Zhang Meiyu, Iron Pass, Silver Pass, Kuala, these 4-star sectors, once fully occupied by greenskins, had minimal deployment of ground troops by the Alliance. They were meticulously assessing the condition of each planet to decide which were worth saving. Only those planets with sufficient resources or favorable natural environments, where the greenskins could be efficiently cleared at a small cost, were deemed worth saving. For those worlds lacking these factors, it was just as well to drop a Skyburn torpedo. Currently, the Alliance had fewer than 10 Skyburn torpedoes left, certainly not enough to cover all the worlds in these 4-star sectors needing an extinction order. But it didn't matter. Surrounding them was sufficient while more extinction orders were being produced. Wherever the recovery cost exceeded the production cost of an extinction order, a torpedo would simply be dropped. And by clearing out a world in this way, Ji Hang could earn at least several tens of thousands of grace points. The monthly income from our homeland, the income from vassal territories, the profits from clearing out the green skins in the controlled regions, the clearing operations in the 4-star sectors of the Iron Teeth's old nest. These constituted the overall situation of Ji Hang's subsequent income of grace points. The bulk of it came from the last two items. Ji Hang even had a dark thought at one point: what if I don't exterminate all these green skins and instead wait for them to grow for a while before harvesting them for a wave? Wouldn't that be an effective method for racking up grace points? However, this idea only fleetingly crossed his mind before he cast it aside. It sounded tempting, but when he thought about it calmly, he realized it had the scent of courting death. Would anyone dare to breed something like the green skins? When you're delightfully collecting grace points, and in the midst of your collection, they suddenly produce a formidable figure capable of causing a huge disaster, that's all too possible. If it's another Titus, that's something the Alliance can't handle. Even if the Alliance has the ability to suppress a green skin uprising, what if the Alliance is engaged in external warfare at the time? A green skin uprising in the Heartlands would be unbearable. Furthermore, Ji Hang seriously doubted the system panel's war mechanism would allow such a loophole, speculating that it might even reduce or completely withhold grace points in such instances. So, he decided to let it be. 2 years had passed, and Ji Hang was still calculating his grace points in his office. Oh, don't get the wrong idea, he definitely hadn't been sitting in his office for 2 years calculating. In fact, he had been very busy over the past 2 years. A third of his time on the front lines fighting, another third inspecting planets on tours, and the remainder of his time governing from the current capital world of the Alliance, Flying Wing Star. Over the 2 years, the Alliance's military constantly battled the green skin orcs across various fronts, while also competing with the Furiflame battle group in countless ways other than direct warfare. This competition still had a positive effect. At least within the Dragonhawk star domain, the number of green skins and aliens invading various planets was rapidly decreasing due to the strife between the two sides. In the struggle between two powers, the green skins were almost wiped out. After Titus's death, it was estimated that there were roughly 20 billion green skin invaders surviving across various star sectors. Now, that number might have dropped to less than 8 billion. In fact, many worlds that suffered less damage could essentially declare that the green skins had been completely eradicated. As a result, Ji Hang had accrued 3.6 million grace points from this. His fixed monthly income continued to rise with the development of the Alliance, with more planets reaching vassal status or even joining the Alliance outright. From this development, Ji Hang had gained an additional 2 million and some over 2 years. The cleanup operation in the 4-star sectors that housed the green skin strongholds had also progressed smoothly. Among them, the Silver Pass sector could basically declare the initial cleanup a success, with 3 worlds having experienced the scourge of the Skyburn torpedo and been declared destroyed, while the remaining worlds were occupied by the land forces and the Pact Army. With the support of the fleet, ground cleanup operations were underway. There were even tens of millions of civilians, under the guidance of the Alliance, who had immigrated to these planets. This was, of course, a tough job, but at times like this, the Alliance couldn't afford to be overly compassionate. For these planetary clearing operations, Ji Hang had reaped about 5 million more grace points. All in all, after 2 years, he had amassed another 10 million grace points in his hands. Compared to the previous 10 million grace points, This 10 million was much easier to earn. But that did not mean the previous 10 million were obtained in vain. On the contrary, without the victory of the Tamir campaign, without the triumph of slaying Titus and destroying the Greenskins' main force, the Iron Teeth War might still be at a stalemate over the past 2 years. Where would one go to earn so many grace points? The current gains, in essence, were the cumulative benefits of the victories from 2 years ago. Now that he had 10 million grace points in hand, Jiyu Hang was ready to begin his technological lottery again. 10 consecutive draws at the million-point tier. The opening chance of drawing apocalypse-level technology from the million-point tier was 20%. Last time fortune smiled upon him, and he hit it on his first attempt, reducing the chance to 15%. His 10 consecutive draws, given this probability, would not be excessive to expect 1 or 2, right? And the results were just as Jiyu Hang had hoped. 1 Apocalypse class, 4 Epic level, with the remaining 5 being less significant. Among these 4 Epic level technologies, 3 were civilian technologies. Nest Capital Design and Construction, Planetary Climate Transformation Technology, Advanced Biochemical Research Facilities. These 3 technologies were, of course, very useful. The Nest Capitals, no matter how crappy the living conditions, with the people at the bottom levels living lives that are miserable, require an extremely high level of city development. A 3-dimensional city containing multiple levels, hundreds of different planes, with buildings distributed in an orderly fashion, capable of accommodating hundreds of millions of people. Maintaining smooth traffic and ensuring the efficient operation of various functional areas under such high density. The level of city construction is incredibly astonishing. In Jiyu Hang's view, the miserable lives of many inhabitants of the Empire's Nest Capital worlds were primarily due to a serious mismatch in productive forces, poor management levels, and an excess population that had exceeded the environmental carrying capacity. In conclusion, it was a man-made disaster, unrelated to the level of design of the Nest Capitals. On the contrary, the city construction technology and design level of Nest Capital, handed down from ancient times, have concealed quite a number of issues. If it weren't for the advanced urban construction capabilities, those poorly constructed Nest Capital worlds could not support the population of tens or even hundreds of billions. They would have descended into chaos long ago. The Alliance wouldn't make such a mistake. They've already gained corresponding experience in Coralia, a proper Nest Capital world. Subsequently, if there's a need to construct a Nest Capital, the first consideration should be its purpose. It's certainly not for thoughtlessly increasing the population. Instead, the causality should be reversed. If a planet truly needs a large population due to environmental capacity and industrial scale requirements and necessitates high-density conglomerations, then constructing a Nest Capital is warranted. Otherwise, maintaining an excessively large population on the planet isn't justified, and surplus population should be directed toward interstellar colonization. And when the condition of accommodating an ultra-high-density population is indeed met, and Nest Capitals are to be built, the corresponding level of city management must also keep pace. Nest Capitals should be developed, super-structured urban complexes with high standards in production, living, and commerce, not super-high-density, giant slums. Nest Capitals established on various worlds, and areas resembling Nest Capital districts, are the result of historical legacies that can't be helped. But even so, the Alliance hasn't abandoned governance. In the subsequent development plans, transforming these high-density residential areas is a priority, not to mention the construction of new Nest Capitals. And the technology that Jiyu Hang has drawn now is not only useful for future Nest Capital construction but also provides significant technical support for the renovation of current high-density residential areas and Nest Capitals throughout Alliance territories. With the Alliance's level of governance catching up, better technology can fix the original, irrational aspects of Nest Capital design and construction and maintain the infrastructure of Nest Capitals that have aged and deteriorated over long periods of use. Moreover, even if it's not a Nest Capital, but at least a city or urban agglomeration, Nest Capital technology has many aspects that can be referenced and applied. This is obviously beneficial for the development of the Alliance. The use of planetary climate modification technology is even more straightforward. It's like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. The Alliance has already deployed quite a few Skyburn torpedoes. This extinction order burns away the entire planet's atmosphere and oceans in a great conflagration, which solves the problem once and for all, but also completely devastates the planet's climate. Without an atmosphere, the soil turns into a lifeless, pure desert, and in some areas, even glassified, with the oceans no longer existing. A planet like this cannot be reused or recolonized. However, planetary climate modification technology can offer salvation. Of course, it's not a total change. Sometimes skyborne torpedoes don't burn thoroughly enough. In that case, modifying the climate might suffice. But if a planet has truly been turned into a glass ball, then merely modifying the climate won't be effective. It might also require terraform technology. But that might be a bit higher end. If terraform and climate modification technologies are both available, they can almost transform a completely dead planet into one suitable for habitation. Even if not used on worlds dealt with by the extinction order, among the many star systems currently under Alliance control, there are some with subpar climate and environmental conditions. If it can save one, it saves one. However, the costs of climate modification technology are quite substantial, and too drastic climate changes can also cause adverse effects. Hence, the specific application of this technology must still be tailored to different worlds and specific conditions. Especially for planets that already have certain development, we must be cautious and slow, even if the effects are less than ideal. Nevertheless, it has an immediate application: Rage Owl Star. The place where Gu Hang started has now become a jewel of the Alliance. Its development mainly relied on the various production capacities Gu Hang began with, as well as numerous new industries subsequently introduced there. The planet's inherent conditions, before the devastating war 100 years ago, were top-notch, but now, they're deficient. Modifying the climate and adding Gu Hang's ability to harness the Storm God Kingdom to handle the subspace energy leak could effectively mitigate low-energy storm issues, and even reignite the spiritualized gas fields. This could elevate Rage Owl Star's natural environment and planetary resources by several grades. This matter, Gu Hang no longer intended to delay. He was ready to immediately go to Rage Owl Star and start handling it, estimating that it would take about 3 months to complete the preliminary work. Of course, all of this still depended on the black box of planetary climate modification technology to produce the relevant equipment, which would also require a massive amount of energy supply. But now, the Alliance actually wasn't short on energy. Stellar energy technology had been in use for a while, and around many star systems controlled by the Alliance, these energy factories were distributed. Certainly nowhere near the extent of a Dyson sphere, but building a small section had little impact on the balance of a star system. However, the energy collected was already quite powerful. These accumulated energies should be enough to support the application of the climate modification technology. The third technology, advanced biochemical research facilities, was a black box for creating a variety of high-end biochemical research equipment, used to assemble corresponding laboratories and research offices. In Gu Hang's view, its greatest significance was not about inventing new creations. Creating new technologies in this universe was a very difficult and dangerous affair. Its main significance lay in helping the Alliance fully digest and master those technologies Gu Hang had already obtained through the lottery. Relying purely on the lottery was unreliable. It only gave one finished product black box and a mother machine black box. The latter could indeed pull out production lines, but it could only do so one by one, and the Alliance itself did not have the ability to build corresponding production lines. But if the technology could be thoroughly understood, it would be different. The speed of production capacity would become much faster. However, the biochemical research facility was a bit unreliable. Among the technologies Gu Hang currently obtained, especially the high-grade technologies, not so many were related to biochemistry. But it was a good signal. If a facility for engineering research or vessel research was drawn later, the benefit would be even greater. Besides the 3 civilian technologies, an epic technology also emerged: Dragon Elephant War Machine. It was a continuation of the Wind Falcon and Qilin lineage but of a higher grade and larger size. This machine was not cheap to build, costing about 1.4 million apiece. This price was almost 200 times that of the Wind Falcon, and 12 times that of the Qilin. But similarly, its value was extraordinary. Its huge size made it look more like an airship. Unlike the Wind Falcon, which could only carry individual soldiers, or the Qilin, which could only carry light vehicles, the Dragon Elephant could carry Knight Mecha, Warhound Titan, and Lion tanks, which were heavy armor and vehicles. This would provide troops with a stronger deployment capacity during rapid maneuvers and strikes behind enemy lines. Moreover, if not used to transport troops but purely as an aerial combat platform, the Dragon Elephant's role was also very significant. It could directly carry a Starship-grade M-class cannon on board. Although it was a castrated version, it was still a cannon, offering incredibly powerful air-to-ground support. Even more, it could carry 2 L-class grade, Scorching East Wind, air-launched missiles, or 14 M-class grade Skycleave Axe missiles. Having several Dragon Elephants in support was akin to having a destroyer floating in the sky. Of course, it could be shot down by anti-air firepower, and that loss could be quite substantial. A single Dragon Elephant was worth millions, and if it carried 2 Scorching East Wind missiles, the cost of the missiles alone could surpass the machine itself. But regardless, with the Dragon Elephant, the Alliance Army Air Corps now had a powerful weapon. Likewise, the Alliance Navy could also equip some space versions of the Dragon Elephant war machines for space battles. Aside from these 4 epic technologies, the last apocalypse-level technology that Ji Hang drew had finally lived up to his 2 years of waiting. Battleship cruiser technology, it had finally arrived. Battleship cruiser. Though not truly a battleship, its significance might not be less than that of a battleship itself. Essentially, it's a high-speed battleship. Compared to battleships, the battleship cruiser has slightly thinner armor and slightly weaker firepower, but the speed gained from sacrificing some armor endows it with extremely high tactical value. It possesses firepower akin to that of a battleship, yet has the speed of a cruiser. In the Empire, the mainstream idea is still centered on fleet engagements, with thick armor, sturdy shields, and fierce firepower making the battleship the undisputed core. However, within the Imperial Navy doctrine, there are theorists and Navy generals who, in wartime, favor the battleship cruiser. Its pursuit is to outpace any ship that can outrun mine and outgun any ship that can outgun mine. The former refers to cruisers. Battleship cruisers can easily defeat cruisers through superior speed and firepower. The latter refers to battleships, those much slower than cruisers for battleship cruisers, that truly can't catch up. It might even circle around to the other side of a star or planet before the battleship can close in. This grants the battleship cruiser a very flexible role in warfare. It's more suited for solitary operations than a battleship, less likely to fail in striking the enemy or getting easily surrounded. It can serve as the vanguard during fleet operations, pushing the enemy's vanguard into difficult positions. If the enemy's vanguard fleet engages alone, it's obviously disadvantageous for them. If the enemy vanguard retreats to join the main force, the battleship cruiser can use its high speed to chase from behind, inflicting significant damage before engagement. It can also flank the enemy fleet, creating a side attack advantage, or, if impossible, it can return to the main fleet during major engagements, acting as a standard battleship. It can also act as a rearguard, quickly joining the frontline battle after the onset, and during retreats, it can hold off enemies, making itself an unavoidable target, yet capable of swiftly disengaging from combat due to its speed advantage. Among the Imperial Navy, those who support the battleship cruiser believe that under the current cosmic conditions, where forces are balanced, relying on battleships to resolve fleet battles is a rare occurrence. In wars, there's always one side with an advantage and the other at a disadvantage. As the superior side, battleship cruisers can better chase, disrupt, and annihilate enemies. As the inferior side, they are more flexible and capable of outmaneuvering the cumbersome battleships. They believe that building more battleship cruisers rather than traditional battleships represents a more advanced approach. Ji Hang, not caring about which theory is right or wrong, if forced to choose, he chooses to have it all. And now, before drawing a battleship, getting a battlecruiser is also a good choice. The battleship cruiser drawn this time is named Holy Grail class, similar in length to the Retribution class battleship but much slenderer. It uses a similar power specification, even slightly stronger. Its firepower is also formidable, unable to surpass a true battleship, but when compared with a cruiser, it's simply overpowering. With 12 L-sized cannons, 6 times that of the Lunar class, and 1 X-sized cannon, it's truly a death sentence for cruisers. But the cost is that its armor and void shield ability level, compared to a Lunar class cruiser, can be considered in the same category, only slightly stronger, not much difference, and certainly no match for a battleship. But how does that matter? Ji Hang still doesn't know how long it will take to construct a battleship after drawing battleship technology, but it seems, it will take quite a long time. However, building a Holy Grail only requires 6 years, time-wise just 2 years more than a lunar-class cruiser. But the cost is much higher. One Holy Grail costs 450 billion tax currency, 5 times that of the lunar class. And currently, the Alliance doesn't have any dock capable of building the Holy Grail. The docks for building cruisers are too small, without even a margin for remodeling. The Alliance will need to construct bigger docks to accommodate the assembly and production of the Holy Grail class. But fortunately, Ji Hang had planned for this. He never doubted that he would draw larger ship technologies. It was just a matter of sooner or later. In fact, the dock where Firebath Nova was positioned during the washing process, originally for the gigantic Belly-class transport ship, had been undergoing modifications for the past 2.5 years, to make it more suitable for a battleship military dock. On one hand, it facilitates the need for the Firebath Nova to return for major repairs when necessary. On the other hand, it prepares for the current situation. They can start construction now. Finished black boxes can pull out some high-difficulty components, and as one gets produced, they are sent skyward. Production lines are methodically set up, starting from simple ones. And finally, assembly work is completed within the battleship dock. With the help of finished black boxes, the construction time for the Alliance's first battleship could be cut by more than half. Of course, if 2 ships were constructed simultaneously, the help from the finished black box wouldn't be as significant. But currently, the Alliance only has the capability to start 1 vessel, unless a new large dock is built and a complete production line capable of handling all parts of a battleship cruiser is established. But for now, it was enough. The Alliance urgently needed the Holy Grail. If a battleship cruiser could be built in 3 years, that would be quite an achievement. A battleship cruiser could barely serve as the flagship of a star domain-level fleet, holding its own in a show of force. After completing the technology lottery, the black box with Ji Hang's name naturally ended up in the black box factory within the Storm God Kingdom, operated by the heroic spirits. The related products would then pass through the Alliance's research institutes before being delivered to the specific industrial sectors that manufactured these products. At the same time, the Alliance government would receive instructions from Ji Hang to start planning according to the new technological capabilities and ensure these technological products were effectively implemented, providing significant assistance to the development of the Alliance. Ji Hang himself was far from idle. He took his entire staff team and headed to Rajal Star. Bringing the team ensured the smooth operation of all tasks related to the function of the Alliance governor after leaving Flying Wing Star. Additionally, the trip to Rajal Star aimed to utilize the planetary climate transformation technology. Rajal Star was the first location where Ji Hang planned to use his potent psychic powers and the close relationship between the Storm God Kingdom and Rajal Star to not only alter the planet's climate but also to alleviate the permeation of subspace energy. The particularity of Rajal Star lay in the thinness of its reality veil. During the flourishing era centuries ago, this was a blessing, bringing forth advanced energy sources like spiritualized gas fields. Over 100 years ago, however, it turned into disaster. Excessive exploitation of the spiritualized gas fields led to uncontrollable subspace energy seepage, and an accident caused a subspace rift and a demonic invasion. The Imperial Army did suppress the demons, destroyed the subspace rift, and saved Rajal Star from total annihilation. But now, it became an advantage again. With the climate transformation technology and Ji Hang's control over the Storm God Kingdom, combined with the native subspace region of Rajal Star, it was possible to quell the energy storms and have the spiritualized gas fields emerge anew. Moreover, there was less concern for a repeat of the disaster going forward. In its heyday, Rajal Star mined the spiritualized gas fields for hundreds or thousands of years with only one major incident occurring, meaning the probability was initially low. Not to mention that the subspace region closest to Rajal Star now was Ji Hang's own Storm God Kingdom. Demons wishing to invade Rajal Star? They would have to contend with the Storm God Kingdom first. Ji Hang intended to stay on Rajal Star peacefully for 3 months, working in tandem with climate transformation devices taken from finished black boxes, to begin the preliminary work on transforming the planet. Once the most challenging part was done, the fine-tuning and maintenance could proceed without him necessarily being on site. However, during the second month of Ji Hang's work on Rajal Star, trouble found him, courtesy of the Fury Flame Battle Group. An old acquaintance arrived, none other than Ms. Nell Ruiz, previously the chief administrator of Dragonhawk Star Domain, now back to her old role, leading a tax fleet towards the controlled regions of the Alliance, currently held up outside Capital Star by the Alliance's border defense. The tax fleet led by Ruiz didn't try to force its way through but made its purpose clear, collecting imperial taxes. The war was largely over, and the eastern and western parts of the Star Domain were nominally reunited. With the imperial taxes stalled for several years, it was time to resume payments. The news of the Star Domain government's tax fleet's arrival was promptly relayed back. Without orders, the border defense dared not let them pass. The Alliance War Committee and the Alliance government, upon seeing the message from the border defense, were also hesitant to make a unilateral decision. Osenia made a star speech called to Gu Hang to report the situation, waiting for Mr. Gu's directives. Blast her away, Gu Hang gave a very clear response. But the imperial tax? Didn't you instruct our finance department to specifically reserve a budget for paying the imperial tax? Yes, that's right, we of course need to pay the imperial tax. Is our loyalty to the empire in question? Of course, we will pay the imperial tax. At this point, Gu Hang paused, then continued, but who said we have to pay the imperial tax to the Star Domain government? Osenia inquired, you mean to directly contact a higher tier of government to make this tax payment? Yes, that's exactly what I mean, said Gu Hang, we pay the imperial tax to the Dragonhawk Star Domain government. But can we trust Ruiz to fill her tax fleet with tax currency and deliver it to Yunluo Star to be transferred to the Empire's hands? Clearly not. How much of the imperial tax collected by the western part of the Star Domain actually gets passed on? Didn't the Fury Flame Battle Group cleverly create numerous pretexts to spend it on themselves? No matter how many valid reasons there are, the majority of the imperial taxes currently collected by the Dragonhawk Star Domain government is under the control of the Fury Flame Battle Group. They have too many justifications for spending these taxes: subduing rebellions, defense, clearing out green skins. Just like what they did with Iron Fury Stone in the Princess Star Domain. If we dutifully pay our taxes to the Star Domain government, we would have to hand over 1/10 of the Alliance's outputs. The past 2 years' imperial taxes total up to 76 billion tax currency in materials. Are we insane? To give 76 billion to the Fury Flame and then let them use our own money to fight us? I understand what you're saying, I'll arrange the corresponding transport fleet and escort work right away. The route we now have to choose, leading to the Wuji Star at the Cosmic Domain capital, might be a bit roundabout. We'll have to go from the east adjoining Starfield on the eastern side to the Wuji Starfield. The journey in between is quite convoluted, and it's not necessarily safe. We will need to dedicate a significant portion of our forces to ensure the safety of the tax fleet's arrival at the target. A round trip will take at least 6 months to complete this tax payment. What I want to say is, paying the imperial tax imposes a significant pressure on us. This task, it not only occupies a part of our naval vessels but, more importantly, it also takes up 1/3 of our interstellar transport capacity. A large number of transport ships will be engaged to handle the transportation of the huge amount of materials represented by the imperial tax. These are all costs of levying and transporting taxes, which used to be borne by the Star Domain government. Now, we have to bear them ourselves. Osenia's voice sounded somewhat discontented, which was understandable. As the Prime Minister of the Alliance government, they hadn't paid imperial taxes in recent years. No, that's not right, the imperial taxes had been used locally. The accounts were still clear. Now that they suddenly had to pay taxes formally, it really hurt. The area occupied by the Alliance wasn't small. In the recent 2 years, in the struggle with the Fury Flame Battle Group, the Alliance had basically stabilized outside 7-horse territory and controlled an additional 12 star sectors. Excluding the 4 star sectors without any output, which were strongholds of the greenskins with no other population but new immigrants, naturally, there wouldn't be a matter of imperial taxes. But for the remaining 8 star sectors now in the hands of the Alliance naturally had the responsibility to pay taxes. It wasn't the Alliance paying directly, but these planets were. However, since these planets were either under the Common Defense Framework or under the Economic Community Act, in Osenia's eyes, their money was as good as the Alliance's money. When they were paying taxes, it was as if the Alliance was paying taxes. These newly acquired territories, with a total population of over 150 billion, naturally meant the imperial taxes reached over 15 billion tax currency. But these planets had only just come into the hands of the Alliance, hadn't had time to develop, and, furthermore, substantial initial investments were needed for later development. The money levied from these planets, after being used to pay imperial taxes, left the Alliance with a remaining fiscal balance of just over 5 billion. And this was based on the residents of these planets having very low living standards, with an average annual consumption per capita of only about 0.6 to 0.7. Life was so miserable and heavily exploited that they could only squeeze out this little bit. Should the Alliance then go on to pour money into developing these places, that fiscal surplus of 50-odd billion was definitely not going to be enough, and the Alliance would still need to put more money in. To toil so hard, only to work for the imperial tax? And to lose money? Osenia certainly wasn't satisfied. Moreover, it wasn't just about the imperial tax, that was inevitable, a sum that couldn't be avoided no matter what. But what made Osenia even more frustrated was that it seemed the cost of paying the tax would still be borne by the Alliance in the future. 1/3 of the Alliance's transport ships being occupied for more than half a year. What a tremendous capital loss. This would impact the development of the Alliance. Osenia's thoughts were roughly understood by Ji Yuhang. He could only offer consolation. I know it's not easy, but we must do it. In the future, we will have to reach this point one day. Better to take this step now using the Fury Flame battle group. A circumstance everyone can understand, as an opportunity. Tell the United Fleet to allocate 4 cruisers to form a battle group for this escort fleet. With that, Ji Yuhang added, moreover, we don't actually need to transport all the materials to Wuji Star. Hiss. Osenia sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, the governor was criticizing Fury Flame for intercepting the imperial tax, and now you're suggesting. Through the virtual image of the star speech phone, Ji Yuhang saw the astonishment on Osenia's face and said discontentedly, what kind of expression is that? Nothing, I'm just waiting to hear the next brilliant remarks from you, Governor. The corner of Ji Yuhang's mouth twitched, and he decided not to stoop to Osenia's level, explaining patiently, doing something similar to the Fury Flame battle group is not something we can afford to do. They have many reasons for intercepting imperial tax, but the main part still lies in claiming that the green skins on various planets in their control zone have not been completely eliminated, necessitating significant investments, and thus they demand unilateral tax reductions or substitutions in lieu of tax. Of course, that's illegal because theoretically, the green skin threat on each planet is the responsibility of the local government of those planets to resolve. Even if combat is conducted in the name of the Star Domain government, the only portion they can legitimately retain is what the original Star Domain government was able to keep. But the amount intercepted by the Fury Flame battle group far exceeds what a normal Star Domain government would be allowed to retain. This greatly offends the higher level government while also damaging their reputation. We have to differentiate ourselves from the Fury Flame battle group. We cannot be the same as them in this regard, or else we become tarred with the same brush. Osenia nodded, indicating her understanding, but she also said, I understand what you're saying, but the cost of bearing the 76 billion tax currency plus collection and transportation ourselves is still too steep. If we go by that figure, it could impact our current 4-year plan. Ji Yuhang agreed with Osenia's point. Imperial tax is for the empire, but parting with so much cash is always done reluctantly, especially when the numbers are so vast. 76 billion. That's almost enough to build 1.5 Holy Grail-class battleship cruisers. So, we need to think of some other methods, Ji Yuhang said. I've discussed this with the Space Domain government. They are of course happy for us to do this since a large amount of wealth would flow directly to them, skipping the Star Domain government altogether. Chairman Zuo is also aware that if the Dragonhawk Star Domain gets the taxes, most of it will end up in Fury Flame's hands, and there won't be much left to deliver. Next, I will talk to the Space Domain government again. Since they are reaping such large benefits, it's only fair that they share some of the costs. I'm fairly confident they should agree. After pondering for a while, Osenia asked, is there a chance to get a direct tax reduction? To deduct the costs right at our step? It should be possible. That would indeed relieve quite a bit of pressure. Moreover, we don't really need to transport so many resources all the way to Wuji Star ourselves. I've spoken with the Space Domain government and the government of the neighboring east adjoining starfield. We can deliver the materials directly to Abundant Spirit Star, and they can transfer them. That would save a considerable amount of time and costs. It was all legal and legitimate to do so. When collecting imperial tax, large amounts of physical materials would never actually be transported all the way to Holy Terra and handed over to the Central Empire, then distributed according to need to various cosmos domains, star domains, and star sectors. The wear and tear on the road would be immense. Transportation costs would indeed decrease significantly with scale. However, even then, such a large base figure requires a substantial number of ships, which wouldn't be used for anything else, and the fuel costs for the trip were extremely high. Such a degree of waste is something even the Empire can't bear. It was for this reason that the Empire's method of handling imperial tax allowed the star domain and space domain governments to retain a portion. The remainder that goes to the central authorities would not actually all be transported to Holy Terra. Some would be distributed in accordance with the Empire's current strategic objectives to the areas in need, while the rest would establish storage worlds within various cosmos domains for resource storage. The costs generated in these processes are usually borne by the imperial system. The Alliance now handling the transfer of tax duties effectively replaced part of the star domain government's functions, so they could naturally require that these costs not be borne by themselves. However, this situation was somewhat unreasonable. The star domain government is theoretically still in existence. Is it your turn, Alliance, to pay taxes directly to the top? If the space domain government stood by the star domain government and rejected your taxes submitted out of turn, then it would be all over. That is, in fact, the most likely scenario to occur. The star domain government is an official subordinate of the space domain government with a direct affiliation under normal circumstances. The space domain government would not normally accept taxes paid directly by a local power within a star domain. It was only due to the exceptional circumstances of the Dragonhawk star domain and the implications from Zuo Zhaofeng, the cosmic domain chair, facilitated by Galaraldo, that this could be arranged. And it wasn't just arranged. I will also talk to Chairman Zuo later. After all, we are currently in a state of war, and we indeed have assumed half of the star domain government's responsibilities. Accordingly, we should also be able to receive a part of the appropriations for the star domain government. Getting the standard 30% might be difficult, but 20% should be fair. However, the method of retention can't be for me to keep it directly. We still have to give it up, and then the space domain government will provide the funding. Osenia, you need to be prepared to receive it accordingly. I understand, Osenia nodded. She didn't ask why they had to go to these lengths. She knew the reason. It was a matter of legitimacy. No matter what, the Alliance still wasn't a star domain government. It was already against the rules to pay taxes directly to a higher authority bypassing the star domain government, and keeping the imperial tax for themselves would be even more out of line. However, after the taxes were paid, having the space domain government redistribute them as special funding was a relatively better approach. Before ending the communication, Osenia said to Ji Yu Hang, "Governor, this cannot be a long-term solution. Freeflame has caused us too much trouble with things like this. I look forward to the day you become the true master of Dragonhawk." Very soon, as Osenia said, the imperial tax was not the first problem Freeflame sought to create. Over the past 2 years, they had used similar tactics to cause numerous troubles for the Alliance. The simplest was sending star zone leaders and planetary governors to occupied territories in the name of the star domain government. Every time someone was sent, Ji Yu Heng detained them. As Supreme Commander, they would issue orders to the Alliance army. Every order was ignored. Other measures, like cutting off trade, were routine. Freeflame Battle Group clearly knew these acts would have no results. But each time the Alliance detained or expelled an official from the star domain government, or ignored an order from the star domain government, they provided Freeflame with an argument, an excuse. They made use of these to vigorously denounce Ji Yu Heng's overbearing behavior, to attack the Alliance as separatists, labeling them as traitors. This wasn't said for Ji Yu Heng's benefit, but aimed at the surrounding star domains, the space domain government, and up to the Central Empire. How could the Alliance handle this? Such accusations couldn't stand unchallenged, leaving them only to refute. Of course, mere refutation wouldn't suffice. Any explanation was still a defensive move. The Alliance also relentlessly criticized the Fury Flame Battle Group for hijacking the star domain government, harboring malicious intentions, and being traitors to the Empire. Insulting others is easy enough, isn't it? Then there was another infuriating affair. Claiming battle honors from the Iron Teeth War. Theoretically, since the Iron Teeth War took place in the Dragonhawk Star Domain, the victory report detailing the conduct and outcome of the war should be submitted by the Star Domain government. This process decided which military forces, had played a larger role in the war, and specifically what their contributions were. This determined not just issues of honor but how the Empire's rewards would be allocated. Funding for planetary reconstruction and replenishing military losses were matters of practical benefit. For Ji Hang, an even more crucial matter was asserting his indisputable merit in the war, aiming to obtain the legitimate standing of the Dragonhawk Star Domain government. The various troubles Flame caused were essentially leveraging the naturally legal title of the Star Domain government. The key to resolving these issues was to become the spokesperson for legitimacy. But since Ji Hang already clashed with Flame, how could he expect them to speak well of him? Submitting victory reports through the Star Domain government to the higher authorities would likely render the alliance invisible. Ji Hang profoundly understood that victory and the fruits of victory were two different things. It was possible to win a war and end up with nothing. He had to fight for that right to speak. His war report, like the imperial tax, bypassed the Star Domain government and was sent directly to higher authority. However, the efficiency of the Empire was dreadfully slow. A year ago, Ji Hang had contacted Galaraldo to ask about the conclusion of the Dragonhawk Star Domain War. At that time, Galaraldo told him that the relevant information had not yet reached the Imperial Military Department. Ji Hang had no choice but to inquire with the Space Domain government, and Chairman Zuo said he had already sent it. What a mess! Now, no one knew where this victory report was stuck. But reportedly, this was normal. For Holy Terra, the Eastern Cosmos Domain, is a rather remote place. Here, a Starfield-level war had unfolded. Its scale was only so-so. In the entire universe, within the Imperial territory, wars of a similar scale were exaggerated if one said they happened every day. They were happening several times a day. Wait patiently. But all things considered, with the attention of big shots like Zuo Zhaofeng and Galaraldo, efficiency would inevitably be a bit faster than usual. And so, the wait continued until now. Ji Hang couldn't very well keep pushing. He just had to keep waiting, and if the final result he waited for turned out to be unsatisfactory, he also had some backup plans in readiness. Hopefully, they would not be needed. Ji Hang had not yet received a response to the war report when an old acquaintance arrived first. It was Lois. The Alliance border troops at Capital Star, after receiving instructions from Governor Ji, naturally had to drive away the tax fleet led by Lois. They denied the tax fleet's docking request, the Navy was closing in, and they warned this Dragonhawk tax fleet that if they forced their way through the Capital Star system's jump point, it would be considered an act of war. But the tax fleet didn't leave. Lois made a request for a personal communication with Ji Hang. Ji Hang thought this high official from the Star Domain government was going to try to persuade him of something. After all, Ji Hang could guess why the Fury Flame Battle Group had made Lois the tax official. It was because of the so-called grace of knowing that Lois had toward him. Of course, they knew it was impossible to collect money from Ji Hang, and it was also about irritating Ji Hang. Moreover, the nature of the imperial tax was worse than anything else. They were just waiting to use the issue Ji Hang brushed off to keep nitpicking. In theory, after being expelled by the Alliance, Lois should have already obtained what she needed and should have left. What is there to talk about? However, once they really connected, Ji Hang realized that he was wrong. Ji Hang, please save the Star Domain government, Lois said as her first sentence. Save the Star Domain government, Ji Hang replied. How? Can the Star Domain government admit that you've been coerced by the Fury Flame Battle Group? Of course. That's the truth. Ji Hang gave no direct response but continued to ask, so, does the Star Domain government want to give me a secret order to expel the Fury Flame Battle Group with troops? If you need it, of course, very well, please issue the secret order, Ji Hang said with a smile. But his heart was ice cold. Even with the so-called secret order, he couldn't possibly send troops westward to fight a civil war. This move was just like every other time the Fury Flame Battle Group annoyed him. With this secret order, Ji Hang could openly declare, look at what the Fury Flame Battle Group has put the Star Domain government through. But Lois didn't give him that secret order. She said, I don't want to go back to Yunluo Star. Oh, it was at this point that Ji Hang truly became interested? If I go back, it would be meaningless. I would just continue to be a puppet for the Fury Flame Battle Group. They've never thought about leaving the Star Domain government. Tan Juyi's wishful thinking is just a dream. I want to restructure the Star Domain government in the Eastern Star Domain, or at least restructure the structure of the Star Domain Administration Department. Ji Yuhang, will you support me? Ji Yuhang's tone warmed up. Of course. We're old friends. I will certainly support you fully. The actions of the Fury Flame Battle Group are just too excessive. The Star Domain government needs people like you, Director Lois, to stand up, expose them, and independently take on the responsibilities that the Star Domain government should bear. If you wish, then stay. The Alliance will provide you with all the help you need. Believe me, Director Lois, you have made the most correct choice. Lois's choice was indeed a pleasant surprise for Ji Yuhang. Wasn't legality the concern? With Lois's help, Ji Yuhang could indeed clear several hurdles. As the chief director of the Dragonhawk Star Domain Government Affairs Department, she could be considered the second in command throughout the Star Domain government. Once she arrived, Ji Yuhang could establish a smaller Star Domain government within his controlled area. The justification was clear. The chief administrator was here to conduct the operations of the Star Domain Administration Department, which was quite reasonable. Afterwards, Ji Yuhang could also act in the name of the Star Domain government. Even more, he could turn back and cause some trouble for the Fury Flame Battle Group. This was the conflict between name and reality. In fact, having suffered quite a few setbacks in the name of the Star Domain government, Ji Yuhang also made some efforts in this regard. Although filled with difficulties, the Alliance's intelligence departments had each exhibited their prowess, thinking of methods to insert agents into the various worlds of the Western Dragonhawk Star Domain, including Yunluo Star. These agents weren't realistic in staging rebellions, as the Alliance's influence and capacity to incite were not sufficient. But they were capable of gathering some intelligence and making covert contacts with certain key figures. With this intelligence, even though it wasn't all classified, Ji Yuhang could see that the Star Domain government wasn't willingly serving the Fury Flame Battle Group like a loyal dog. Some high officials in the Star Domain government had reached a certain understanding with the Alliance. They couldn't directly oppose the Fury Flame Battle Group, but they could pass information to the Alliance. They didn't dare to overtly assist the Alliance, yet they were able to resist and delay certain cooperations needed by the Fury Flame Battle Group, thus increasing their operational costs. After all, the Fury Flame Battle Group consisted of alien forces. Half a star domain, with billions of people in 102 worlds, couldn't possibly be managed by less than 1,000 interstellar warriors. Although they brought a considerable number of auxiliary army troops, they still needed to rely heavily on local forces to maintain their rule. Truthfully, this was very unstable and entirely different from Urso's original plans. Initially, Urso envisioned the Fury Flame Battle Group becoming heroes of the Dragonhawk Star Domain. Then everything would become very manageable. They intended to return power to the local forces and form strong alliances through influence and security guarantees. Then, by bringing in forces from the Manga Star Domain and the Princess Star Domain, they planned to infiltrate through continual trade and political cooperation. In a few years, the Dragonhawk Star Domain would become a de facto ally to the Iron Fury Stone, and even further down the line, they would have to heavily rely on the Iron Fury Stone. This strategy had been tested in multiple star domains. Though it took time, it had always been successful. However, in Dragonhawk Star Domain, everything was different. The step of becoming heroes, saviors, was greatly underachieved. Now, regarded as enemies by half the star domain, where could they be considered heroes? And precisely because of their adversarial relationship with the Alliance, they were unable to fully build their glorious image, forced to exploit the energies of the controlled half of the star domain to sustain this Cold War. But this would significantly erode the prestige they had painstakingly established through the Iron Teeth War, already compromised by the presence of the Alliance. It must be emphasized again, they were alien forces, not the native rulers of the Dragonhawk Star Domain. They managed to control half the star domain based on their wartime victories, the prestige of saving their world, and their formidable power. Both elements were indispensable. As the former was being continuously eroded, it would be impossible to permanently control half the star domain once the local forces truly began to disengage, regardless of how strong they were. As for Ji Yuhang, he was much more patient in this regard. By dragging things out, The eastern part of the Dragonhawk star domain under his control would only develop better, society would stabilize, and he could turn those 200 worlds into his stronghold. On the other hand, as long as Gu Hang maintained a Cold War stance with the Fury Flame battle group, the intrinsic contradictions of the western part of the star domain would become increasingly uncontainable, and the entire society more turbulent. Persistent rebellions might be unlikely, but the governance costs of the Fury Flame battle group would undoubtedly keep climbing, to the point where they not only couldn't benefit from it but had to continuously pour in resources to maintain it. Patience, don't rush, avoid mistakes, consolidate gains, accumulate strength. This was Gu Heng's overall strategy for leading the alliance against the Fury Flame battle group. Just 2 years had passed, and Alois had already defected. What about after 2 more years, 4 years? Keep up if you can for 6 years, 8 years. By then, who knows how much the alliance's naval fleets would have grown. But clearly, Urso didn't want to keep dragging things out with Gu Hang. From far in the eastern star domain, Gu Hang could see things clearly, but being in the thick of it, Urso felt it even more acutely. He was increasingly feeling uneasy. Up to now, he had to admit that the alliance, standing opposite him, was a tremendously potent enemy. His own intelligence gathering inside the alliance wasn't great, but the snippets he did catch were enough to let him know that this enemy would only grow stronger. And yet he couldn't take advantage of this time to launch a direct attack, instead forced to stew here in this Cold War. He felt extremely frustrated, but what was even more suffocating was that he sensed the local forces in the western Dragonhawk star domain reacting due to the extraction of resources from the Cold War and the oppressive and dominant rule that the Fury Flame battle group had been forced to adopt. Resource allocation and personnel replenishment were becoming increasingly unsmooth, and the conveyance and execution of orders were also growing more obscure. He felt as though he was sinking into a quagmire. He could clearly sense that if things continued this way, he and his battle group would drown in the Dragonhawk star domain. He had to break the game. But the method to break the game couldn't be war, at least not an unjustified war. Blatantly accusing the alliance of treason wasn't enough. While his words were fierce, Urso knew better than anyone what the image of Iron Fury Stone was in the Empire's political arena. If you yourself can't wash off the mud you're stuck in, pointing fingers at others and calling them traitors won't be believed by anyone. Once he initiated a war without sufficient claims, it might provoke a very severe reaction. In the worst case, it could even lead the Empire to declare the Fury Flame battle group as traitors and mobilize forces to suppress him. At that point, it would be another Circe's Flower Rebellion. That was the most critical opportunity for Iron Fury Stone to grow and strengthen, but also their greatest crisis. Back then, if they hadn't won, the fate of the 3 battle groups, Circe's Flower, Starbreaker Blade, and Phoenix, would be the fate of Iron Armor, Fury Flame, and Bedrock Shield. But on the other hand, what if the claims were sufficient? Over the past 2 years, Urso had been finding various troubles for the Alliance, all to accumulate claims. Defying orders, ignoring assignments, not accepting officials from the Star Domain government. And this time, the issue with the Imperial tax was a finishing blow. Urso had already considered that Gu Hang wouldn't pay him the tax. Otherwise, with over 70 billion in his hands, many issues could be resolved smoothly without having to exploit the locals so harshly, and he could even share some benefits. But not paying the tax was also fine, even if Gu Hang would pay it to the higher-level government. Just like the previous incident of reporting achievements, it was within his expectations. He even considered whether he should plunder the transport fleets dispatched by Gu Hang, since they weren't officially the Imperial tax fleet, and plundering them wasn't the same as robbing the Imperial tax. But after consideration, the risk was still too high. It was too offensive to the Space Domain government. After all, that money was meant for the Space Domain government. If they claimed that this was their official tax fleet, he would be in big trouble. Under the current circumstances, it was enough. Skipping the Star Domain government and paying taxes directly to the higher-level government? Even if he got approval from the senior government, there were too many angles to exploit in this issue. In this universe, things that are truly black and white are few. Most affairs exist in shades of gray, merely varying in depth. The same issue, under different judgments or different stances, could entirely change in nature. The accumulated material from the past, along with the current issue of Imperial tax, were all ammunition for Urso's next move. But this ammunition couldn't be fired by the Fury Flame battle group, For the same reason he couldn't start a war on his own. However, Iron Fury Stone had been messing around in the Empire's political scene for so many years, doing many rule-breaking and illicit things, and could still be so brazen now. There was naturally a reason for that. Apart from their inherently strong capabilities, they had developed some collaborators and shared interest groups, which also formed a certain level of protection. Without connections, he would have capsized long ago. And now, it's time to utilize those connections. Imperial Inquisition. Over the years, Iron Fury Stone had maintained fairly good relations with numerous Imperial Inquisition institutions and orders. Speaking of the Imperial Inquisition, this is an organization within the Empire quite exceptional in nature. They are a super spy organization that combines the functions of secret police, espionage, intelligence, domestic surveillance, dealing with heretics, eliminating demons and aliens from outside, and more. Their power is immense, almost towering above any other political entity in the Empire, constantly monitoring every living being within the Empire. In theory, a judge possesses almost boundless power. As long as there is a justifiable reason, they could virtually do as they please, signing an extinction order, killing billions or even hundreds of billions of people on a planet, executing an empire marshal, overseeing lords of the Supreme Council, declaring a starfighter battlegroup traitorous. At the same time, the Imperial Inquisition is a vast, loose, and complex organization. Every judge has their own idea of how to defend the empire more effectively. Depending on their philosophy of handling situations and methodology, the Inquisition internally actually divides into countless factions. There are specialized tribunals like the Demon Tribunal for dealing with abyss demons, the Extraplanar Tribunal focused on various kinds of aliens, and the Heretic Tribunal for rooting out traitors within the empire. These three are among the largest, yet there are many smaller, radically different other factions. The Imperial Inquisition does not have a formal structural framework. Some judges, when facing significant problems they cannot solve alone, form cooperative groups. Often, such cooperative groups are the precursors and embryonic forms of a tribunal faction. While judges' powers are boundless in theory, in specific affairs, the situation is much more complicated. The nominally excessive power of the Inquisition often evolves into having no power at all. Or rather, what a specific judge wishes to do depends on his strength. This strength depends on how much power a judge can mobilize within the Inquisition itself, how willing his own faction is to support him, how much power he can mobilize from other factions, how much support he can fish from outside organizations, and whether he can mobilize help from the state religion, sect of mechanics, or even the Star Realm Army or Imperial Navy. All these constitute parts of a judge's strength. On the other hand, it depends on how much recognition a judge's words and judgments can gain within the empire. Thus, although judges possess almost boundless secular power in theory, if they abuse their authority in reality, they will soon face a variety of worldly repercussions. Even the Inquisition itself has a specialized institution responsible for overseeing judges who abuse their power. Therefore, although theoretically feasible, judges cannot really do as they please. And yet, the connections of Iron Fury Stone within the Inquisition are surprisingly good. Especially a major faction that is often active in the eastern parts of the empire, the Silver Tribunal. This tribunal had a glorious history, commanding tens of thousands of formal judges and maintaining good cooperation with several powerful Star Realm Army Corps and admirals. The biggest case involved them successfully inciting a trial against the Cosmic Domain Chair of the Maclay Domain, a figure absolutely among the top officials of the empire, which ended with the judgment by the Silver Tribunal. Whether he was actually, as the Silver Tribunal claimed, a traitor, incompetent and corrupt, causing immense losses to the empire, in the end, that domain chair tried to incite a rebellion for self-protection but was still dismantled and executed by the Silver Tribunal. And their second major act was during the massive Circus Flower Rebellion over a century ago. They proved the loyalty of the Iron Armor Battle Group, sentenced the Circus Flower Battle Group to extinction, and ordered the Starbreaker Blade and Phoenix on a redemption expedition. With these two major incidents happening one after the other, the Silver Tribunal became famously influential in multiple star domains within the eastern part of the empire. Iron Fury Stone also often coordinated with some of their actions, causing quite a stir. Moreover, the decisions made by the Silver Tribunal, backed by their original strong force and support from Iron Fury Stone, always materialized. They also managed to get the headquarters of the Imperial Inquisition to sign off and approve their judgments. The Silver Judges hadn't yet entered the Dragonhawk star domain, and Ji Yu Hang already knew about it. They were coming with an overwhelming and undisguised presence, broadcasting their intentions far and wide, and even a message requesting the Alliance's cooperation with the investigation had been delivered into Ji Yu Hang's hands. After receiving this message, Ji Yu Hang sighed. What was meant to come would always come. Of course, he did not want the tribunal to enter his territory, especially not a tribunal with hostile intent. Ji Yu Hang carefully pondered the possibility of refusing the Silver Tribunal entry into Alliance territory. It seemed unlikely. By doing so, he would appear guilty whether he was or not. The Fury Flame Battle Group would immediately have the most reasonable excuse for war, and the Silver Tribunal would join in. If it was just that, it might have been fine since they were already enemies, bound to fight sooner or later. But the key point is, after providing a perfect rationale for war, all Imperial forces that could have assisted Ji Yu Hang would no longer be able to help him, and would involuntarily become his enemies instead. By then, he wouldn't just be fighting the Fury Flame Battle Group and the Silver Tribunal, but rather an unrestrained Fury Flame Battle Group that could fully mobilize all its resources, while he would be battling alone. That would definitely not do. Ji Yu Hang abandoned this idea. He could only allow the Silver Tribunal to enter, and since he couldn't stop them, Ji Yu Hang had some ways to deal with it. Mainly in two aspects, and he could use both simultaneously. One was about the inspection itself. The other was beyond the inspection. Firstly, regarding the inspection itself, based on various reports and statements, Ji Yu Hang believed there might still be room for negotiation. The Silver Tribunal was not subordinate to Iron Fury's stone. They could at best be considered to be in a good relationship, sharing common interests, akin to allies. They were still the tribunal, and must adhere to its rules. Quite a number of judges were indeed idealists. This meant that they would accept Iron Fury Stone's invitation to help, serve as Iron Fury Stone's umbrella, but not subordinates, not nodding along with whatever Iron Fury Stone said. And if one believed that the Silver Tribunal would judge to a certain extent fairly, then there really was a point in trying. However, what Ji Yu Hang was most troubled about was exactly this. If the Alliance truly had no issues and could withstand scrutiny, he would not have worried about others coming with malice. True gold fears no fire. The key was, there were too many matters within the Alliance that couldn't withstand detailed investigation. Furthermore, not just the nonsensical accusations from Urso that Ji Yu Hang was worried about. It was the multitude of problems within the Alliance itself. Where did the various industries and technologies that rapidly developed within the Alliance in such a short time frame come from? Why is the training of the Alliance's soldiers so efficient? How did the number of phoenixes inflate to hundreds or thousands in just a few short years? How did the political entity known as the Alliance gain legitimacy? Does Galeraldo have the authority to make the decision for such a multi-planet political union? Are all the planets that have joined the Alliance to date in accordance with Imperial statutes? Are the Seven-Horse Framework and the Economic Community Act legal? Even if these are all legal, the Alliance is replicating its political system on every affiliate planet, sidelining every planetary governor, an approach completely inconsistent with the basic political structure of the Empire. Does the Alliance have this right? If a whole squad of professional tribunal officials, even those truly impartial without the influence of the Fury Flame Battle Group, were to investigate thoroughly, it would cause Ji Yu Hang to sweat profusely. For these issues, Ji Yu Hang had actually made many preparations, with various explanations. Some could withstand scrutiny. Others not quite so much. A detailed investigation would always be risky. He had to face it with a tough face. Specific countermeasures were already arranged by Ji Yu Hang. This would be a high-priority task for the Alliance moving forward, with all preparations underway. Once the Silver Tribunal's fleet arrived, they would begin execution. As for the work beyond the inspection, no one else could help, and Ji Yu Hang had to take care of it himself. He started to frequently communicate with two parties, Zuo Zhaofeng and Bochoya Galeraldo. Who doesn't have a patron after all? Maybe someone's patron is even bigger. And Ji Yu Hang's efforts started to bear some fruits. From Zuo Zhaofeng's side, the Cosmic Domain Chair provided Ji Yu Hang with no small amount of help. Initially, he honestly had no particular feeling towards Ji Yu Hang. Upon taking office, he was a senior official of the Empire, and compared to Ji Yu Hang, who was then only mingling at the star region level, was Ji Yu Hang of any significance to him? The difference in grade and class was too great. But the reason he helped Ji Yu Hang was purely because of Gallaraldo, his most important political ally, who mentioned Ji Yu Hang several times, asking him to take good care of the young man. Under such circumstances, Zhuo Zhaofeng naturally came to see Ji Yu Hang as one of his own in the same political faction, and it became natural to provide assistance. Later, the Iron Teeth War in the Dragonhawk star domain also greatly attracted the attention of the space domain government. The space domain government certainly paid close attention to the war in the Dragonhawk star domain. The green skin crisis that suddenly erupted here was indeed frightening. The Eastern Cosmos domain was also fearful of the Iron Tooth clan, which had swept across the entire Dragonhawk star domain in just a few months, fearing it would turn into a more vast and uncontrollable green tide, and spill out beyond the star domain's bounds, affecting other star domains, and even the entire Cosmos domain. Even towards the end, when the form of battle became deadlocked, the space domain government still maintained a high level of attention here. They also did not wish for the entire Dragonhawk star domain to be destroyed in this war. The position of the Dragonhawk star domain within the Eastern Cosmos domain is quite significant. Destroying an entire star domain would be a loss too great to bear. Zhuo Zhaofeng, only a few years into his tenure as Cosmic Domain Chair, had already faced the blight of a star domain under his administration, which was a significant blow to his political career. For this reason, during the Iron Teeth War, the space domain government had actually provided considerable assistance. A massive amount of resources, along with parts of the Star Realm Army and a portion of the naval fleet provided by the space domain government, were sent as reinforcements to the Yunluo government. Even the Eastern Fleet's ace, equipped with 3 battleships and 7 battleship cruisers, had received orders to detach a part of their main forces to directly intervene in the Iron Teeth War when necessary. Towards the late stages of the Iron Teeth War, the reason why the Fury Flame Battle Group could continuously hold their ground against the Green Skins at the front line and even maintain an advantage in the war of attrition was largely due to the robust support from the Eastern Cosmos domain. In fact, part of the reason the Fury Flame Battle Group came to the Dragonhawk star domain to fight was at the invitation of the Eastern Cosmic Realm government. However, after the war ended, the relationships between the two parties, which briefly went through a honeymoon phase, soon ended and even became fraught with contradiction. This was all thanks to Ji Yu Hang, who, due to competition with the alliance, had to squeeze every bit of strength to maintain a non-disadvantaged situation in the Cold War. Under such circumstances, Urso naturally continued to retain much of the assistance provided by the Eastern Cosmos domain for his own use. As for those resources sent as aid, it's one thing. They were consumables. Since they were used up in the war, the space domain government reluctantly accepted that. However, retaining the dispatched Star Realm Army, naval fleet, and transport ships was another matter, causing considerable dissatisfaction. There were no few quarrels regarding this matter. And with the Fury Flame Battle Group behaving as if they were staying in the Dragonhawk star domain indefinitely, effectively hostage-taking the star domain government, it further vexed the space domain government. As the space domain government oversees the star domain government, bypassing the star domain government was akin to cutting flesh from the space domain government. After the relationship rapidly deteriorated, the alliance represented by Ji Yu Hang suddenly seemed clear and distinctive in comparison. Set side by side, they were utterly different. The alliance also made significant contributions during the war, not only directly attacking the Greenskins' lair, forcing the main forces of the Greenskins to retreat in panic, but ultimately it was the alliance governor Ji Yu Hang himself who personally vanquished the Great Chieftain. Throughout the process, the alliance hardly received any extra assistance from the space domain government, nor did they constantly complain. Instead, they only reported good news. Following the onset of the Cold War, the statements made by the Fury Flame Battle Group seemed rather nonsensical. In contrast, the alliance's criticism of the Fury Flame Battle Group for undermining the star domain government was entirely on point. More crucially, although the alliance effectively controlled half a star domain, they were not at all arrogant. It's normal that they couldn't pay the imperial tax for the preceding years due to the war. The expenses were meticulously documented and respectfully submitted for the higher government's review. After the war, with the biennial imperial tax due, the alliance dutifully paid. Not paying the star domain government was completely understandable. After all, Wouldn't it just be withheld by the Fury Flame? The Alliance made direct payments to a higher-level government, which was perfectly reasonable. That 76 billion in tax currency from the imperial tax truly delighted Zhuo Zhaofeng. What is called one of our own? This is truly one of our own. Now, the Alliance's stature could not be treated as a minor player any longer. How could such a powerful, promising ally be allowed to be messed with? Zhuo Zhaofeng, on behalf of the Imperial Space Domain government, issued a note to the Silver Tribunal. While there is no jurisdictional subordination, he could not command the Silver Tribunal, but as the chair of a Cosmos domain, his words still carried weight. After all, the Eastern Cosmos domain is a frequent hotspot for the Silver Tribunal, and the Eastern Cosmic Realm government has been cooperative with the various actions of the Silver Tribunal in the Eastern Cosmos domain, maintaining a good relationship, and the Silver Tribunal also relies heavily on Zhuo Zhaofeng's support. In such a situation, the dissatisfaction explicitly expressed by Zhuo Zhaofeng was a considerable pressure on the Silver Tribunal. A judge from the Silver faction hurried to meet Zhuo Zhaofeng to explain the situation. However, this alone could not completely stop the actions of the Silver Tribunal. At most, it might make them more restrained and mild. But Zhuo Zhaofeng was not satisfied. Furthermore, another faction of the tribunal was also mobilized. Among the active factions within the Eastern Cosmos domain, one known as the Flash Judgment Court is small in size and its strength cannot be compared with the large tribunals like the Silver Tribunal, which has been involved in many major incidents across multiple Cosmos domains. However, it still has a substantial number of official judges. At Zhuo Zhaofeng's request, the Flash Judgment Court mobilized half of its personnel and headed to the Dragonhawk Star domain. It's not that the Flash faction was going to stop the Silver faction. They didn't have the capacity to do so, given the vast difference in scale and strength. Upon reaching the Dragonhawk Star domain, they divided into two groups. One went to investigate Fury Flame, as a tit-for-tat response. Although even if the Flash faction declared the Fury Flame battle group as traitors, it wouldn't mean much, as a verdict that can't be enforced is something no tribunal faction would do. It ruins their reputation. But this was the space domain government making a statement, and the Fury Flame battle group had to restrain their behavior accordingly. The other group went to the controlled area of the Alliance. They weren't there to investigate the Alliance nor to issue a radically different investigative conclusion from the Silver faction, for that would be akin to turning hostile, which the Flash faction would also avoid. But they would oversee the actions of the Silver faction judges to ensure that their factional peers did not act recklessly. You want to investigate, fine, but do it legally and properly. Don't use petty tricks, or else, although I can't stop you, it won't stop me from reporting your actions truthfully to disgust you. Under Zhuo Zhaofeng's will, the cumbersome system of the space domain government operated with rare efficiency. And this support brought a series of surprises to Ji Yuhang. His pressure was significantly reduced, both internally and externally. Internally, many worlds that were newly acquired and not yet fully loyal stabilized considerably. Previously, they thought the Alliance might truly be traitors, what with even the tribunal showing up. Now it seems, although the final verdict is not yet out, there's some peace of mind. Externally, the official commercial fleet of the Alliance, GU Commercial Firm, as well as the newly established Alliance Chamber of Commerce, stabilized a lot in their trade dealings with the Eagle Silk Starfield and the east adjoining Starfield. More importantly, going forward, Ji Yuhang doesn't need to worry that if the Silver Tribunal indeed delivers the worst judgment, he would not be completely isolated and besieged. His enemies still remain focused mainly on the Fury Flame battle group, possibly extending to Iron Fury Stone and the Silver Tribunal. Even so, the pressure is still immense. But the good news is that Iron Armor, Bedrock Shield, and the Silver Tribunal all have their own issues to deal with and can't focus all their forces on him. He just needs to deal with Fury Flame. If Zhuo Zhaofeng's support alleviated some of Ji Yuhang's worries for the future, then Galaraldo presented him with another choice. Come to Terra. In the Star Speech communication, Galaraldo invited Ji Yuhang. Gazing at the planet before him, he couldn't recognize it as Earth, the mother planet of humanity. The impression of that blue and beautiful planet was completely gone. Oceans that should have once covered most of the planet's surface had dried up an unknown number of years ago, and naturally, the floating white clouds also vanished without a trace. Instead, countless artificial structures, clearly visible even from space, covered every inch of the planet, including the dried-up seabeds. They were the nest capitals. That was Ji Yuhang's first thought, but he quickly dismissed it. It was far too imprecise. It was a patchwork of nest capitals. Today's Holy Terra was the empire's largest nest capital world. According to the empire's data, 1 trillion people lived here, including over 50 billion officials of the empire government, responsible for governing the vast territories of the empire. What a terrifying number that was! Corellia was already a standard nest capital world, with its huge population being its core resource. But even at its peak, it only had a population of 40 billion, merely 4% of Holy Terra. Currently, the Alliance controlled half of the star domain, and if we included the worlds indirectly controlled through the Economic Community Act within the Seven-Horse framework, there would be a total of 182 planets, with a combined population of 3.4 trillion, a mere one-third of that of Holy Terra. And Holy Terra possessed not just a vast population, its productivity was equally developed. The entire solar system was indeed the core region of humanity. Here, not only Holy Terra existed, but also the moonbase, as well as another magnificent world, the headquarters of the sect of mechanics, the Martian Foundry world. Holy Terra's starport district was also staggeringly vast, resembling a sprawling space world made of steel, stretching unbroken and nearly blending into the moon starport in the distance. Countless vessels, big and small, tightly packed, were entering and leaving this grand starport district. The daily volume of materials moving through the starport was beyond calculation. Ji Yuhang could even see several ships hauling massive ice comets into designated starports. These ice comets, perhaps, were the source of water for the unimaginable trillion inhabitants of the now parched Holy Terra. Additionally, the Imperial Navy's core solar fleet patrolled this area. Ji Yuhang could see many powerful warships of diverse shapes, each comparable in size to or even surpassing a Retribution-class battleship. The most numerous, of course, were the commonly seen Retribution-class battleships, but there were also some battleships of a different mold that looked fiercer than the conventional Retribution class. Above the orbit of Holy Terra, the most eye-catching was a circular object, somewhat resembling a star fortress but larger than any other star fortress Ji Yuhang had ever seen. Named Mount Array, it was the Empire's largest mobile fortress to date. Its size was like a satellite or a large asteroid, with its foredeck alone able to accommodate 10 warships. It could even be considered a cosmic nest capital, capable of housing an inconceivable number of inhabitants and requiring an incalculable number of mortal crew members. It was not only enormous, but also fast. From the few records of its departures from Holy Terra, it was always able to quickly reach the battlefield and annihilate the Empire's enemies with unmatched firepower. Its history even predated that of the human empire. It belonged to a prehistoric creation that the current human technology could only maintain. If it sustained significant damage, it could only be repaired with substitute technology, resulting in permanent performance loss, not to mention the impossibility of building a new one. Mount Array was retrieved by the interstellar warrior 7th Legion 10,000 years ago. After the division of the battle group, it became the home of the reorganized Golden Knight Legion. Now, the Golden Knight Legion was the only starfighter battle group permanently stationed on Holy Terra, and together with the Imperial Guard, both painted golden, they defended the mother planet of humanity and the heart of the Empire. As Ji Yuhang's ship skimmed past Mount Array, his gaze lingered on this massive, majestic, and beautiful creation, thinking, when will I ever have such a behemoth? Until Mount Array vanished from his view, he reluctantly pulled his gaze away. Entering the starport, he switched to a smaller ship and headed for the surface. In the approach, Ji Yuhang caught a glimpse of the people living among those towering nest capitals. Life didn't seem great. This slightly shattered the halo of Holy Terra in Ji Yuhang's heart. In orbit above the planet, he was almost awestruck by the imperial capital, the heart of humanity. However, the living standards of the people on Holy Terra were similar to the nest capital worlds of his stereotypical impression. But it was said that real estate prices on Holy Terra were exceedingly expensive, with the most dilapidated room perhaps worth as much as a palace on other planets. On the surface of Holy Terra, if one were to talk about the most magnificent set of buildings, that would still be the Imperial Palace. It was situated on the Himalayas, covering the entire Tibetan Plateau. Its spires pierced the sky, and the resplendent palace gleamed in the sunlight with numerous ships circling above, guarding the glory and dignity of the empire. It was not only a symbol of imperial authority but also seemed like an eternal fortress, standing through the ages, witnessing the rise and fall, the changes and transitions of the empire. The emperor began his rise to power here, unifying the entire world. The emperor created the interstellar warriors and the so-called perfect humans of the imperial guard here, and sparked the grand expedition that established the current boundaries of the empire. Moreover, it was here that the emperor ascended to godhood, sheltering humanity for countless millennia. And now, Ji Yuhang's destination was precisely here. Ji Yuhang's journey to Holy Terra took a great deal of time. The longest part of the journey was from the Alliance to Wuji Star. The southern route was too dangerous, so Ji Yuhang had to choose to go through the east adjoining starfield, then south to the Eagle Silk starfield, and from there to the Wuji starfield. After arriving at Wuji Star, one more jump was needed to enter the Wenzhou universe, and then to the Sun Zhou domain. When the empire divided its administrative regions, it was particularly meticulous. Each capital planet of a cosmic domain, while serving as the core of an entire cosmos domain, also had to meet another requirement: that its connection with the Sun Zhou domain should not exceed one jump between star domains. Even to the point where, in consideration of the second criterion, sometimes the first would be sacrificed, resulting in some cosmic domain capitals being isolated on the fringes. Clearly, this was done to ensure the empire could maintain as much control as possible over its vast territories. Eventually, as the empire's territories became overly large, this rule was relaxed to 2 star domains. But in any case, the journey from Wuji Star to the heart of the empire, the Sun Zhou domain, did not seem so remote when looking at the map of the empire's star domains. However, even so, it took Ji Yuhang a full 7 months of travel time to reach the Sun Zhou domain, and another 3 months to arrive on Holy Terra. This was still because Ji Yuhang was on a high-speed ship, not carrying an entire fleet, with no stops along the way, minimal deceleration, and with travel passes issued by the Central Empire to various locations, that he managed to complete this journey in 10 months. If it had been a larger fleet or transport convoy, the same journey would generally take close to 2 years. For Ji Yuhang, a man worth millions every minute, it was certainly not desirable to spend such a long time on the road. Especially on the critical occasion of the impending Silver Tribunal. Could it be that Ji Yuhang wasn't worried that after the Silver Tribunal's arrival, under immense pressure, they would declare the Alliance as traitors, and then the Fury Flame battle group would start a war, launching a comprehensive attack on the Alliance's controlled areas? Of course, he was still worried, but after much consideration, Ji Yuhang still decided to make this trip. Galleraldo invited him, primarily to resolve the Iron Fury Stone issue brought to the Alliance. Officially, it was to invite Ji Yuhang to Holy Terra for a commendation ceremony specifically in his honor. The victory report of the Iron Teeth War had finally gone through the procedures of the Imperial Military Department. Despite some complications, it was now almost certain that Ji Yuhang and his alliance were the greatest contributors to this war. But if it was just for commendation and decoration, Ji Yuhang certainly would not spend nearly 2 years to make a round trip to Holy Terra. Even if Galleraldo said there was a chance to obtain a marshal's rank for him. Marshal, that's an outrageously high military rank. And to be awarded in Holy Terra means it couldn't possibly be some useless rank like those of local world defense armies, but a genuine marshal of the Imperial Star Realm Army. Usually, this top rank could only be obtained by the highest military commander of an entire Cosmos Domain Star Realm Army or Imperial Navy fleet, as well as the highest permanent rank of the Star Realm Army and Navy. Although, in reality, there are still 2 higher ranks above Marshal, Grand Marshal and Supreme Marshal, which are generally honorary. A Grand Marshal is usually appointed by the central government to command a war with multiple Empire Marshals, assuming the highest unified command role. At the end of a typical war, this temporary title of Supreme Commander would be revoked, or if the individual's performance and contributions during the war are too significant to overlook, the rank of Grand Marshal might be retained as an honorary title. The Supreme Commander is unique in the entire Empire, representing the Star Realm Army among the 13 seats of the Imperial Council. In this sense, the rank of Marshal truly stands at the pinnacle within the conventional military ranks of the Empire, and it possesses tremendous political significance. Even a bare title of Marshal carries substantial influence. However, for Ji Yuhang, the rank of Marshal was not worth the nearly 2 years of travel time back and forth. He was different from the other genuine marshals of the Star Realm army. After their promotion, they would be formally tasked with or granted control over more Star Realm armed forces, becoming higher-level commanders, and only then would they be awarded such a top-tier military rank. But Ji Yu Heng's rank of marshal was earned as an independent power. His Rage Bear Legion, though formally registered as a corps of the Star Realm army, had expanded several times to a total size of 20 million. Of course, this was not enough to support the title of marshal. For him, the rank was merely a token of honor and not highly valuable in itself. Yet, the underlying implications carried greater weight. He could not expect, after being conferred the rank of marshal, that the Empire would assign a vast number of Star Realm armed forces to expand his power. However, Ji Yu Heng's own Rage Bear Legion could further increase its expansion. If it could be legally expanded to tens of billions in size, then based on the standards of the Star Realm army, it would mean an annual allocation of hundreds of billions, or even trillions, for maintaining the forces. The yearly maintenance cost itself would amount to tens of billions. Moreover, in the discussions between Ji Yu Heng and Galaraldo, the Empire was likely to grant another rank of Imperial Navy Admiral to the Alliance. A bona fide Imperial Navy Admiral. Of course, Ji Yu Heng would offer this opportunity to Yelisia. Aside from the honor of the rank, it also meant that the Tianma fleet, as part of the Imperial Navy fleet, could be expanded to several times its current size. This too signified an annual allocation of hundreds of billions, as well as maintenance costs of tens of billions per year. Of course, the Empire wouldn't actually give a penny for this allocation of funds for military buildup. All of it would be provided by the Alliance. But it could offset taxes, and that was as good as hard cash. After all, military construction took time. Each year, the Alliance would deduct a portion of the imperial tax it was supposed to pay, equivalent to how much was built. Rather than handing over the money for nothing, it was better to count it towards the construction of the Star Realm Army and the Imperial Navy to offset taxes. Obviously, they couldn't actually build as much as their annual tax obligation of 38 billion. Otherwise, others who needed the money along the line would be offended. But offsetting taxes by about 20 billion a year. And as the alliance grew and the tax obligations increased, this number could also rise, would suffice. Over the course of 20 or 30 years, these two forces could be established. Although theoretically, if the alliance's forces were converted into the Star Realm Army and Imperial Navy, the Empire could command them, but in the past, Ji Yu Heng would have had no choice but to comply with any orders received. However, if Ji Yu Heng had control of a Star Realm army plus an Imperial Navy fleet valued in the trillions, then whoever wanted to issue such orders would have to think thrice. Of course, Ji Yu Heng was an Imperial loyalist. He would definitely follow the orders, otherwise, wouldn't that make him a domineering warlord? But before such orders were issued, Ji Yu Heng's opinion would have to be seriously considered, as an empire marshal, and by then a marshal with actual authority, who could ignore his views. The deep significance behind the ranks of Marshal Rage Bear and Tianma Admiral was the apparent reason why Ji Yu Heng had to make a personal visit to Holy Terra. This concerned matters equal to 2 to 300 billion in value, equivalent to 4 to 5 years' worth of the alliance's imperial tax, and it also represented significant political interests that could not be overlooked. Outside Terra Imperial Palace, Ji Yu Heng encountered two renowned legions of the Imperial Army. The Golden Knight Legion and the Imperial Guard. The former is one of the original interstellar soldier corps, the founding corps, to which countless battle groups split from the 7th Legion look up as their mother corps. The Golden Knight Legion is stationed on Holy Terra, the only battle group of interstellar warriors that can recruit directly from Terra. Besides Terra, they also have a mother planet, Dwangstar, from which they can recruit. Moreover, there is another granted recruitment world, Ramond, a nest capital world with a population of 200 billion. Sometimes, Ji Yu Heng would mock, does a single battle group really need so many recruitment worlds? The population of these 3 worlds combined outnumbers that of a whole star domain by a lot. Could it be true, the rumor that the Golden Knights vehemently deny, that they enlist a vast number of new soldiers in excess of quota? There are also whispers that the Golden Knights would redistribute these unused elite recruits to some of their sub-legions, such as the renowned Black Cross Legion. Ji Yu Heng suspects this might be true as well. Outside Terra Imperial Palace, Ji Yu Heng could no longer take his original flying vehicle and had to switch to one designated for use within the palace. This procedure was supervised by the interstellar warriors of the Golden Knight Legion as well as the Terra Defense Army. After switching to the dedicated flying vehicle of Terra Imperial Palace, passing through one of the numerous grand gates located on a plateau surrounded by tall walls, Ji Hang entered the Imperial Palace and encountered the genuine Imperial Guard. They donned golden armors, all noticeably taller than any interstellar warrior Ji Hang had encountered. The designs on their armors were intricately terrifying, adorned with jewels. Atop their elongated helmets fluttered proud tassels of red, matched with the bright red cape and armor trim, creating an imposing presence of gold and red. Ji Hang believed that the adornments on these two Imperial Guards were not merely for show. He could feel a distressing power emanating from them that suppressed the ambient spiritual energy. It wasn't enough to inhibit Ji Hang from using his spiritual energy, but it was certainly sufficient to pose a threat. Should it come to a real fight, Ji Hang felt he could take them down, but it would be far more difficult than dealing with an interstellar warrior. No wonder these were the top tier of the Empire's super soldiers, created painstakingly by the Emperor himself, templates of perfect humans. Ji Hang earnestly went through the inspection and handed over his personal documents. His identity of course posed no issue, but as an A-rated psychic, he was considered a subject of strict limitation and was thus ordered to wear a bracelet made from some black stone. This artifact strongly suppressed Ji Hang's spiritual power. He estimated that under normal conditions, he wouldn't even be able to remove the bracelet using his own power. His psychic strength would be suppressed to a very low level, yet, if he exerted full effort, tearing through a subspace rift to summon the power of the Storm God Kingdom, it would be possible to destroy the bracelet. But to do such a thing within Terra Imperial Palace would be pure suicide. If a simple bracelet possessed such a potent psychic suppression effect, then within the palace, there must be far more powerful means of energy dampening. Feeling somewhat insecure, Ji Hang still obediently wore the bracelet and compliantly followed a Terra official deeper into the Imperial Palace. He finally met Galleraldo. The Terra Imperial Palace was the current core of the central government of the Empire, and as a high official of the Central Empire, Galleraldo's office and residence were both situated here. The latter came with his position. Upon meeting, Galleraldo greeted Ji Hang with a big hug. "It's been ages, and you haven't changed a bit." Galleraldo's attitude was very warm. Ji Hang felt that the psyche seed he had planted in this former apostle of war, now the executive director of the Military Affairs Department, had vanished. To be honest, this gave Ji Hang a bit of a shock, but soon, he calmed down. Galleraldo's demeanor didn't seem to be feigned, which didn't match the reaction if the psyche manipulating seed had been discovered. It's also possible that Galleraldo was playing a role, pretending to be close, but on one hand it didn't seem like it, on the other hand, there seemed no need. Given Galleraldo's nature, if he knew that his sense of gratitude for Ji Hang saving his life, as well as the subsequent affectionate emotions, were all false, an illusion spawned by manipulations from Ji Hang, with his unforgiving temperament, it would be impossible for him to refrain from acting all this time. He would have started causing trouble for Ji Hang, seeking ways to kill him. But none of these scenarios occurred. Ji Hang was still quite confident in his own methods. Not only were they covert and sophisticated, but mainly because the interference he initiated was minimalistic and difficult to detect. Based on the current situation, Ji Hang deduced the truth. The psyche seed had been completely assimilated. Now Galleraldo's feelings toward him were genuine, stemming from his heart, resistant to any scrutiny, for the psychic influence had vanished entirely. This was a good thing. Ji Hang no longer had to worry about his manipulations of Galleraldo's mind being exposed. However, there were drawbacks. Since the locked-in level of fondness was no more, it meant that if Ji Hang were to utter something offensive or perform an upsetting action, the former apostle of war's perception of him could sour, even turning into hostility. Overall, Ji Hang believed that the advantages of this matter far outweighed the disadvantages. A crisis with the potential risk of extinction no longer existed. As for not locking in goodwill, that was also fine. At least there was no loss. Moreover, the favorability from the start was almost maxed out, and Ji Hang himself was not a troublemaker, not prone to squandering the relationship between the two of them. Furthermore, they currently had quite a consistent interest. After the initial pleasantries, that evening's dinner was a banquet arranged by Galleraldo. In the imperial palace, a restaurant dedicated to serving high-ranking officials was chosen, where various officials accepted his invitation and came. Gallaraldo, bringing Ji Yuheng along, introduced him to many individuals one by one. These people were from all departments of the empire government: Military Affairs Department, Department of Political Affairs, Legal Department, Department of Taxation. In addition to these government departments, there were also several high-ranking generals from the Star Realm Army, the Imperial Navy, and even senior clergy from the state religion and sect of mechanics. Those who were personally introduced by Gallaraldo, of course, were no minor characters. At a minimum, they held the status of senior committee members of their respective departments, and among them, there were even a few deputy directors of the central government. The highest-ranking attendee was a deputy prime minister from the Imperial Taxation Department. Ji Yuheng had indeed come to admire Gallaraldo a bit. Initially, he thought this guy was just a good hand who used the name of the Sun Lord to make money everywhere. But now, it seemed that the loss of the Sun Lord had, conversely, acted like lifting a seal for him, revealing his other side capable of mingling adeptly. Making so many friends was not easy. Ji Yuheng's network was suddenly expanded by a lot. Of course, these people wouldn't easily become Ji Yuheng's friends just because of one introduction. But at least, they were now acquaintances, having exchanged contact information. When Ji Yuheng needed something, he at least knew who to approach, and visiting them wouldn't result in being ignored. Asking for help might not be appropriate, but if there were some opportunities for an exchange of interests that could benefit both sides, there shouldn't be any major problem. In short, becoming familiar faces was always beneficial. The senior figures from the various departments and forces of the empire, their attitude towards Ji Yuheng was also pretty good. Of course, Gallaraldo's influence was a reason, and the main reason at that. But many were also genuinely interested in Ji Yuheng himself, and had engaging conversations with him. These people, you really can mingle with them more. They are the ones who need support from local power brokers. If you have any ideas, you can communicate more with these people and exchange some things. Gallaraldo whispered to Ji Yuheng at the end of the banquet, when the two of them were chatting on a terrace. The executive minister of the Military Affairs Department had begun to speak quietly to Ji Yuheng about the various people they had talked with earlier. And that deputy minister of the Taxation Department, he is our true friend. Ji Yuheng laughed. I thought everyone in the hall was your friend. Ha ha ha. Gallaraldo laughed loudly, his tone inadvertently carrying a hint of scorn. How could that be? Among the people here, only you are worthy of the term friend. In my heart, people are hierarchical. The majority in the meeting hall belong to the lowest tier. Most of them are mediocrities, neither possessing exceptional abilities nor firm will. Their greatest value lies in their positions. These people are mere underlings, only useful for creating an imposing presence. Relying on them in crucial moments is not their fault, but ours. The few who are truly capable are also just for mutual use. They can be trusted when there are profits in sight, but one must always be vigilant. In the cruel battleground of fame and fortune that is Holy Terra, betrayal and bribery are ever present. The least in number are those who can be deemed partners. They are trustworthy and capable, with interests deeply intertwined and a certain foundation of sentiment. These people can be relied on. But they cannot be regarded as friends. They are not to be entrusted with one's life. Only you, my friend, I will always remember that you once saved my life and gave me the opportunity to quickly return to the center of power. I can rest assured handing my life over to you, without fear that you will betray me. Even Ji Yuheng was somewhat moved after hearing all this. He seriously said to Gallaraldo, I feel the same. Gallaraldo patted Ji Yuheng's shoulder, smiled, and after toasting with him, he continued. No need to be so serious, today isn't a very serious occasion. However, later tonight, there's another, smaller gathering. That will need to be more stringent, as we have some major issues to discuss, real major issues. Okay. Ji Yuheng emptied the cup of wine in one gulp. A little later, Ji Yuheng sat in a small resting room of the banquet hall. Gallaraldo, who had previously left him to attend to something for a while, had returned. Let's go, he called out. Ji Yuheng got up but saw Gallaraldo walk up to a bookshelf wall in the resting room, tapped a spot twice, and a password lock popped up. After entering the password for a moment, the carpet in front of Ji Yuheng was automatically rolled back, and a secret passage appeared. Gallaraldo took the lead down the passage, with Ji Yuheng close behind. At the end of the downward turning staircase was actually a small underground railcar. Riding inside, deep beneath the imperial palace, the track twisted and turned through many complex intersections before arriving at a certain location. After leaving the railcar, Ji Hang was led into a dimly lit meeting hall. Several people were already seated there. Some of them had attended the banquet just before, some had not. Galleraldo enthusiastically pulled Ji Hang along to introduce him to everyone. "This is our new member, Ji Hang from the Eastern Cosmos domain, Dragonhawk Star domain. The alliance he controls is a true local faction." Everyone's gazes turned towards Ji Hang, filled with scrutiny. No one spoke, but Ji Hang could see some doubt in the eyes of a few individuals. A local power faction? Just half a star sector. Do you become a local power faction simply by owning a few battleships? Ji Hang didn't say anything, he simply sat down with a smile. Galleraldo, on the other hand, began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. Sitting before you is a man who, 20 years ago, entered an abandoned world with just a single follower and started from scratch. In 20 years, he now wields influence over 182 worlds. He eradicated the rebels on the planets, destroyed the plague demons about to obliterate a nest capital world, and won a war against the beastmen with casualties in the hundreds of billions. The star sector he controls now possesses a fleet with a battleship as its flagship, supported by more than a dozen lunar-class cruisers. He has a starfighter battle group that has regained its former glory fighting alongside him. His land forces are even stronger than the Star Realm army. Perhaps, you who often dwell in the central government may not be aware of the local situations. But I assure you, with the integrity I've maintained in my decades of travel throughout the Empire, that Ji Hang and his alliance are absolutely reliable, true powerhouses. He already has a force that no one can ignore, and under his wise leadership, his power is bound to grow rapidly. And we are the best helpers and investors for him. Ji Hang undoubtedly qualifies to be one of us, and our current investments will assuredly bring us a hefty return in the future. Don't you envy the ease with which the Prime Minister can mobilize the Otaubis regiment? Don't you envy the close ties each family has with local powers? I know we all have our connections, but who would complain about having an extra ace up their sleeve? Galleraldo was an eloquent speaker. After his speech, the crowd's view of Ji Hang had changed significantly. And just at that moment, two more individuals walked through another entrance of the meeting hall. The one in the lead, clapping his hands with a smile, said, "Bochoya is right, we warmly welcome you, Mr. Ji, the governor. With you joining us, our future will certainly become brighter." As he spoke, everyone in the room stood up. Ji Hang stood up as well. Among the two, one was familiar to him. The person following the leader was none other than the most prominent figure at the previous banquet, the Deputy Premier of the Department of Taxation, Tang Mili. And the leader himself, although Ji Hang had never seen him in person, he was a figure often seen elsewhere. He was one of the 13 High Lords of the Imperial Council, the Minister of Justice of the Empire, Juren. Thank you to the Alliance Hierarch, Hu Yifan, for the generous reward. Extremely grateful, but now, my backlog of additional updates has skyrocketed from 50k to 70k. The more I repay, the more I owe. T0T. The Lord even mentioned that there will be a Silver Alliance when the book is finished. I haven't ever had a Silver Alliance in my life. But, doesn't that mean an extra 200k? I'm afraid I'll never be able to fully repay the Lord's kindness even after I finish writing this book. I will definitely add an update tomorrow. I'll try to reduce the current debt as much as possible. Ji Hang was somewhat surprised by the arrival of Juren. From the previous banquet, Ji Hang could obviously tell that after arriving at the heart of the empire, Galleraldo had stirred up quite a scene, forming or joining a powerful political faction. Otherwise, his own rapid promotion would not have been possible. However, now that he found out the leader of this faction was Juren, it exceeded his initial estimates. Being able to pull in a top official like Juren was a real show of strength. Through the Empire government's propaganda and policy setting, Ji Hang had come to understand that Juren was an upright, impartial, and incorruptible person. And the position of Minister of Justice implied very high authority. Among the four major institutions with direct access to the Terra Supreme Council high-collared chairman position, the main work of the legal department was to ensure the stability of public order on each planet within the boundless territories of the Empire and the compliance of the inhabited worlds, similar to the Supreme Police Department. The legal department would also act as a representative of the Terra Supreme Council to adjudicate conflicts between regional administrative officers and ensure their loyalty. As the Minister of Justice, a High Lord with direct access to the Imperial Council seats, he was responsible for staying in the large courtroom of the legal department on Holy Terra, planning the overall law enforcement policy. In fact, not all of the Empire's law enforcers belong to the legal department. The relationship between the legal department and the local law enforcement agencies on each planet is more akin to a partnership, rather than a hierarchy. Only at the star domain and cosmos domain government levels would the legal department's institutions and corresponding law enforcement agencies be directly arranged, and at the star sector level government, a liaison officer and office of the legal department would be set up. If a case only involves violation of the laws on the local planet, it will be handled by the local police. That is, under the jurisdiction of the planetary government, planetary governor. Only cases involving interstellar crimes or violations of Empire law would be reported to the legal department's liaison officer in the local star sector. The liaison officer's job is usually to oversee the local law enforcement department's work, and in the event of serious cross-interstellar crimes, the liaison officer would first assess the situation and mobilize star domain or even higher-level legal department forces to handle it. Usually, the regional law enforcement departments of the Empire are also not keen on the involvement of the legal department in investigations, because this often means either they have messed up, or they have encountered major trouble. If it's a mess up, the legal department will also clean up the local police station in the process of dealing with the culprits. If it's major trouble, it's equally disastrous. Even worse is that the legal department might take the case to the tribunal, where the judge often makes the enforcer take a step ahead of the criminal. However, for places like Holy Terra and some other important planets of the Empire, the legal department would actually take full control of their law enforcement to ensure that the rulers of the planets within the jurisdiction abide by the Empire laws and supervise local enforcers to maintain order. If a planet experiences riots, the legal department can declare martial law and deploy forces to control the situation until it subsides or the Imperial forces take over. The legal department has law enforcement power over most people of the Empire, except for the interstellar warrior, judge, and navigator families. They can pretty much arrest, interrogate, and execute anyone within their jurisdiction. And at the core of all the legal department's authorities are tax evasion and heresy. Other matters such as smuggling, organized crime, subversion, and treason are for local governments to handle. Only these two are what the legal department cannot tolerate. But these two matters have quite a bit to be discussed. Tax evasion is easier. This is the core business of the legal department, whether it's executing planet governors who failed to meet tax standards, or taking violent actions to ensure tax results, it's all under the legal department. They have their own violent institutions, the legal department's elite policemen with laser guns, bombardment guns, storm shields, power weapons, and also have riot control armored vehicles, police tanks, police aircraft, and specially made justice cruisers in space. To be honest, in terms of armament, apart from having fewer numbers due to the specificity of their work and tasks, lacking artillery support, the armed police officers of the legal department are better at fighting than the average Star Realm army, especially in small-scale conflicts. Not to mention the local defense forces. Moreover, the legal department's work is generally not about fighting a war but is more inclined towards policing, suppression, and planet safety. And if the police forces of the legal department can't handle the situation, they can of course call for reinforcements, usually from the Star Realm Army, the Imperial Navy. However, dealing with heresy is a bit more awkward. A heresy crime is a classic, catch-all crime. It can be pinned onto anyone in nearly any way. While only heresy and tax evasion may seem to be treated seriously on the surface, in reality, heresy can be applied almost everywhere. Whether to arrest or not totally depends on the legal department's mood. It seems like such great power, but in reality, it's not quite so. As one of the most important tasks of the legal department, investigating heretical conduct is much more difficult than imagined. Not to mention the small matters they're too lazy to deal with. In the major issues that are genuinely worth the legal department's intervention, a considerable proportion will have problems. The entire process of case investigation can easily shift from a suspenseful cop thriller to a horror film involving chaos cults, green skins, and various terrifying alien creatures. However, this function is to a considerable extent diverted by various other institutions within the Empire. The tribunal is specialized in this area. When things escalate to war, the regular forces such as the Star Realm Army and the Navy will step in, and if needed, the interstellar warriors as well. The sect of mechanics and the state religion will also send forces to interfere when similar situations arise. Everyone seems to have a say in this prime function of the legal department, even outdoing it sometimes. Who can they turn to for reasoning in such scenarios? Actually, this whole process doesn't conflict much. In reality, a large amount of cult activities, whether chaotic or alien, won't disturb the interstellar warrior battle group or the tribunal before they become significant threats. That's when the legal department steps in, and if they can't handle it, things have escalated. At this point, the legal department often becomes the last line of defense in the region, struggling to maintain the status quo while waiting for support from the interstellar warriors or the tribunal. Doing the most and the most trivial tasks, and when a major incident occurs, they turn into a backdrop, becoming a footnote to other success. From this angle, the legal department is indeed somewhat pitiful. And for an ambitious minister of justice who wants to accomplish something, it seems intolerable for such situations to persist for long. At least, that's how Jiyu Hang felt during the meeting. Led by the Minister of Justice, High Lord Ojuran, this group is undoubtedly a strong and powerful political faction within the imperial central government. Just Ojuran alone, as one of those standing at the apex of empire power, is very strong. Not to mention, there is also a deputy premier of the Department of Taxation in Galaraldo, an executive minister at the Military Affairs Department. The remaining dozen or so members are, at the least, high commissioners. Together, they can exert influence on various agencies of the central government towards their common governance goals and interests. As a political faction led by Ojuran, they have a core idea, which Jiyu Heng perceived: centralizing power, government centralization. This centralization, moreover, is not just reflected between the central and local governments, but it also becomes apparent in the relationship between the government and various other political organizations within the empire. Can't the legal department do the jobs of the judges? With sufficient resources, we can do them too. Should the Department of Taxation divide up so much money to allocate to the tribunal and the interstellar warrior battle group? And the somewhat independent and autonomous war decisions of the Star Realm Army and the Navy's fleet are similar. Can the Military Affairs Department possibly consolidate various military forces of the empire under the unified command of the central government? Could the Department of Political Affairs make personnel appointments and formulate development strategies that could be implemented everywhere? These are the major directions Jiyu Hang gathered from the conversation. Of course, implementing this is impossible. Not to mention the different political factions and ideologies within the imperial central government. Even if all these dignitaries of the imperial central government unite with a common goal, facing such centralized targets, including individual foundry worlds, battle groups, and even local influencers like Jiyu Hang, is extremely difficult. They are also not naive. The specific strategies they discussed are all detailed regulations, hoping to be pushed forward in the upcoming period. For instance, providing more budget for the armed police force of the legal department. And Jiyu Hang, while overall being a local influencer, is in reality someone they aim to win over. By joining us, you become one of us, which means your local influence becomes our power, equivalent to the central power. After discussing several budgets and key official position arrangements, their conversation shifted to Jiyu Hang. Jiyu Hang, your personal presence here has shown good faith. With our full support, there should be no problem regarding your conferral of the marshal rank during the upcoming award ceremony, and the naval captain you recommended directly obtaining the admiral rank. The corresponding military expansion plans and budget allocation, as well as tax deduction schemes, should also be smoothly approved under our strong push. Ojuran opened with these words to Jiyu Hang, who expressed his gratitude. No need for so much courtesy. Since you've joined us, we are friends. Friends should help each other. Of course, we will help you secure what you deserve due to your exemplary performance during the Iron Teeth War. Not only that, but we will also help your alliance deal with the threats brought by the Silver Tribunal and Iron Fury Stone. As he said this, Jiyu Hang became serious. Marshal Rage Bear and Admiral Tianma, along with the accompanying benefits, were his guarantee for coming to Holy Terra. The issues now mentioned were what he truly cared about. In the beginning, when Galaraldo told him they would solve these issues, he was somewhat skeptical. But now, he has come to understand. This was not just, you are one of us, So I help you. It was a barefaced exchange of interests. Iron Fury Stone is an undeniable cancer within the Empire, and they are growing stronger under some people's indulgence. Ojuran began, marking it for termination. It is time for this to end. Norberto, huh? Ojuran uttered a name, then let out a cold laugh. Ji Hang knew who this Norberto was. He was the minister of the Imperial Military Department, effectively Galleraldo's direct superior. This man had numerous accomplishments, but his rise to power began 100 years ago when, with mere rhetoric, he pacified the Circes Flower Uprising. He persuaded the Iron Armor Battle Group to cease their expansion while also pulling in the Silver Tribunal to deal with the Circes Flower, Starbreaker Blade, and Phoenix battle groups. Norberto made a grave mistake 100 years ago, and even greater error was that, over these 100 years, not only did he go unpunished, but he rose smoothly through the ranks until he became the Minister of Military Affairs. Once he reached a high position, he had no means to resolve the issues he left behind, allowing the situation to deteriorate further. All parties within the Empire deeply fear the Iron Fury Stone. Now, the time has come to deal with them. Ji Hang, what you're about to take on is no small feat. Everyone's gaze turned towards Ji Hang. The price came. Ojuran would help him resolve issues brought about by the Silver Tribunal and Fury Flame Battle Group, at least from a legal standpoint. With this assurance, Ji Hang no longer needed to worry about being declared a traitor by the Silver Tribunal, nor the alliance becoming an illegal organization. If the Silver Tribunal really proceeded like that, then it would mean they had missed their last opportunity. They would surely be counted among those wishing to deal with the Iron Fury Stone, as mentioned by Ojuran. For the Silver Tribunal, this would be a disaster. This is a good opportunity for division. The Silver faction would not miss it. Even if they missed it, the Empire would likely immediately deny the Silver Tribunal's judgment. In any case, there is no need for Ji Hang to worry. At the same time, Ji Hang could also discern the implications in their words, that the Alliance, a multi-star political entity previously crafted by Galleraldo using his power, was now considered legitimate. The legal department should subsequently provide additional documents to further secure the alliance's legal status. And all these consequences meant that Ji Hang would be pushed to the front line against the Iron Fury Stone. Was Ji Hang willing to accept this? Of course, he was already on the front lines. Did he even have a chance to switch sides? If he could not escape this maelstrom, only a fool like Ji Hang would side with the Iron Fury Stone. Disregarding past grudges, and simply considering from the angle of who would most likely be the ultimate victor, that would not be Iron Fury Stone. They had been too arrogant for many years, while the Empire tiptoed around. But once the Empire truly resolved to eliminate this malignant tumor, Ji Hang did not believe the victory would go to the widely despised Iron Armor Battle Group. Ji Hang nodded and said, "I have a duty to perform." Galleraldo suddenly clapped his hands, excitedly saying, "That old fool Norberto, if not for his interference, Wang Xuan would have stepped down, and I should rightfully have the position of deputy premier. Since he is in the way and being so unwise, it's time for him to step down." Ojuran needs to deal with Iron Fury Stone, and Ji Hang thinks it's only natural. This aligns with their centralized political ideology. At the same time, after arriving at Holy Terra, Ji Hang realizes that tackling the Iron Fury Stone also brings significant political dividends. If someone could rise to the top 100 years ago by suppressing rebellions, then after a century, of course, someone can do it again to gain huge merits. Even more so, this is not a solo act driven by Ojuran and Galleraldo. Ji Hang believes that their mention of multiple parties is genuine. Behind the scenes, the shadow of the Imperial Prime Minister cannot be ignored. After the death of the Sun Lord, the current Prime Minister, named Zebert, holds theoretically the highest position in the Empire. The position of Prime Minister is not only one of the 13 High Lords but also the highest responsible person of the Empire government, and all 4 chief ministers have to report to him. Once the Iron Fury Stone is finished, the Silver Tribunal will be in big trouble if they pick the wrong side, and even if they choose correctly, they can't avoid being severely damaged. Ojuran could take over a lot of the legal department's powers overlapping with the tribunal across several cosmos domains in the east. At the same time, Norberto, who rose to prominence during the Big Circes Flower Rebellion, would also be purged, and his entire faction might be uprooted. The many vacancies that arise are spoils of war for the factions involved. Among them, the most coveted is the position of Military Affairs Department's chief, which Galleraldo drools over. Everyone has a bright future, needing only for Iron Fury Stone, the Silver Tribunal, and Norberto to contribute themselves. But their results are also from their own doing. The expansion and dominance of Iron Fury Stone are simply too outrageous. In this matter, Gu Heng is merely a pawn, a knife in the hands of those big players behind the scenes. The huge benefits are taken by them, but the desperate struggle is left to himself? Gu Heng doesn't feel too unbalanced about it. First off, he will not be, nor is he willing to be, on the front line against the Iron Armor battle group. Fighting Flame is different from fighting Iron Armor. To enter into the tightly controlled Princess Star domain and face potentially tens of thousands of interstellar warriors, along with billions of specialized forces coordinating with the interstellar warriors? Gu Heng definitely won't agree. According to intelligence from all parties, the auxiliary forces of Iron Armor might even be of higher quality than those of the Imperial Star Realm Army. Naval-wise, they blatantly possess 18 battleships and 3 Zug-class aircraft carriers, staggeringly powerful. What can the current alliance put against that? However, dealing with the Iron Fury Stone isn't about jumping straight into action now. The bigwigs of Holy Terra still need time to unify thoughts, remove Iron Fury Stone's protective umbrella, and mobilize forces to prepare for war. Perhaps by then, the alliance's forces will be one of the participants, but they shouldn't be the main force, and Gu Heng is not willing to be that main force. It should be well compensated. However, the first to fire the shots should be the alliance. In the secret meeting, after Gu Heng declared irrefutable duty, O'Juran and Galleraldo had already indicated that before acting against Iron Fury Stone, Flame must be eliminated first. Conveniently, their main forces, at least the official ones, are in the Dragonhawk Star domain. Conveniently, they are confronting the alliance. Conveniently, they already have ready-made accusations of manipulating Star domain government and fabricating evidence to slander Imperial loyalists. Taking down Flame for Gu Heng was indeed an irrefutable duty. He would do it even without payment. Let alone, there is a payment. Other issues can be ignored, but the recognition of the alliance as an officially sanctioned entity by higher authorities, no longer the temporary political structure previously orchestrated by Galleraldo, immediately legitimizes it. At least, no one would be able to trouble him in this matter anymore, unless the Central Empire issues a decree terminating his position. If that really happens, it would either mean a fallout between Gu Heng and the political faction of O'Juran and Galleraldo, or that this political faction has been overturned. Currently, neither seems likely. Thus far, the purpose of Gu Heng's visit to Holy Terra has almost been fully accomplished. The only remaining task is to patiently wait for the Marshal's inauguration ceremony in a short while. After that, he can return home with his Marshal's baton and then strike hard at Flame. The Marshal's inauguration ceremony was grand and prepared swiftly. Mainly because, despite few mentions, there are actually quite a number of Marshals of the Empire. Each Cosmos domain, including both the Navy and the Star Realm Army, has at least 2 to 3, and up to 5 to 6 Marshals, possibly more in key areas. Across the entire Empire, there are about 300 to 500 Marshals. Though it might appear plentiful, it corresponds to the Empire's endless territories, limitless population, and infinite armies. From a proportional perspective, it is quite rare. At least, the status of an individual marshal is not inferior to a senior commissioner of one of the central government's 4 major departments. Moreover, most of these marshals have military achievements, so a special, grand inauguration ceremony is only appropriate. The grandeur and quick preparation are naturally due to a dedicated team within Terra Imperial Palace responsible for this task. There is a specially constructed majestic structure called Marshal's Terrace, designed for this purpose. All necessary preparations had been long completed, and even if needed, they could immediately pull out the whole setup and set it up quickly.